they're probably not too confident coming in against them IBR. They've had a couple of days now to practice, and that's probably going to help them as well, but whether that's enough...
50 seconds. VSM inside of the smoke, looks to bring it back on his own, and 2 kills could put this one into question. He anticipates a liege. He knows where the next frag is coming from. Oh my god, he's on for the ace. How does he bust into the crossfire? Well, like that, it seems. He gets them both. Naf, though, that could have been an additional kill. He knows it. No scope. Oh my god, he is within them. And VSM also gets popped.
This is the Liquid that is feared by everyone.
The first fist fight between the Juggernaut and the Colossus. Alex starting to drop some shots. He does the damage. Primes Tag, who's in with 3 kills. Surprise, surprise. Oh, and the headshot. JKS, this could be big. Poison. Whoa, nice flick. JKS takes him down in the head. Poison pops back up and body bags Floppy. Woxing's the third one to fall. No trade frag until now. Another one, and Floppy does it all. The Juggernaut ripped limb from limb. All hail the Colossus!
$16 are now 4, and today we decide the final 2 teams who will make it to the full final. It's been a treacherous, demanding journey for all of these teams, but they have gone in with hard work and dedication from start to finish. But now it comes down to the question of how bad do they want this and who's going to go the extra mile. 2 guys joining me to go the extra mile the whole way for all of this is Mr. Maniac. How are you doing, sir? You ready for this one? Because it has been a wild ride.
I feel good. You gave me chills with that one. You gave me chills with that introduction, and I was just thinking, wow, it's been a week already. I cannot believe it's been a week. But I think it also comes with the format. You know, every game mattered. Every single match would send one team out and put one on the next step, and now only 4 teams left.
Only 4 teams left, and Pimp, this is the toughest tournament in CSGO.
Yeah, it is right, and there's been a couple of surprises when you look at it. I don't think any of us expected, to stand with the 4 teams that we have right now, and the fact that they've been able to make it is just fantastic. As you said, it's been a very clear-cut tournament. There's been a lot of, dare I say, surprises. A lot of teams that you may would have thought would make it further in this one. Heroic, I think, is a great example of a team who didn't make it. Cloud9 being in this position right now, James, nobody, as in nobody, could have expected that.
No, and that's what we love here, right? We're starting to see these teams show their face when it matters the most, when there is no lower bracket and it is tough from start to finish. You can see the final 4 teams there, and today we will decide on the 2, and those 2 are going to be oh so happy because getting to the full final is a big step up for them. But then it becomes very painful as well because that's a whole different level from what they've had here.
Yeah, you start to take into perspective the level that there is in Counter-Strike in general, because what we have witnessed here and will witness today is beautiful Counter-Strike, explosive Counter-Strike all across the board, getting us all excited. But then you have these 6 teams just waiting for you, the Astralis, the complexity, the vitality maybe. That's going to be hard.
And the matches we have for you guys at home today. We're kicking things off with the NA Brawl. It's FURIA taking on Team Liquid. And then we're going to have the Colossus in Cloud9 going up against mousesports. Today is going to be epic. And that is the hype and emotion we have seen from all of these teams. That is how we know how much it means to some of these guys right here. And my, oh my, when you look at Woxic yesterday, that is a perfect example of some hype.
Yeah, and if you have any doubt that you can get emotion in online Counter-Strike, well, there are the answers. You have it right there. The unfortunate circumstances pushing us all to online, we were scared about it. We didn't know if the teams would buy into it, give everything they have. Well, they do. They absolutely do. And I love that we can get, these webcams and these reactions just too nice.
Now, today in our pre-show, we're going to start looking at some of the new additions to the Counter-Strike scene and to these teams that are out here. New faces on big teams, and Well, this what's interesting straight away is Cloud9 have two of those individuals that they're giving this chance to.
Yeah, you must, think to yourself that there's a bright future when it comes to Cloud9, but that depends on whether or not Floppy and Messi can live up to the potential that we think they have. I think Floppy, over the last couple of months, and especially with his first stint in Cloud9 with the American iteration of the lineup, was showing me, at least time and time again, that he's a good Counter-Strike player. The performance he had in this tournament against NIP was, to me, a deciding factor, right? That made me believe, okay, Floppy, he's here to play and he's fitting well inside Cloud9, plenty of impact and doing a fantastic job. Messi, though, I don't think many of us expected too much of him, but he's been playing hearts out so far.
Well, keeping it with Floppy, right, there's one thing you always mention in Maniac is that he is good for two, and he plays so smart. He plays for the team.
Yeah, he is very aware of his surroundings at every turn, right? When you see him play throughout the game, you can realize that he knows where's the danger coming from, when is it going to come. Just a stat to put it out there, he's currently the 10th best player of the entire tournament. 16 teams. He is right there as a new addition, and he's in the top 10. As Jacob mentioned, he saved Cloud9 versus NIP. The impact he had was crazy. And then some, he did it again in the next game, and I'm sure that today he will deliver once more.
Then we got to look at his teammate in Messi, right? The other British man on this roster. For him, he's given us the interviews. We've heard a bit from him recently, right? Very well thought out in what he's saying there. Maybe not as the super overconfident, but I like that style of player right now. It's probably what C9 need. Yeah,
I just touched a little bit upon it, right? We didn't expect that much from him coming into this lineup. He's apparently the player on the lineup with the least salary. He's the guy, who's in a position where nobody really had, any expectations in terms of him being the star player of the team. But the way he's been performing so far in all the games Cloud9 have been playing, I think it's more than fair to say, and conclude for that matter as well, that he's been holding up to his own. I think he's performing much better than I would have thought, and I think, his composure on the server and also off the server is very, very good.
He's the biggest gamble as well, if you think about it. If you look at this lineup of Cloud9, he would be the one that you'd say, really though, can he make it to top level? That is his first actual top level professional team. He starts in Cloud9, if anything. And I agree with you. I don't think he's been that impressive, but he's doing the job silently. He's like in the shadows, doing what he needs to do. He's in average in terms of numbers, and it seems to be working for Cloud9.
Yeah, it does seem to be working for Cloud9 here. And this is where Cloud9 now needs to try and harness all of this young talent, right? See them flourish and put them under a leadership that's working out. Because one thing right now for these guys is not just the level of Counter-Strike they're having to play at, but also it's a whole different face they need to show themselves with. It's not easy to make this big jump up in here, but a man that made a big jump up on the NA side of things has actually come over to Europe and done incredibly well. Grim has his first outing with Team Liquid, and actually he's been one of the most impressive ones.
Yeah, he has, and I think he's a tough one to judge, because he's been in Liquid for quite some time. I'd say, we just haven't seen that much of Liquid playing Counter-Strike, and especially not at a high level. But to me, so far in this tournament, and what I have seen from Team Liquid, he seems to me to be a stable player. You can count on him. You can count on him to hold up to his own right. He's playing ramp on Nuke sometimes, and he's just shutting down ramp time after time against MIBR. We have a great example right here. And if you have a player that is called Grim on your lineup, who can hold up to his own, who doesn't need to be catered to, you don't need to flash for him, you don't need to babysit him or hold him in his hands, that in itself on a team like Liquid is very, very valuable.
I'm sold on Grim. I am sold. I am completely sold on Grim. The fact that, as Jacob is mentioning, he is playing some of the most, I want to say, cruel positions in Counter-Strike, and still does it with style. He takes his own responsibility, takes the risks when he need to. He was there in the gun rounds. For example, he's the best pistol player of the event. That is Grim right here for you. He makes the difference in these rounds. He's influential, and he's a rookie. So that's enough for me to say, okay, I want to see more of you.
And this is interesting, though, because when it comes to Grim, at the beginning, you were like, I don't really know too much about him, I don't know what to expect, and you've completely turned over on this.
I think he's already, in this tournament, provided enough evidence that you can count on him when the pressure gets high. And to me, that is a invaluable asset to have as a player, to know that in the pistol round, on that third map, he'll go and get the triple kill. He'll not be shaking in his boots. He'll actually live up to the name. So for me, these are good signs for Grim.
Now, last but certainly not least, is BMAS from mousesports, and this is a guy we got to see for a little while, just at 17 years old, come into FaZe. He had some promising moments, but he also had a bit of time where he had to adapt and not get as much room. Now he's under real leadership, and I think he has a better chance at actually showing up.
I agree. I think so too. I think he has a better chance of showing the potential that we've seen glimpses of. I will say though that out of these four players, he to me is the hardest one to really judge. I feel that the potential for BMAS is up there. He's a great entry fragger. You see it time and time again. He can do a good job, but he's not consistent. He's a little bit hit or miss right now. He's only 17 years old, so sure, it's still relatively new for him. He came in, into FaZe Clan, and that was a rough one to get into, especially considering the circumstances in FaZe.
Yeah.
They knew that Nico was leaving. They knew that there was going to be some changes into the lineup, but he's not a bad player. Let me say that straight out there, but he's not a guy that has impressed me that much so far. I think there's potential, but we need to see it on the server.
I can't believe he's only 17.
I know.
It actually hurts. It actually hurts to think about it, right? He is only 17, and I have to give it to Jacob. Yes, his experience and his time in FaZe was not too easy. If you hear Kerrigan in interviews, he'll talk about how he had very complicated roles, probably roles that were too demanding. If you think about his position, his tenure as a player, so now he has a new first chance. I want to say, because FaZe, I'm not going to consider it a first chance. I think here in mousesports, we're going to give him some time. He has Kerrigan next to him, and I do believe that Kerrigan can set him up to success.
Out of the four, Pimp, I've got to ask you this real quick. Who do you think has the most potential in what we've seen so far?
I would actually go as far as say Floppy. I think Floppy is a guy who's impressed me a lot. I think Floppy was good when he was playing in the first iteration of Cloud9. I think he was a big factor as to why they had some decent results with that lineup. A lineup that nobody expected even would be competitive. The fact that he was willing to go over in Cloud9 and now relocate to Europe, which is where they're going to be when they're playing the tournaments, to me that's a sign of commitment. That's a sign of him wanting to be a pro player at a very, very high level. And as Maniac said, he was saving them against NIP. And I've seen the same Floppy play for the first iteration of Cloud9. So if he can put on even more to his level and maybe get even more influential, I think he's going to be an X factor for Floppy and for Cloud9 for the future. He's fantastic. This game right here, that was just impressive.
It really was impressive, but that's us done for the moment, guys. We got to get ourselves ready for these opening games. The first game is an NA rivalry between Liquid and FURIA. It's been one that's gone on throughout all of this year, but mainly in favor of FURIA. One spot is on the line for an NA team at the full final, and you best make sure you're back here to witness it.
FURIA, who struggled massively in the fall series, coming here back to life.
Let's see what Henny can do. Well, he's going to hit the first one. We know what Henny can do. 3-4-3. Wow. Clears his hands and gets wrecked by Buster. A double headshot from K Serrato. He delivers 3 kills here versus majority pistols. A 4th frag for K Serrato.
They meet Liquid, who are now looking like Colossus. They look like the Juggernauts.
How does he bust into the crossfire? Well, like that, it seems. He gets them both. Naf, though, that could have been an additional kill. He knows it. No scope. Oh my god, he is within them. And VSM also gets popped.
We got 2 teams who so far in this tournament have shown that they're on the right track, they're on an upward trajectory, and they're getting better and better every single game they play. That's why I'm looking forward to that match the most.
We came in to the full showdown with little hope for NA, but somehow, some way, both these teams have proved us wrong. They have made this great run throughout the showdown to get here, and one NA team will 100% be making it to the final. If you asked us this 3 weeks ago, guys, we would not be saying this.
No, and if you'd ask us after the first game of each team, we could probably still say the same. If you go back to FURIA, they barely made it against Isurus. Third map, 16-14. They could have been out, and that would have been a crazy upset. You go over to Liquid, same scenario. They had to fight back against Mad Lions. And that's the beauty of the format, because now both these teams are actually fighting for a spot at the finals.
Now, last time around, Pimp, when we were looking at FURIA, we were worried because we weren't sure if the rumors are true, if Henny's not going to be in the roster. They said they had a team talk. They were smiling again, but they still only just about won, right? Okay, there was some convincing scorelines in there, but it's still not a dominant FURIA.
No, but there were signs of life, and I think that's the most important thing, because you're right. It's not the same FURIA that we saw, dominating in North America, being the best team over there, and also in Europe in the beginning of the season, being really, really strong. FURIA, they're slowly but surely getting better, and I think there's signs of life within the lineup. Yuri, K Serrato, you also see it on the webcams as well. They're starting slowly but surely to getting animated again. They're yelling, they're screaming, and they're producing some of the same energy we saw from MIBR. So sure, not where we want them to be, but definitely competitive.
Now, when it comes to Liquid, though, they came over here and we were worried they were going to suffer the same fate as the other NA teams and not get a win, just go out early. But they have proven us wrong, and they have looked really strong.
And you are right on the money. When they came here, we looked at them through the spectrum of what other NA teams had been doing. We were scared. We had doubts. Because we didn't know if they were going to be able to make that transition. But the truth is they have. Through a CT side, and I'm going to talk about it all day, every day, so be ready. But through a defense that is immense, they have actually fought back. And the way they dismantled MIBR on Dust 2, it left us with that feeling of, wow, that Liquid. Because again, I'm just going to take a second to talk about these numbers right here. That is the CT side of Liquid, the defense. 76% of opening kills, insane. You have to think about NAF. You have 86% of 5v4, which means that if they get that open kill, they win the round almost all the time. And even crazier, 61% of the 4v5s, which for the viewers at home basically means that even if they lose the first trade, they most of the time win the round. These numbers are straight up insane.
So let's do some quick maths here, right? As long as Team Liquid get 3 to 5 rounds on a T side, they should be able to win every map then. What is this madness?
That's how it's been so far, let's be honest. And it would be ridiculous if they could continue this trend. It's been absolutely insane. People, tend to forget that, as Maniac said, they were down 12-1 against Mad Lions in their very first matchup. It was only by that strong CT side they even find themselves in a position to play yesterday and now also to play qualifying game today. So sure, their CT side has been stellar, but we need to see more from the T side. They cannot expect to do that game after game. That would be unheard of.
And you're talking about those T sides. This comes from the in-game leaders as well, right? We're looking at Stewie, we're looking at Art, we talk about their playstyle, we talk about what they can do here. Well, sometimes they've not quite been hitting the mark of old.
No, and it's a bit of a rough one for both of these in-game leaders. I think Art, have by many occasions shown us what he's so good at. He's creating space, he's constantly involving himself in opening duels, and you even have games, when you play 30 rounds and Art has been involved in 15, 16 opening duels, which is absolutely insane just to think of. So sure, right now he's not having the best of the best time. Usually he produces better stats, but he's still a great asset to his team. Same goes on for Stewie2K. I don't know what to make of Stewie2K. He's now the in-game leader of Liquid. The T-sides have been looking very, very rough, and sure, we give praise to in-game leaders when they have good T-sides. We also gotta give a little bit of a maybe criticism to Stewie2K for not making it work for Liquid thus far. As a fragger as well, he can do much better than he's doing right now. So I guess both of these in-game leaders have a little bit of potential that hasn't been released yet.
And look at this when it comes to opening duels right now. Okay, Acor, he's up there, but he played one game, right? Then they were gone out of it in a best of 3. Liquid Naf up there, and so is Yuri from FURIA. And I'm just going to start with Yuri here a little bit for you, Maniac, because I just remember Train, and I remember CT side, and I remember him just pushing lower B all the time and just getting away with it.
Yuri created momentum on his own in that game versus VP. If we go back in time, you know, VP were in a commanding position versus FURIA, and Yuri just took the game in his own hands, pushed against VP, and won 3-4 rounds in a row on his own, which is why I want to make a difference. I want to talk about the difference between these two players, because you have Yuri, which I feel like, again, created situations for his own, and then you have Naf, who is, I want to say, cleverly positioned in the Liquid structure. You know, he has, I want to say, off-angle positioning. Catwalk, for example, on Dust 2, you will see him with crossed angle with the AWP, firing one shot. He's got someone in the back, hand on his shoulder, ready to go back. So it's a different style, but they make it work. And these are not the names that you would mention usually if you talk about entry frag. We know we have Art, we have Stewie in both camps, but they have been the playmakers.
And these playmakers, right, will be needed to step up 100%, because one thing we do want to touch on here is opening duels is all well and good on one thing, but these players as well have been stepping up individually outside of just the opening duels.
Yeah, Yuri took over the game, you know, last time they played. He completely took over the entire server and just destroyed his opponents. He's a fantastic player to watch when he's playing well. The thing that comes to my mind when you're talking about both of these players is that the consistency hasn't been there as of late. Nafly used to be Mr. Consistent. He used to be, in my books, one of the best players in the world, and he was one of the most underrated players in the world as well. But if he can find that consistent Nafly that is just taking over the server by being a smart player, positioning well, going against Yuri, who's aggressive in the way he plays Counter-Strike, that could be a fantastic duel to watch out for.
When we're looking at the two different styles of play, and this is what I'm talking about, this B push is coming in, right? Do you think Liquid will be more capable of dealing with this in their current form? Because the stats I come back to is just looking at this year in general, Liquid have not been winning against FURIA.
I have a tough time. I think you're right. If you look at the history, it seems to be that stylistically speaking, FURIA, they got the upper hand, at least with Grim in the lineup. They've beaten Liquid 3 times out of 3 best of 3. But I almost feel like it's, I don't know, like an anime fight with 2 agents going at each other with full force, and there's going to be like 2 Kamehameha together, and it's going to explode. Like, that's how I see them, because they're both going to go with everything they have. I think each camp knows exactly the style that the opponent will put together, and they will be ready full force.
Now, one thing that I love, right, when we're looking at both these teams here, is that we know sometimes it can get scrappy. I think for Liquid, though, they need to avoid that as much as possible compared to FURIA that like that style.
I would agree, especially when it comes to Liquid CT side. They need to maintain the control, because we can, you know, as we already established, the baseline for the CT side is absolutely insane as of right now. So if it gets into that scrappy back and forth game style, they will not win enough rounds in the CT sides, most likely to win the game. We haven't really seen them play that well on the T side yet. Maybe Liquid have been a little bit too structured on the T side. Maybe you need to, you know, unleash some of the players you have within your camp. It's very tough for me to ask Liquid to move away from the game plan, of course, and I won't do that necessarily, but just give Stu2K a little bit more freedom. Let Elish make some of those plays that he can play. Let Nafly, you know, go on a sick lurk or something like that, and then let Grim being the guy that fills out the role or fills out the gaps and be the glue of the team. I think, you know, that approach could potentially open up some more possibilities for Liquid, and that's probably what they're trying to figure out as of right now as well.
Well, when it comes to FURIA, we know their performance has not been as good as old, but Vinny spoke to Freya to understand a little bit more all about it.
You're a team that always says, you know, you focus on your own gameplay coming into a matchup, and that's definitely fair enough when we look at the FURIA style. But because you have so much experience versus Liquid, is there anything key that you're going to be focusing on from their side of things that maybe you're particularly looking to counter in this match?
To be honest, no. Maybe just seeing what they did in the last match to see if they like was something new, but probably just focusing on a style that works very well against them and just abuse that.
I'm wondering your thoughts on Grim as well, obviously seeing him integrating into the team. How have you seen the switch up of Liquid since he's come into the roster as well, playing against him?
I mean, they bring more firepower with Green. He was a like talent player since the Triumph times, and we already know that. So I think they just bring a new player to the lineup that brings more fire, and that's gonna be harder for us in the future.
Well, Vinny, how confident are you that you're going to be taking down your NA counterparts here in Europe in the finals?
I mean, I said last time 100%, so today I'm going to say 200.
Let's see here when it comes to actually when the view will come in. You guys trying to get ahead on this as the interviews go. I know you guys are excited. Vinny there though, right? He's well aware of the changes within Liquid, but again, they're still trying to find their old footing.
Yeah, and I told you ever since Grim joined Liquid, they basically never beat FURIA. That's a 8 map in favor of FURIA, I believe. Only 2 of these maps, the loser team did not make into double digit. That's how tight it has been, but still, FURIA seem to have figured out Liquid with Grim, but now with a little bit more work together, don't know what to expect.
We don't know what to expect indeed, and that's one of the things, right? It's a change up here in Liquid. We've seen better performances coming out from Liquid in this tournament for sure, but what I looked back at was out of the last 10 times that FURIA and Liquid have faced in 2020, Liquid only won 2 of those best of 3s.
Yeah, and that's not good enough if you're Team Liquid. You want to be the best team in North America, but we have to bear in mind as well, that was in the period when FURIA was playing some absolutely stunning Counter-Strike. They were playing at a level where everyone thought, okay, they are the best team in North America. They are better than Liquid. They are better than anyone over there. That's not the same FURIA we've seen so far in this tournament. So for them to use this as a baseline or as a guideline coming into Liquid, they need to refine that level. They're getting closer to it game by game, but I'm not sure they're quite there yet.
Well, Stewie knows a lot about this matchup. It has been a pain in his side all year long, so let's hear what he had to say.
Well, of course, you will be facing up against FURIA, as we were just discussing. And with this rivalry coming into it now over here in Europe, how do you think things are going to be different today?
Well, I think you see Liquid completely different on North American soil. Once we came over to the European region, I think we played a lot better, and we're a stronger team when we're together at boot camps, when we're at LANs together, and I think we'll come out a lot stronger against FURIA. But it's hard to say. I think they're a tough team, but you know they're struggling in Europe as well. We're struggling as well, but it's going to be a big brawl, I think.
When we look at struggles between both teams, at least right now from what we've seen across these events, is Liquid here definitely look better than they did before.
They look absolutely better now. We go into the veto. Train is going to be removed by Liquid, and what FURIA have for them is that they're going to remove Dust 2. And that's not going to be great for Liquid. They will be sad about that Dust 2 ban, but it bodes well for FURIA side. Now, if you're Liquid, I personally believe they have 2 choices here. I think the nuke could be a possibility if they believe in their T side, which again we have kind of established as a potential issue, and you have the Mirage. The problem with Mirage is that it's a shared love. They go for overpass. That is a curveball. That is a curveball in itself. Let's see. My problem with that, same with Mad Lions, is the T side again. I was scared about Liquid picking a complicated T side.
Yeah, and they also stayed away from overpass yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So they seem to be a bit scared of that T side. So maybe they figured out, you know, what went wrong against Mad Lions, and once again feel confident in overpass, because it is their map with the highest win percentage. But I agree with Maniac. There was a reason they didn't pick it yesterday, and for whatever that reason was, that doesn't seem to be the case today.
Now you got to Inferno for FURIA. It was either going to be Inferno or Vertigo. These were my 2 guesses if I had to. The problem is that you're going to go up against Liquid's defense on Inferno. Again, we always go back to the same kind of perspective, same dimension. And now for the last map, let me see. We have Mirage in the pool, so Liquid could actually decide to go for Mirage. What do you think?
FURIA could decide to go for it.
Oh, FURIA, yeah.
If I'm FURIA, I'm staying away for that, but they want to play.
There we go.
There we go. The shared love for Mirage.
This is a great video for both teams. Let's be honest. Both of these lineups are happy about this, but also coming to think of it, right? The way FURIA is playing Inferno yesterday or last time they played, they were being aggressive all over the place, rushing banana, taking banana control, rushing down secondary middle. Liquid, they've been struggling on their T sides. FURIA, they're gonna apply as much pressure as absolutely possible. Both Mirage, both on Dust 2. So if not Dust 2 on Mirage and on Inferno. If Liquid cannot find a way to stay away from that pressure or maintain their composure when being pressured, they're going to be in big trouble on that T side. I think that's part of the mindset from FURIA here. If we play aggressive Counter-Strike, Liquid can control us.
Well, let's see how it's all going to go down. One NA team will get a spot at the full final. But who will it be? The rivalry this year between FURIA and Liquid has been fierce, but this one is going to mean the most. Make sure you're back with Scrawny and Launders after the break.
Most popular gamers, another day, another couple best of threes. And, well, this one starts with the North American side of the bracket. You guys are here for the final day of the Blast Fall Showdown. Today is the day that we crown the two teams pushing in through the finals. And, dude, how funny is it that they come over here, they grit their teeth and fight all the European teams on this side of the bracket, and we get another iteration of Team Liquid versus FURIA.
We needed it. And after their first games, so many question marks. But as the, who does that say? Danish-style hot dogs got nothing on the Chicago dog.
Ooh.
But what about the Canadian hot dogs?
Yeah, what about those? We need the
Actually,
reviews.
my one regret in life is going to Shake Shack for the first time and ordering a Chicago dog. I wish I got a burger. Really didn't like it that much.
What's a
I think
Chicago
there's
dog?
a pickle on the side of it. I mean, I don't think it's a bad hot dog. I'm sorry. I didn't want to come close to saying that.
Right.
I'm not an expert on hot dogs yet. I have a lot of really controversial food opinions.
Be careful.
Nothing about hot dogs. I'm sure Chicago dogs are great, but this matchup, okay? This is about the incredible CT side statistics, straight up, just about this for Team Liquid.
Yes.
And FURIA, the White Walkers, to come up against the wall and to see if they can overcome the defense of Liquid. And as you said on the talent bus over here, if there's one team right now that knows Liquid inside and out that could break down their CT side, it is FURIA. That is why this match is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, the explosiveness, the aggression of the T sides from FURIA, you know, it's perfect. And obviously the head-to-head to this team, this is what, the 11th time they've played in 2020. Team FURIA with 9 of the 10 best of 3 wins. But the last time they played, the most recent one, was the closest it ever got. 2 of those maps going beyond into double OT. So this could be a long one, which means you can all sit back, relax, and enjoy the show that these two teams are undoubtedly going to put on for us. We've got Henny at the top of Connector. FURIA with a couple of players within it. And now that we've got Bathrooms control picked up by Liquid, check this out. 3 players right on the cusp. Penny, he's going to be able to shoot down just the one. Yuri then goes fighting forward, and there is still Case Serato. He could swing this door open and catch a couple players. He hears them both running away, but Twists did just stick around. Everybody disengages, 40 seconds left.
This is interesting because they don't technically know if it's A or B now. Coming back up the ladder through the back. This is a move by Liquid, but they're starting to make noise outside Monster, and of course FURIA will peek them.
Art's going to just commit to the corner. They go right by. Grim clears his corner, but dies to KK Serato, who's looking for another. It's a good pinch coming in from Team Liquid. Vinny inside of the water. He needs a couple headshots, and they're aggressing from both sides of it. Just way too much heat to handle. Team Liquid, they will find the first pistol thanks to a 3K from Twist.
And we know they're going to rely heavily on the pistols because, again, their T side has lots of question marks. I don't know what their practices look like. And yesterday, they played against MIBR. They had such incredible CT sides, they didn't even have to play T sides. They literally just won a pistol, a couple anti-ecos, and tripped over the finish line. In this match, they're starting on T side. And the funny part also is that Liquid in most of these games have started on CT side and just started off extremely strong. Only in that one match versus Mad Lions, they had to come back on the CT side of Vertigo. And we saw how bad and really weird their T sides were. Overpass will just be so interesting for this reason. Again, just quickly, the stats that were brought up by Maniac on the desk. A 60+% win rate in 4v5s. That is unheard of. For this small sample size, it's more reasonable. Of course, no one could have that in all-time stats. But when we're talking about Astralis in their prime, their 4v5 win percentage, all-time stats would be something like 30+%. Liquid have 60% when they lose the opening kill. It is absolutely unheard of.
Like you said, small sample size, Launders. I mean, understandable why numbers could be flying through the roof. And I do have to think that we need to remember it was strong CT sides again versus MIBR. We never had to see the T-halves. So despite the dominant score lines at the end of the day, it's like have Liquid's question mark. That offensive half, has it really improved? Today's the day we find out. USPs at this A site, they were there early, and I mean, they did damage. Stewie 2K is sitting on only 6 points of health, but FURIA thinking that maybe that little bit of contact, that shown hand at the A site was enough to get Liquid down towards B. Not the case at all. They just sat, waited, and sure enough, they'll find it completely evacuated. So FURIA, I respect the attempt on that incredibly quick rotate. You've got so little to lose that it could have been enough to throw yourself in front of it, but nothing comes their way. And they're just going to try and throw themselves at the wall here. See what sticks in a very desperate retake attempt. Not a single flashbang. But Elige takes damage, as did Stewie 2K. Art's going to fall first. The two wounded players, well, putting up numbers even despite low HP. They stave off FURIA's final little attempt here. They're going to come sprinting in, hope to draw somebody back, maybe kill them off. Again, 6 HP, 4 HP for both Twists, Stewie, and Elige. All low at the end. Team Liquid convert after pistol.
Yeah, nice clean. And their T-sides in the second round, they were losing a lot of their conversions after the pistol. So this is also a good sign. I think one thing I feel like I noticed, and I don't want to read too much into it, but it felt like they were not confident in picking the site that they wanted to go to. Sometimes they'd come close to executing and then cancel for no apparent reason. So it feels like being more confident in their initial decisions was something that they needed to fix a bit. So just seeing them commit there while FURIA rotated and gamble stacked. Wonder if it was a read by them that they do change up a lot. And now we go into round number 3. Art's already picked up the AWP, and there is a monster hit coming fast. Art goes down, no trade whatsoever.
Ooh, off the flash though, Vinny regains vision. 2 kills, swapping to the USP. That follow-up flashbang from Case Serrato makes an absolute world of difference. Vinny, he now has the helping hand of Case Serrato's M4, and Stewie 2K gets turned back. That was looking like Liquid were gonna just overwhelm their B site, but a couple of killer flashbangs. Vinny got blinded by it as well, but he regained vision after the wild spray down and held them all back.
Yeah, they threw one nose flash to get in through Monster, and that seemed like it was enough because they took out Art for free. But as you mentioned, these continuation flashes were beautiful, and it was highlighted by the fact that Vinny shot all his bullets, caught the chance to pull out his USP, used all those bullets. They were still blind through all of that. So really, really nice support there from Case Serrato. As we move now into round 4, a Monster exec gets shut down. Galil on Stewie. Looking towards long. Grim babysitting the bomb in the back of the stairs. Nafly holding for a flank, and he'll be rewarded with a push. He'll spot one. Doesn't have full info on everybody else. Henny's stuck by himself. Twist, good refrag. Great spacing from him to get that kill. No chance for Henny's op to go back on cycle, and now FURIA will make the hasty rotation over to the A site.
The CT side's playing fluidly. You know, we say Naf gifted as somebody peeks out through the Monster, but the fact that there was 3 of them means he could have easily been the first casualty. They didn't go there for info. They went there for a frag, and they tried to call him out on his own. Henny, well, he got the job started at the long A side. Art looking to finish this. Flashbang perfect. Art regaining vision, but Grim looking to continue the spray as his teammate comes up with him. It's Grim and Twists left alive. Team Liquid, 3 rounds on this T side early.
Yeah, that's looking a lot better. First of all, we're going to take a look at the initial engagement. I guess Nafly, well, maybe you won't watch it, but he shoots him back. But this is Twist, great spacing as he comes out for the Henny trade. Typically, you would have a CT farther back on the site in a long A setup like that, but FURIA do all kinds of atypical stuff, which makes their CT sides hard to read. And normally it's the op that's farther back. And I think if there was a little bit more time, Henny was going to walk around the corner maybe. But either way, it looked like the trade was going to be possible. So the default works out well for Liquid. They get the info early with Naf playing it safe all the way back in spawn. And they punish one of FURIA's opening moves, a 3 Monster walkout. And it looks like they'll take this space again, considering what they saw from Naf last round. It doesn't tell them much, though. This is kind of nice for Liquid. They still have their options open. They don't know if a push has come out, but it's a real reset of the situation for both sides. And for FURIA, they're actually just info B, info A right now, trying to make the most of their bad guns.
Faster this time as well, right? Throwing 2 players to the corner of long A, and despite Henny hitting the scout shot, he doesn't pick up the kill. But Elige now walking wounded. See if FURIA keep this aggression going on with long. They're already starting to sniff out the top of the bathrooms. Very passive here from Liquid, considering they could have taken far more. Stewie, eyes up, just looks away And if he catches a fight over towards this A site, then that could very well prime Art to go swinging alongside Yuri. Stewie's going to walk right back into it, and sure enough, Furia into the 4v4.
Yep.
They've got a player on this B site, but check out Team Liquid, already on the outside of it, ready to rock this.
They don't have a lot of info and didn't notice how many CTs were out at bathrooms, so I'm surprised they're not moving faster into this exec. But 20 seconds left. They've crossed the point of no return. They enter the site looking for the plant. Yuri's here on the hot flank, but Elige will hear it and punish the kill.
MP9 within the site, just good for the first one. Grim's on point. He's got 3 HP. Elige on 12. Serato, massive health advantage. Goes for the headshot. Elige ducks down. He knows exactly where the last man's at. He goes to the top rope, and Elige sends him soaring. Soaked in the water at the end of this one. Team Liquid 4-1 start.
He knows he's dead. If he tries to draw out that fight any longer, has to take a risk by peeking early, and the punishment is there. Overall, the trades and the game plan looked really good in this round for Team Liquid. This is all very good stuff. Honestly, it's already pretty much a better T side than we've seen from them in any other game this tournament. Here, the default is just really nice where NAF is playing so far back. It allows them to not die early and get their confidence shaken. Also, even though Stewie dies there, up at A, it's so much good information. Imagine if Stewie doesn't die and they all had that stack going on to A, and then Liquid just continued forward if Stewie got a kill. They would have ran into way more players.
Stewie kind of the poisoned appendage in that last round. Better to cut it off early. .57 P250 and a Deagle. Everybody stacked up here from Furia, so there's certainly a threat facing Liquid, but with their bomb back in spawn, it's very clear they're not looking to rush this round. Meticulous decisions as they clear out every single corner with no sign of being shut down. Furia's last players here on long. Stewie's just running around with the MAC-10, gets the headshot, and Stewie's going to give him a little extra because Team Liquid are feeling this T-side. Like you said, this is the most amount of success we have seen from their T-halves so far at the Showdown.
So a few intangibles, of course. The fact that they're playing overseas is one thing. They're getting more practice, good practice recently. That goes for both teams. Stewie's sides playing together and boot camping and how they always play better in that sense. And then also recognizing that Furia is a team that's beat them in, 9 out of 11 of their
9 out of 10 this year,
10 of their last best of threes, and they need to overcome that. Something very close to that. All right, but Serato will take a lot of damage here at the M4. Art hanging out in stairs. We'll find out if he overstays his welcome. He's got a good angle, but the timing's not on his side. Oh! It doesn't even matter if he has the timing or not. Turns back around like a possessed man with that op. Flick shot, no scope into Stewie. And he'll even shove back his opponents with this smoke. He's here just to delay now.
Oh, but they jump over the fire.
Right over the scope.
Elige goes sailing.
That's how you do that.
Now they fade away from it. Damn, man. Art, he had to fight tooth and nail just to get that first kill, and the fact that it comes by way of no-scope, how wild. Molotov at the top of the staircase. He was just trying to keep himself up in the situation, and instead, he is dead, leaving Liquid to prioritize long.
Yeah, I'm not sure how aware they are that Henny's still opping. Can't remember if he had saved this or carried it forward, how in tune they are with the money. But they're moving towards long, and Henny is not here to fight them just yet. Elige dies, but this, again, gives them info on the setup a little bit. Then he will move into a new position. Absolutely clothesline, Snapfly, and twist, but he'll eventually be traded, but it doesn't matter. Furia ultimately, with those 2 kills from Vinny, the one in the back from Henny, they'll actually close the round out, even despite losing long A control there, and Elige moving fast, Liquid moving fast off of the information that Elige had died. Maybe this ridiculous no-scope actually helps their odds in this round.
Turns around on him. He was the troll in the dungeon. Scared Liquid off to long, wasting 0 time. Vinny, he needed those quick headshots. And obviously Elige dying, I mean, you see it the moment that Team Liquid start charging up long, FURIA realize all they have to work with is the positions out between bathrooms and the bomb site. They hugged the wall closest to long so that somebody had to come checking them. See, watch, Vinny hugging this wall, forcing the first player to go incredibly wide, far wider than the second player, sectioning off these 1v1s on his own terms because he knew he had to get to that piece of cover before he could swing out for frags. Really nicely done by Vinny. He takes to the top of the scoreboard for FURIA. And he has as many kills as we've played rounds. The 8th comes in off of the TAC timeout. Opt for Stewie 2K. Same for Henny. An exchange of utility down here in connector. But it's not Art alone. In fact, Art was there with Yuri, already reeling backwards towards bathrooms, leaving Yuri to hold this position instead.
Quick moves here. Out towards long. Art's all alone, spinning on a swivel, trying to get back some information. He'll call for Henny to come back and pick up long. So it looks like they're going to go into a more standard A setup here. And now that he's in this spot, it's a very strong place to be. Last round, Liquid just turned the corner quietly, but they can't afford to do that this time around. Henny will let an op shot go off. And once again, just this battle for information before they commit to anything.
Smoke down long. Art can easily call this one's bluff. He's going to do exactly that. So again, one of these moments where Team Liquid decide to change their decision.
Oof, they predicated the entire round on that one smoke push.
And the information works wonderfully here for FURIA. These B players are going to be on high alert. We've got Vinny playing counter flash in the corner. And we've got, of course, K Serato right there with him. Stewie 2K looking to smoke out the rotation. We also have Henny's op now down here, just next to the graffiti. Vinny is going to activate off of the flashes. It's Henny's assistance that comes in big. K Serato with a couple of kills. Alige going to trade one. It is a man advantage. 8 seconds left, and well, they need to just run right into the site, but with no cover from short, it's all on Nafly, and he doesn't have time. FURIA pushing that smoke on long, calling out the call, going with the rotation into the B site, completely icing Liquid out and giving themselves a third.
Right, yeah, as you're mentioning, calling out the call. Liquid, they rotate all the way around to B, and Art is right there to say, okay, well, there's no one peeking me. There's no one to come up afterwards, after the smoke. Henny's pushed through to make sure no one's out wide. I'm going to go get this info quickly, and that is a wrap. There's pretty much no way in FURIA's mind they lose that round. They've got the 2 monsters set up with a support flasher in the back. And Vinny just gets on his skateboard, slides out for the 2K spray down. And it makes things a whole lot easier on his teammates as well. Back to pistols, except for Nafly, who's retained the op. It's hard to really take over a round as the one opper on T side. On CT side, you know, you might have a lot more options. On T side, you might need a little bit of luck to figure out what the CT setup is going to be. And FURIA are a hard team to read on CT side.
Because they're so proactive.
And they bring so many different looks every single round.
Yuri floating on inside connector. That's where the first one falls. We do still have Henny posted with his sniper, and Twist tries to show him a little leg. Goes down for absolutely free. Yuri will be denied by Naf. So that sniper comes into the play for Liquid, but it's 1 kill as they're already facing a 2 versus 5. Yes, it does give a gun over to Stewie, but he doesn't even have the armor. 45 seconds in a very deep position from K Serato to call out any kind of A to B rotate. There's no way they go all the way back around through spawn. FURIA figured that much out for their own. And so the kills just continue to trickle in.
We could see with the boot camps coming into play, right, that things are changing a lot. This is the first time since May that they've actually played overpass against each other. And even though they've played this 10 or 11 best of threes against each other this year, they've only played overpass twice. And again, the last time was back in May. It's not a place where they normally meet up. And I don't think it's coincidence that they suddenly do it as soon as they fly to Europe, get some new practice, and have developed things.
Just to clear those numbers so we don't have to do it again. You were dead on. It is 10 BO3s already, 9 of them for FURIA. This is the 11th. In 2020, of course.
And we're already seeing quite a tight match. Some really cool stuff here. FURIA definitely putting Liquid's feet to the fire. And it's another fast monster run. Okay, well, this is versus short control. It'd be an interesting situation.
Yeah, they're trying to hit it heavy. Lots of damage already from the utilities. Case Serato with a quick kill. Molly's going to go ahead and clear out sandbags. There is a second player over there. Grim, he's given up his back to it, but Alige finding Vinny inside of the water. That one's massive. Yuri had to deny himself the chance to peek because of the fire at his feet. A 4 versus 2 for Team Liquid, smashing into that B site, reading into this constant presence from the likes of Yuri and Art inside of Connector. No longer playing around with that. No longer sizing up long. Not looking to tango in the bathrooms, but rather just bash their head against the B site. And they bust right through it here in the 10th. Team Liquid going to maintain their lead, 6-4.
Yeah, the call's obviously great. But just because a team goes for short water control doesn't mean they can't stop along the execute. Again, the idea of shutting down one side of the split and then opening up new positions for you to stand in can sometimes catch a team off guard. So the fact they have sandbags control double stacked, plus the first opening kill goes to the player on sandbags, meant that this could have gotten very ugly. But I think as soon as that Molotov lands, the player peeks out and Alige actually ends up trading him over on short. And then the round falls apart from there. Of course, also, we had somebody in heaven eat a flash completely, dropped into pit while Liquid were watching as they entered into Monster. So very, very quick execute and some nice trades means that Liquid will pick up a 6th T round. Already, again, looking very, very good here on T side.
Oh, but Yuri, he just peeked around the side of Fountain. Look at this gunfight. Instantly taking the pace right back to Team Liquid. And as FURIA on the CT side, there's not many places you can commit to what is just a head-to-head gunfight. Going into that Fountain play generally tends to be your best option. Works wonderfully. A solar flare at the top of the party, blinds 2. You see them tucking their heads into the wall, just hoping they'd survive. Absolutely not. FURIA, you want to play fast, they ask? They give Team Liquid an answer right back.
Henny's got this real comfortable angle here at the top of bathrooms, and Art is pushing all the way around.
Legged him.
Leg one, for what it's worth. It's actually still a 2-on-3 now because he doesn't get that kill. The flank comes out, but at a certain point, it won't be a surprise. They might be able to score a plant easy here.
Grim's going to go ahead and put it down on Prime. They hear one rotate coming up. Art, this flank is going to be crucial. Grim now watching it, but caught in the smoke, kind of crawling through in transition. Nafly, that smoke now begins to fade. Art could be peeking him already, but he does get himself closer towards the bank. There are questions to be asked here, and Naf, if he wraps this dumpster, they've already figured it out because 2 players come in from it, but he gets that instant headshot, and the bomb is not planted for him, but rather deeper on the truck. It's a 7-second left on the defuse, and Vinny gives cover by boosting on top of the diffuser. Oh, Vinny using Art like a step stool to give FURIA a 5th.
That's actually so sick, and he can watch both bank and CT depending on where Naf wants to approach from. Really sick play there by Mr. Vinny, and here's the opening of the round. Again, like the flash with the push, they just go for this tactic. They say if they establish on A control, then we'll shut them down early. This is...
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Some nice quick thinking, yeah. For that specific situation, looked really, really awesome. So, all right, let's see what they try to do this time. Of course, if you're on T side, doesn't mean you have to respect the A pushes. You've just got to be more prepared. Grim's very, very close to the smoke underneath them, and I think there is a world where he doesn't respect this. He's going to see them dismantle the boost and actually fall back to the top of stairs, and now Grim is trying to follow the scent. He's actually walking up behind them, and when you get info this early, you sometimes do have the compulsion to follow it, actually. So the early stair stack is called out, just like when we saw FURIA call out their play on long, and F also gets a kill on the other side of the map. This is going to maybe reinforce this push on their minds.
Yeah, I think so. But Art and Yuri, they both went from inside connector to the A site, back around to long. Art's going to get aggressive. Alige, he's going to be caught out in the open, but he hits a zinger of a headshot. Grim and Twists down low because of utility. But a fallback from Yuri as he empties out his belt. It's just the 3 flashbangs left over. Oh, Naf, though. Another kill coming through the monster. He takes absolute control first versus the Opper. And then the second, but there is a man in position back by the barrels. Case Serato catches Stewie scoped in. Nafly, 3 kills, from his position, and Team Liquid use that transition to give themselves a 7th.
Wow. Amazing round from Liquid. I mean, there's so many things that go well. It's hard to even crown an MVP of that round because every kill is pretty critical. Nafly makes a huge play by himself over on B, but Alicia's the one to win his duel versus Art, who goes back for information. And by that point, when FURIA had come back towards long after Grim had just figured out they were doing a stair stack, you would never think that Art would be that far out at long because he was basically holding W the entire time. I mean, it is a religion after all. But they still get the kill. That's the important part. FURIA have to save now. Yuri's got an MP9 to work with. Liquid go out for an A default. It won't be easy to get one over Liquid, and Nafly, it won't be his first rodeo dealing with the B push.
This is what it sounds like in Naf's head all the time.
Just a pure party. Yeah, that's why he just looks so exhausted. It's always the morning after for Nafly.
Goes ahead and catches Art, but he knows he's not alone. And neither is Naf, in fact. That rotator just keeping Caserado in position.
Meanwhile, silence on long.
Again, another solid call. It's one of those situations where you can't really do wrong anymore. You've got info, you've punished a push. You basically, the only way you lose the round is if you split up too much and allow for untradeable kills to come in. Like, see, they're actually even running into 3 players, but they should still be fine.
Should be. Player behind the dice box. If the short guys can cause a distraction, then this sweep out from Caserado could have gone big. Instead, Twists takes off his head, and 5 members of Team Liquid move forward. An 8-5 T-half on Overpass. Definitely justifying their map pick thus far. But of course, not over just yet. Unfortunately for FURIA, despite being able to stave off the economic problems as long as they have, it's going to be another ugly one. I'm just looking at USPs. They'll be shooting for a 6th round, best case scenario.
Again, we look back at, they were basically on a full-on win streak in NA playing Overpass. There wasn't very much good competition for them. But hold on, this is a very fast exec. Okay, they're going to hear this and take the bomb and probably run it into B. So Liquid played against Mad Lions on Overpass in this first series of the Showdown. They lost 12-16, and they went 2 to the 11 CT rounds of Mad Lions. So this is already a significant improvement. You can see that there's more deliberate calling, more confidence in moves. And they look very well drilled so far.
2 AKs picked up by FURIA. The USP's doing enough to at least grab that. And I think they're going to go ahead and test this. They had also picked up a flashbang, so that sort of helps in challenging on the short side of this affair. But they'll take a 3rd kill and leave that one at that. Let bygones be bygones and move those AKs into the next one. A 9th round from Team Liquid versus USPs. Obviously, FURIA still capable of a fight despite their lesser weapons. Man's inside of the smoke. Some kind of gremlin. Boost gets taken down beneath him, and he comes back with a quick bit of revenge versus Elige. So let's see it. One final attempt from FURIA here on the CT side to give themselves a 6th. A good chance at a little bit of improvement.
Love watching rounds like these. Like, what's your final strat? After everything that we've seen, all the baggage that comes with the previous losses and successes in the half, what do you choose to do? Elige defaulting towards A, takes a peek out towards Fountain, doesn't notice that Art is there. I feel like maybe if we took a freeze frame of that moment, he would have been able to spot Art, but I'm not exactly sure, and Art will actually punish him after he comes out for the peek. So Elige, in his mind, does the due diligence. He peeks out that way, but then Art just suddenly appears. He was actually there the whole time. This puts Liquid in an interesting position. It looks like they've got eyes forward on this monster hit. Don't know if they'll commit to it. They're starting to now congeal into all their usual nade lineup positions. And the CTs, with all this A control, they're going to be heavily stacked towards monster.
Vinny, seen him here before. Gets cleared by Grim. every time. Yes, it's Twist to take the kill, but Twist and Grim combining, fusioning into this B site oh so well. Let's see if they can take it back at the 2 versus 4. Henny's going to deliver a couple of kills. Now it's even. A smoke thrown from Furia to block off vision on short. And Art, well, he's down to 15 HP. We're talking 27 health combined for the remaining members of Furia. Stewie 2K's op still on a full bar, and because of his deep position, it leaves it all on Henny. He's the reason they got this close. Can he close? Time is ticking quickly, doesn't have a kit currently on him, so that's really going to serve the biggest issue, and there is no chance for him to find this clutch. Team Liquid with double digits on a T side. Significant improvement since they played versus Mad Lions, and now they'll swap to the defensive half, where all we have seen is dominance.
Jesus. That's a new record, eh?
Alright, your T-spawn does too.
Okay.
Move to the right. Wait, go forward. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, keep going, keep going. Go straight, go straight. Jump over the ramp, jump. Ooh, go right, go right. You gotta look right a little bit, look right a little bit. Okay, go forward. Move to the right a little bit. Wait, yeah, go forward, jump. Jump forward a little bit. Go straight. Go forward, look left. Look left for me real. Alright, keep going left a little bit. Yeah, go forward now, go forward and jump. And then move to the right. You can look right. Keep looking right. Move to the right. Go forward, jump. Okay, jump again. Jump again. And then look to the right. Look right now, look right. More. 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 Hold D and jump. Yeah, jump up now, jump up to the right, and then you move forward. Yeah, jump to the right. Here, wait, look right a little bit, look right. Yeah, jump forward. You gotta crouch, yeah. Okay, wait, move to the left a little. Look a little left, a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, go forward, go forward. Move left a little bit and then go forward. Okay, perfect. Slowly, wait, move to the right, slowly, slowly. Keep going a little bit, Alright, go forward now, go forward straight. And then look behind you and press E. There you go. Wait, press E? Yeah. Wait, he has to do a second map? Yeah, jump, go forward. Oh, go forward, look to the right. 90 degrees to the right. Yeah, right there, go forward. Wait. Okay, stop, look to the left. Yeah, go, hold W and jump. Yeah, there you go. Right, let's see how we get past this part. Alright, move forward and jump onto that thing if you can. Try it again, try it again. There you go, okay, move forward. All the way, keep going, keep going. Okay, look right a little bit. Look right, 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 right. Okay, move forward.
That's a new record, eh?
That is a new record.
Hey! Dude, you are so good, man. You're so good.
It's the movement, dude. I'm just the eyes, you're the movement.
No. You were so good at explaining. I was just completely quiet. I was just listening.
Team Liquid providing us CT sides in abundance here in Europe. It's the North American matchup today for a spot at the Blast Fall Finals.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't go too far, Moses.
Wow. Opening kill percentage goes down.
Look at them all laughing at him.
Doesn't need it anyway. He's always got his knee on a chair spinning in circles.
You think Moses misses us?
I can hear the monkey clapping in his brain. Do I think he misses us?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Do we miss him?
I hope he misses us so much he's sad, you know?
Yeah.
I want him to be unhappy.
Well, at least he's off finding some success.
Yeah. I mean, look at this facility.
Sure.
Look at this team right now.
Yeah, actually,
yeah,
never mind.
feeling pretty
I don't
good.
think he misses shit. I think he's having a grand old time.
Yeah. Definitely things are working better. Team looks good. T-side looks good. I predicted FURIA coming into this match. because I wasn't sure about Liquid's T side. They've improved everything. I don't really have any more questions. That was definitely very solid, and I still saw shades of Furia in that first half. They may have made some mistakes, but overall, like, you could see their game plan was still there. They were hitting some shots. They just lost, fair and square.
But now there are still questions about whether Furia's T side could be the one that busts through Liquid's ice wall. We'll find out. That much we know for sure. Naf falling back away from long. Furia very much going to take this. All of their members up here closer towards the A site. You can say the exact same thing for Team Liquid. There's that possibility of the connector to B rotate, and obviously that internal clock for Liquid is ticking. They now recognize that possibility and will move a couple pieces downstairs. They've got the kit, a smoke, and a Molotov for the retake if needed. Twist's just going to go ahead and spot it. That smoke from Furia to deny any vision of somebody over on Monster because they had nobody here and they don't know if there's already anchors, but there isn't. They're going to boost for heaven. Oh, I like this.
Jack goes up the beanstalk, and now they can flank CT. CT kills come in. Vinny's still stuck up top. Oh my god, these CT trades are incredible, though.
And he has to start firing off. It's a 1v5, and they now know exactly where he's at. Ali's just going to stick this defuse with the kit, so it's all over.
Oh, Jesus.
And Vinny, he's giving us headshots, damn it. But it's the rest of his team that couldn't find a single kill among the four of them. And Team Liquid going to take second pistol here on Overpass. The CT side starts strong.
The novelty of Vinny's position wears out as soon as his teammates die this quickly on the site. He cannot play off the bomb timer. The bomb's not planted for him, so he actually needs to come in earlier to get kills. But it's still a good idea for him to be here. He just needs just a tiny bit more help. And you can see he was firing hot from the heavens to get the 3 kills. But another pistol round 1. And I just think at this point, like, even if Liquid CT side drops off a bit because of Furia, they should still be able to score the 6 out of the last whatever rounds. But that being said, again, one of the storylines coming into this match is if anybody in the world right now knows Liquid and can beat them and has proven it this year and could maybe test their CT side, it's Furia here on T side. So hopefully we get a longer half. We'll have an early buy because of this bomb plant that went down. Furia have some reasonably good guns and equipment. A little bit light on Vinny and Art. They're going the full firepower mode. Leash comes out with an early peek. He had a great spawn to do so. Furia are nowhere to be found.
Stewie going for the jump spot. Could have just got caught by Art, but he doesn't find the opening kill just yet. Still very much looking for it, and sure enough, nearly takes down Twist. Incendiary goes beyond him, and Stewie at a distance, the third defender on this B site, will get that opening kill. Team Liquid, 2 members wounded. Utility on everybody other than Twist and Stewie 2K, but Furia kind of magnetized towards this bomb site because of that first casualty. Let's see if they can get into it. They're walking out silently with AKs in hand. Queserado's scout. That plays off of short, and Stewie, he's going to go pushing into this. They get aggressive, and Twist only adding 1 more kill to the tally, so a man advantage for Furia made possible by Team Liquid's discretion. And Furia winning the force buy, 3 AKs saved. That works out wonderfully for the offense.
Try to find that opening in the timing. You throw the flash to the left side of the pillar, and Yuri will punish. He's a little bit late to it. Of course, that timing is arbitrary. They're trying to go off a feeling like, hey, flash now, and then they peek. Sometimes they're going to be out in the open, sometimes they won't be. That was a situation where they were not, and they lose. Now, you could say, why do they need to push? Well, they actually didn't have better guns than Furia, even though they had a man advantage, so they probably felt a little bit of pressure to close the distance. But the risk does not pay off this time around, and that forces them back onto pistols, which makes this game a whole lot more interesting. That's all I really care about.
I'm all aboard. You've sold me a ticket.
Yeah, let's potentially see, 10 rounds on this T side from Furia, and see not 10 rounds they win, but at least a good amount of rounds where Liquid will be tested, and we can really get to understand Liquid CT side when Furia is involved.
No contact made whatsoever, so easy walkout on long, but Stewie maybe not making it so easy. Hits the Deagle headshot, does have teammates around here. Question is, did the weapon get retrieved, or is it still sitting inside of the smoke? Yeah, it's on the CT side of it. He just found it inside of the smoke. Now he backs up. Stewie all of a sudden becomes that much more threatening.
Oh, flank. Vinny walks right around Elige. Some information and damage dealt here. And he takes Wet out on the stairs. This opens up B if they want to go this way. Stewie's here to fight. They end up just taking the 50-50. Queserado will win both. Bingo for him. Grim gets out. Furia win the round. And it was a good attempt. It definitely was the right stack. It was a good opening kill for Team Liquid. But they don't win the round. It's going to happen sometimes. We'll see what they can do on this follow-up. It might be Furia getting to 8 here based on the economy that we're seeing so far.
I kept my eyes on Stewie. I'm kind of wondering whether Elige had anybody looking to his side before that walk-up happens. Because he's just like, stuffing his face against the wall.
Yeah, I think he is just playing for himself. I think you're right. Like, if it was a rifle round, he would never stand there looking that way without somebody holding the outside of bathrooms for him. But on a round like this, he was just taking a risk for himself. Probably didn't even tell anyone.
I know Naf was inside of Connector, but presumably walking down from long to the bathrooms itself. He slips through somehow, some way. Queserado giving cover here. Good round from Furia. I like it. And obviously Team Liquid still recovering economy. It'll be just Grim with his measly CZ. Smoke and armor.
Love to get an update on the stats after this game is over for all those CT side stats.
Those unbelievable numbers.
Really unbelievable, yeah. Okay, Vinny will take Stewie out, and it's USP Mowdown City. Population, Furia. Queserado
styling on
through the boost. That's it. Liquid also had the highest trade kill percentage as well. The key plays that were being made between Nafly and Elige, I think, were the most interesting. We saw them on we saw them on Nuke, and we saw them on Dust 2, where these guys seemed to communicate each other telepathically. When Nafly would take a peek somewhere, Elige would take a peek on another part of the map, moving seamlessly in between each other, really doing a good job of finding openings. And there just seemed to be a good amount of natural chemistry when it came to making those decisions.
Naf, of course, right back to that slot behind Dumpster.
Yeah,
it's where he plays on T side.
Discoteca.
It's where he found comfort here in the 19th, but it is Furia. 8th round on the board. 3 rounds the difference. 3 AKs saved. Naf getting his knees taken out. Kind of fights beyond, and there we have it. Guns back in for Team Liquid. This is Vinny calling out the boost from Stu. And I hope we get that wallbang kill too, just for style points.
Queserado through the boost.
All right, let's see it. Buy back up from the defense, but Furia's offense, that forced buy in the second round, nets them 3 in a row. How far do they ride the momentum?
Very standard go of it so far. Furia looking for the boost. It looks like they might be rewarded. Yes, the player goes up top. It's with 2. It's with a flash, though. So even though it took some time and they were watching it, twist flashes everything. Grim now trying to play off the pillar, looking at the left side. Queserado will peek out, win his goal. Oh my god, make it 2. This guy is on fire.
Now that Molotov's going to hit Stewie, but Stewie gets aggressive, catching him with a nade out. Queserado doesn't mind. Gets the AK right back in hand, and his 3K has done everything for Furia. Off of the back of the 3v5.
Oh man, Naf's already down to 4 HP through the spam. Henny will punish him, send him tail between his legs, back through CT spawn, over towards A, and Elige, he's just trying to make a play. He'll get punished for that. Furia, when they're patient, you're confused, because they're always being aggressive, and that sometimes is the trick that they use as well. So Nafly, again, will look to save, as Furia probably just moves slowly into the B site. We're going to assume 35 seconds. I mean, they could make some crazy decision here, but it seems like they're starting to walk out now. It's all about Quesarado when we look back on the replay package for this round. The first kill is one thing. Denying the refrag is where Liquid have shone. And the third kill, again, just the cherry on top. At that point, it's like they already won the round. We saw how good it was for Liquid when they came out of Monster, and there was a heavy Monster setup where either like Grim and Elige both looked in different places and both got their opening kill and destroyed that setup. That's what it felt like this time for FURIA, except it was all one player.
And one player who was so close to getting killed after the second. He didn't anticipate Stewie getting aggressive. We've seen that from Liquid now twice on the B site. When FURIA start to find that opening, they throw a flash in, try and force their way back into the control of it. But Quesarado gets his gun back out so quickly and then just taps into the face of Stewie behind the Toxic. Really looking forward to seeing this 3K on the replay.
Let's check it out. So we get the opening pillar kill, looking for the refrag. Amazing adjustment off the twist, flicks to the right, and then falls back off of the presence from Stewie, and doesn't exactly predict where he's going to go, but again, the adjustment is there. His first blade accuracy is so damn good. He's on 20 and 11 right now. He's definitely been a superstar on this map, making this game extremely competitive. And so far, it's been a pistol round win for Team Liquid. 4 rounds following that for FURIA. And it's back to pistols again here for Team Liquid.
Trying to go for the boost, but Naf just ate a flash. And because of that slight delay...
That's one of FURIA's favorite boosts. You think you're not going to watch that?
Yeah. Trying to use their own tricks against them. But at the same time as that boost kind of distracting the 2 players inside a short, we had Grim push through this smoke to ice out Art. Minute 15, bomb back by the Discoteca.
Bomb will be retrieved. 3 CTs facing forward. Ooh.
That's a big one.
Yeah, a clean one too.
Elige, he still hangs on to the M4 and he just jumped out of heaven. Grim just sidelines Quesarado, slides right past the monster, takes his head clean off. They had so little to work with in this round, and it's not over just yet. But Quesarado's the one who clutched it from Liquid's jaws last round, and now he is already taken out of this one. So who goes big? Vinny or Henny, or neither? Henny's honing in on Grim. He has only 12 HP, but this Deeg hits the floor. Liquid with a robbery as they find 12 rounds.
I didn't think that would be the way that they extend the lead. 9-12 off of that. A couple of great plays here. A nice shot from Twist into short with the Deagle. And Yuri initially denying this boost, you think, okay, it's going to be a very, very clean round, super easily done, but it isn't so. Grim's 2K is huge.
Big Grim.
Yeah. The flash doesn't actually hit, but Quesarado's clearing right as soon as he walks out, so it's good timing on the audible. They react accordingly. FURIA back to going towards Monster. Yuri way far out.
Let's see, Stu completely blind. These CTs about to be pummeled unless they can hold their ground. Twist, there's a player right next to him. Everybody's now starting to regain vision, but these PT's positions, they did not expect it. Grim also with the element of surprise, wrapping around the column, turns it onto Henny, and now he has Art pinned in position. Does a good bit of damage. Elige coming for more, and Naf with the ult gets Yuri down. Vinny's delayed peak also removed, and Team Liquid firing through what was a fiesta on that B site.
No way they actually defend against that. This is the bane of Liquid's existence, where B execs like this, specifically the ones that Strawless were throwing with all of these continuation flashes that came in. I absolutely love this from FURIA. The way that they got Yuri all the way to the back of the site, separated from everyone else. So the second, third, fourth player, sometimes they get naded depending on the spawn. So they actually create some distance there, and they get everyone so blind. Yuri gets into a position on the site. There's another player back a pit. First kill goes down for FURIA, and that's where it should totally collapse. That's where everything should fall apart for Liquid. But they keep their wits about them. They don't respond to the fact that they were fully blind for so many seconds. They look around because they know FURIA could be anywhere. They find the frags. That's insane. Really well done for Liquid. Again, they've always struggled to hold B.
You saw Stewie's reaction as well. Just couldn't kind of believe what the hell just unfolded. So many layers to that one. And so few for FURIA here in the 23rd. An op on Art. single smoke to work with, but they are being given some distance for free. Team Liquid forfeiting over bathroom and long, and we all know how this can play into the hands of the T's when it comes to overpass A site. You get that long presence, walk all the way down, and with Art catching Naf, that is massive. They're about to start running this in. They're gonna crank that dial. Unleash, he also goes down with no response. And Stewie from the dumpster, so many players to fire at. They are all empty-handed. Are you kidding? FURIA just snowballing into this A site. Twists down to beyond half health. And they're trying to find some kind of an answer because straight out the gate, they had nothing to work with. Liquid's defense evaporates.
They leave them a little bit of a bait to take that off and walk away. There's no chance for Team Liquid in this post-plant situation to take over the site again. Another round where they basically get ecoed. This is a half-force, like slight investment round for FURIA. They're trying to score a bomb plant. They're trying to get 3 kills. Winning, they'll take it, of course, but that certainly wasn't their expectation coming into the round. And, I mean, honestly, it didn't look like Liquid were doing too much wrong here. I think one thing you're always worried about on CT side is not using all of this free map control when it comes to A. And, sorry, Art did have an op. That's actually a big deal here. Knocking down the op on Nafly early on. But getting the info early, but then having your CT feel like dying in the front of the site, thinking he has to make some kind of play back to get some information or to get a kill, and that leaves him out in the open. And FURIA just attacking really relentlessly makes that incredibly difficult. I thought there was less of an investment there. Look, Henny and Art both have ops. Looking for kind of a gimmick round. I feel like they give this away. This is Art getting a kill, which kind of powers up Henny. We'll see if a mistake gets made, but it looks like he's also with the pack. Yeah, he's just eyes posted on mid, waiting for them to look to try to get some information elsewhere. But that's not even going to happen. Stairs control is Art's, whether he knows it or not. You know he's going to go find out for himself. Stewie and Elige back on the site. Liquid look a little bit scared here. They know they need to make something happen. If they sit back and wait, especially on the A site, eventually they'll get overwhelmed. But where do they get the information? We saw FURIA were so good on CT side and knowing when to aggress and not wasting any time. So by the time you came to the site, they'd already cleared out two, three things. Oh, Liquid gamble hard on A, and it is the incorrect read. They're going to be late to move back. Actually, I think FURIA will hear them even rotating.
Yeah, so FURIA, they're going to commit to this as Liquid try to sporadically bounce back in. But you can see the hesitations already, and with that second, they grab the op off. Stewie's going to try to save it. Naf, the first casualty of both of these rounds, getting plucked off of the APC on A site when all they had to work with was Art's op. And then he tries to go for that duel versus Art yet again here in Connector. That was the kill that kind of gave FURIA all the control, slipping into the B site. They'll see the snipers disappeared. Recognizing Liquid looking to save the 4 weapons into the next one because their bottomed out bank accounts can't sustain too much. Twists, Fomus finding Art. Now he's going to get peeked by Vinny, but that also canceled. So 3 players to save. Unless Henny gets one more at the end.
11th here for FURIA, and this is Team Liquid coming off of a 10-5 start into their stronger side. 10-5 half versus Mad Lions on their CT side of Overpass, the first best of 3 here at the Showdown. But FURIA looking to stop all that, to stand in the face of all of the statistics that we have, to show us how few statistics that we have.
I think one of the strengths of FURIA today was going to be talking about that T side and whether it could figure out Liquid. Well, right now we're getting our answers. It can. Thank the heavens for Liquid that they were able to improve on their offensive side, because that was the second question mark. So we're getting the answers we want. We're getting the game we want. Things heating up as we hit the 25th round. FURIA able to establish the short control pretty quickly. They're going to go ahead and smoke out Monster. Art, he's going to try to run through this. There is a smoke on the other side to help him. Twists now knowing without vision that there could be players above. And Vinny, he slips right into the sight, but it's Grim and Stewie to lock it down. Twists is the first casualty, but it's a 2 versus 4. And Furia, all they have is that back door of the Monster. They've got a player in a deep commitment. Art barely alive. Henny's sniper looking to give the cover, but Grim, he catches another. That's 3 kills for Grim on this B hold. An anchor for Team Liquid, but a solution in Henny. 2 kills in the 1v4, and with 40 seconds, he slips back out.
Whoa, options are actually wide open at the moment. It would be one big rotation over towards the A site if he wanted to go that far. The longer he waits, the more nervous Liquid get about whether or not they should split up. It's in his best interest to take his time here, even if he goes for hitting B again. So really costs him nothing to seek out some information. There are no 1v1s to be found. And it looks like Henny is thinking about going over towards A. The door is open. He'll make the rotation, and they do not hear this. This is going to be a free plant. This would be a 1v4 to absolutely destroy the confidence, economy, and scoreline and stats of Liquid on CT side. And there's a pretty big chance. I'd chalk it up to, 50-50 at this point if he gets a free shot on the first kill.
So he posts, and he sees the head, but he misses that first one. Now the pressure's on. Henny, they're getting closer. 3 kills, and the 4th! Henrique with a clutch for Furia. An absolute dismantlement of Liquid in one of the most crucial of moments.
They don't peek them together off the back of Dice. This is such a critical moment, as you're saying. First of all, the shots are great, but again, this should never happen. If Naf is going to take a peek there, if someone else is going to take a peek there, if there's any hope that he could get a shot off, there needs to be someone there to swing, and Op should not be able to do this. Devastating round here for Team Liquid. It's been a couple of heroic individual plays in spots where Liquid actually look quite good to pull this half back into question. That'll take the smile off your face. Emotions will play a factor after a round like that, but you have to move forward. Like, you cannot think about what just happened. The only issue is that this is probably going to allow Furia to even up here. I don't know what the investment is going to be for Team Liquid, but it's going to be a neutered one.
Four Desert Eagles, a 5-7, and a flashbang. Well. Furia are the solution. Team Liquid still hanging on to a lead, and obviously, they're able to get into those man advantages. It's a matter of shutting down the clutch factor in moments like that. Lige was inside of connector early, but he's already started to skate back towards the A site. Heavy numbers for Liquid on B. Furia have plenty of time, plenty of momentum. We haven't seen them rushing things. And if they keep that up, all should be good.
Looks like a smoke to just hold him in place for a little bit as he peels back. Bomb going to go towards A. Elish is alone here on the A site with just a pistol. So what could be a successful and clean anti-eco coming up as Furia set eyes forward on Elish back Dice. Rotations will not come out from the CTs.
Grenades go beyond. Elish just looking for that crucial headshot. Naf finds one. Vinny able to answer with 3 kills. That's big. They all come at him from different angles. And he's able to react fast enough. Twists incredibly low. Yuri's gonna bag it. Furia 13 rounds. We are tied up, and there is no reason to believe that the Brazilians can't keep this ball rolling.
Yeah, I think in the early rounds, it comes down to like who's got the better setup, like who's winning. But then as soon as the heroic plays start coming in, K Serato 3K, even this round actually, right? Vinny could have died 3 different ways, and that makes things a whole lot more questionable. But he wins all 3 duels. Small situations like that can mean the world. But yeah, now that we're in the final few moments here, The light is starting to wane for Liquid. How much do they have left in the tank? At least on the bright side for them, they can continue with what works because the early rounds, the starts, have been pretty good. They've even won back some 4v5s, right?
Yes. Cold hard facts. Where's that flash? Yuri's about to peek this. Oh my goodness. Third man goes in. Art, he gets the headshot versus Stewie. A 3-player boost on short. And Elige now gonna hug that close wall, confirming they're still in there. Furia walking away back over towards the monster. What's the setup inside of B? Twists along the wall. Grim in the pit. He has been one of the heaviest hitters on that B site, Grim. Furia, they're going to leave the bomb and 2 additional players here on Monster and then give the task to the remaining players to go and challenge this A site. Look at the rotates being drawn up. Everything is offered over. B site basically clear for the taking. Grim starts to walk back in because the A players disappear, and as he rounds the corner, he does find K Serrato and almost Vinny. But Vinny, the showstopper in these last 2 rounds.
Absolutely. If there's anybody here that's quelled them, it's
big.
Vinny. Grim, he's been putting in the ADR.
They're going to sprint in. They've already got the water control. It's an even 3v3. They see them all, and Naf's not able to get anything. Twists, 1 kill for him. Before this 3v3 went running in, it was him to get the first one, but he doesn't have a kit, and they're not going to go for the peak. Eventually, Yuri rounds that corner, and Art, well, he might think that this is not being stuck.
Oh my god, he still got it.
Gets both! And there should be ample time for the defuse.
No
How has he managed?
Have your cake and eat it too, Twist. He goes for the defuse. He plays totally reactionary instead of off a read. Doesn't move from that situation and pulls that back. This is Stewie, big smile on his face. It wouldn't be so big after dying in the way that he did. The triple boost here off the start. Art taking Stewie out, who's literally watching this. Imagine he was not smiling at the very beginning. The retake was not looking good, but Grim sets him up nicely with some damage in, even if he doesn't get both kills.
The beauty of that 3-person boost is obviously, you know, we see the 2 guys and you're thinking he's going to jump up. Stewie's looking at what you normally expect, but I feel like Art, because he's just a furthermore to his left, it's that little difference. And anticipating Stewie's position, he likes to stick to that box.
Well, it looks like Liquid have got some clutch too.
God damn. No kit. No kit in the 1 versus 2.
But
and he just draws them in.
It's perfectly played. I mean, it's not even like Furia even tried to call out the fake, but he is sticking it the whole time. And if they don't peek him, he'll get the defuse. That was literally what they had to do. They took the fight they needed to take. Okay, Naf, nice low shot here into the back of Long. A player wrapping around bathrooms, I think trying to move off this information around the outside. No one's spotting it from the top of bathrooms. The CTs don't throw a good smoke here. They're forced in.
And they know Naf's still stranded.
They're quarantined right now. They've got to buddy up and stay close together. Naf turns around for a kill. He's alone.
Vinny's cleared the player over on that A site, so all of a sudden Naf realizes there is no help, but does he need it? Eventually, Art's going to drop him. We're back into the 2 versus 2, and because this A site's compromised, Twists and Grim, with a bit of hesitation on their rotate, they need to clear everything. And Vinny, he's right outside the doorway here to the right. Twist sees the shadow, easy pickup, and this opens things up for Art to head downstairs to the B site. It is clear for the taking. He has the smoke and a Molotov. No kit for the retake. Not that stopped them last round. Art is within this site, and they both jump down. He sees the second head, keeps his Molotov for now. A flash on Grim and a first tap from Twist. Art goes for the peek, kind of jiggles it, and Grim goes right through him. Team Liquid take 15.
Well handled. That's Vinny looking for some information. Art already making up his mind that he's going to go towards B. If he gets a kill, he does, then that's good. But of course, Vinny low on HP over on the other side. That's Liquid with 15 off this retake. What a situation, and I guess we'll have to take another look at Nafly here from the top of the bathrooms. Again, he's got a teammate early on. I didn't even realize he had died just a few seconds before that. But after that happens, he's got to swivel 180 to 180 to pick up all of these kills. Art eventually trades, but man, when it gets close, Liquid, they pulled it out.
First timeout from FURIA. In an absolutely critical moment. They're going to have to crunch some numbers. Vinny and Art at about that $3,000 mark. Although Art already had the armor, so it's really just going to be Vinny, I think, who has to compromise. FURIA have absolutely had some clutch factor. They've pulled out round wins with far less than this. But Liquid back-to-back retakes. 3 of their 5 CT rounds by way of defuse. A little delayed here on this boost. Vinny puts some bullets through the wall. And both those players from Liquid give it up. Concentrated effort from FURIA to come clear this. Last time we saw Liquid so far back on this A site, it was that one op shot from Art that made the difference. And I feel like having sussed out the situation, they are going to commit with this. Smoke grenades everywhere. Yuri picks up the first kill, but there's still 2 CTs in a further forward position. Elige rattling one off, and Naf eats the flash. Vinny's just on the other side of the flowers, and he's so low. Everybody here for FURIA. Now it's a man advantage. Liquid taking them apart 1 from 1. K Serrato off of long. And Naf, he's also toppled. Yuri hits a crucial headshot.
They don't have bomb.
30 seconds. They need to disengage. Grim's not going to let them. K Serrato, how does he go get that bomb? Either he grabs it and runs to the B site, or would he even think he can manage to come back?
He's got no choice. He's got to stay here. CTs are going to rotate in. He's just got to assume they're going to give him respect, but the longer he takes, the less likely he is he gets the full plant off. He's going for the fake, his one chance to do it. He sees both. Can he get the kills? He'll go for one chance to plant, but instead he'll look for the 1v1. There's no time left to do this.
Team
It's
Liquid.
a game lost.
Wow, talk about playing it down to the wire. Defuse after defuse into the nittiest, grittiest 1v1 time. Their 6th teammate. The clock, their biggest ally. Liquid picking it up, but we got answers, Mohan. An improvement on the offense from Liquid, and all of a sudden, that CT side looking mortal. This best of 3 series to crown one of our last Blast Fall finalists. We'll throw this one to the break, and the analysts will unpack Overpass in just a bit.
Two in pit.
Pillar.
Two in pit, two in pistol. Two in pistol.
Monster.
Two in pistol, two in pistol. One left, one splinter. One left, one splinter.
He's slow under pit.
Splinter still. Chill.
Short.
Oh my god. Good job.
Russ! Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Mike, that was insane.
I don't know what just
Let's
happened,
go,
guys.
baby!
Good job.
He ran through the mid-sight smoke, and I see my teammate here, and
Dude, I'm making plays.
Dude, I felt like I was playing.
I can drop you, Mike. I can
No,
drop
you're
you.
good. Fucking hectic.
There's one moment I'm going to take from that. They don't know what happened. We don't know what happened on multiple points of that game. What a great start in this series from both teams there. Now, Maniac, you said about Liquid CT sides there. Well, that T side was looking hell of impressive to start off with, and it was almost slipping away from him a bit towards the end.
Yeah, it feels like we went into the upside down in that game because we had mentioned how Liquid were so solid on the CT side, struggling a little bit to find their way into the T side. It was the other way around. They were very, very impressive in that first half. They were dictating the pace. They were finding the openings towards Monster mostly. And then when they switched over to the CT side, you started to see some cracks. You started to see FURIA coming alive, and I got scared just a little bit.
I think we all did.
Yeah, it was a great game. I just love that clip right there because I think that describes the entire game right there. It was hectic from beginning of the game, right? Back and forth. We expected Liquid to be better on the CT side. We didn't expect them to do as well as they did on the T side. And it was a back and forth game, I feel like. Plenty of clutches, plenty of emotions, and overall a really, really cool game to watch. Not the most polished game of Counter-Strike, not necessarily the best quality, but in terms of like fun value right here, that was good.
Well, it was a great game indeed, and plenty of opportunities for us to get one of our other eco plays.
And from that one, I'm taking you back to when Liquid were in control, because it happened in the first half of that game. The scoreline is 7-5, and we will see FURIA putting a half bite together, trying to push, but Liquid will handle it beautifully. It starts with Naf being very careful. We saw as well Grim very close to him, ready to help, which is a key aspect. You need to have players being ready to help, and at the very end, just as a team together in that 5 versus 3, Liquid executing on that A side. We'll see again the Wolfpack mentality, ready to trade each other, protect each other. His Twist is saving his teammates, and Naf is just going to close. So the reason we bring him as an eco play is that Liquid made that with 5 players alive. That is so important in terms of money. If you want to be safe into the next round, they did a good job. This round to me is the explanation of that first half. Liquid in control, and then it went to hell.
That was also the point where I felt, okay, Liquid, you're going to win this game, right? Because we expected so much on their CT side. We expected them to be able to replicate the CT side they've been playing with so far. They were in control. They seemed like the better team, but I don't know what happened, James, but when we switched over to the other side, it was like FURIA came alive, and Liquid, they may, thought to themselves the same thing as we're thinking. We've already won.
Well, we may have looked at Liquid CT sides, right? But we also know FURIA can play out these T sides very well. And I want to take a look at Henny's moment in here, because this was just phenomenal, guys.
I mean, that's one of the clutch where you have to look at both ways. First of all, Liquid might be overpicking just a little bit, but Henny is just not missing. He basically here clipped 2 millimeters of each player's.
Yeah, and at this point, a 2 versus 1, Henny's so good in these situations. Always calm, always cold. He's even missing a shot here in a couple of seconds where you think to yourself, this is over. And that's where I want to jump on Maniac's point. Liquid right here, Stu 2K, he's trying to bait up the shot. Doesn't work, but the backup is not in there in time. He might never be allowed to hit those 2 shots. When they go in there, when they go up against Henny, when he's pinch points into the corner towards long, you need to be able to refrag straight away. There should be in no world he's allowed to shoot another shot, which he did. And of course, he hit it.
And now I'm really scared at this point, right? If we come back to this moment in the game, because you saw it, Henny stood up, but also it seemed to actually work this time, him hyping up the rest of his teammates there. You saw Yuri's throwing out the little fingers with it as well.
It was really nice to see them celebrate together. At this point in time, you're thinking, oh, damn, they're actually putting it back together. Now they are in control. They feel like they're actually doing it. And we were sat here watching the game thinking, yes, they're actually putting it back together. They have the momentum. And it took... Again, for Liquid, it took individuals' heroics to save them from that situation. I have to mention Grim, because again, to me, he's one of the highlight players. Whether you want it or not, he was there. He was stepping up on that B-bomb side. I mean, the force buy that Liquid wins is off the back of a triple kill from Grim, starting with the CZ, and then the round that we had, Stevie was talking about how crazy it was. Grim again doing work, topping the scoreboard. He was one of our rookies at the beginning of the pre-show.
And now we've got to look at Twist's moment, right? Because somehow, okay, Twist did brilliantly here, but no way FURIA should have let him have that one.
No, that was the moment when Liquid fought back, right? They took over control of the game again. It was back and forth, Henny clutching, and now Twist coming in with the clutch we're going to see now. The way he was playing that was absolutely perfect, but I have no idea what FURIA was doing. Look at this situation. 1 versus 2. Bomb timer always halfway through. Twist doesn't have a kit. At this point, there should be no way he's winning this, right? Goes off the bomb, hits a nice shot, diffuses it again. Both the FURIA players, they're peeking after the 5 seconds, which means he could have defused it had he had a kit, but he does not. And I don't know why both of the FURIA players are doing this, right? Because Twist, had he stuck the bomb for all 10 seconds, he would have been dead, of course. But if you're FURIA, you have an inner clock working for you. If you expect him to have a kit, you're going to peek out before the 5-second mark. If you expect him not to have a kit, it doesn't make sense to peek straight after the 5-second mark.
Yeah.
In reality, right there, that was a poor clutch from FURIA.
Yeah, and I mean, we are going into detail for a second here,
Yes,
but
yeah.
you never want 2 players to peek at the same time because then you're at risk of getting just a collateral spray, and Twist would have been okay with that. But if you're going to leave space between them, there are 2 options. You either come from different sides, different angles to surprise them, or you just leave half a second so that when Twist gets the first kill, relaxes for a second, then you come in as a refrag. Here, the distance between the 2 players and the fact that they come from the same position allow Twist to win that 1v2.
And let me be very clear, that was the moment FURIA lost the game. Had
Yes.
Twist not won this clutch, I think FURIA would have been good enough and they would have shaken Liquid enough to win it, right? You saw a little bit of fire coming up in Liquid again. You saw in the player cams, that the players were relieved instead of celebrating. They knew they're about to lose a game they should have won. So Twist right here didn't have a great game overall. I think he went 1 for 6 in opening duels, had 20 kills. It wasn't necessarily bad, but that clutch right there, that was a game-winning clutch.
I'm going to bring us back into this conversation around in-game leaders here because we spoke about this, right? When we're looking at a lot of EU in-game leaders at the moment, especially at the top level, they are the fragging in-game leaders. Both Art and Stewie are not fragging out like they used to. The thing when you look at Art and FURIA, right? He's obviously had to reinvent himself once before and didn't get away with it, right? Now he's come back into it. At the moment, he's struggling. Then you've got Stewie here, who just, I guess, is having to do so much more than he's used to that he's not able to deliver to the level we know this incredible player can.
I'd say you have 2 different profiles and 2 different type of struggles right here. First of all, you have Art, who on a good day or a bad day is not really going to change how much space he takes on the map. He said it in interviews, if I'm not finding the kill, then at least I'm creating space, I'm creating trading opportunities. Whereas for Stewie, I feel like he might have taken a step back in terms of aggressiveness on the serve, and he fills in the gaps a little bit more.
Okay.
So he's still struggling, but again, we talked about it. Bringing a new player, how much micromanagement do you have to do, how much adaptation you have to do, it might come into play as well.
Now we've got to start talking about Inferno here because this is a match that not only do we always see Inferno on between these guys, right? This time it's going into FURIA's pick. Now, Inferno can be played by everyone, and this game was close as it was. I think we're expecting a lot more of the same.
I think it's going to be a really, really good game. The way FURIA approached Inferno last time they played, they were being super, super aggressive. They took banana control more or less 15 out of 15 rounds. Not only did they take banana control, but they also tried to take apartments control. They also tried to push down middle. And normally, the rule of thumb is that if you take banana control, you play defensive on the other side. And if you play offensive on the other side, you don't take banana control, right? It's one or the other. But FURIA, they didn't care about those rules. They just went aggressive all over the map. We've seen Liquid struggle whenever pressure gets applied to the T side. They've been struggling a little bit. It was better here in Overpass, but I don't feel FURIA were that aggressive. Now, Liquid, they're going to start on the CT side. For them, that's a positive. They don't want to get, mowed down by the aggressiveness of FURIA in the beginning. So they have a chance of playing themselves warm in the game. But when they go over to the T side, to me, that is make it or break it. If they can control FURIA's aggression, there's a chance Liquid can win this one. If they can't, I'm afraid they're going to get banged out of the server.
You think it's a possibility there, Maniac?
It is. It absolutely is. And if we go back to that VP game, I think Art here had a moment of greatness. He had a moment of brilliance, right? And he was finding all these skills. He's been struggling so far, so he might be the X factor for FURIA.
Well, let's see if he is going to be the X factor for FURIA. The last time these two faced off on Inferno, it may have been FURIA's pick, but Liquid won it 22-19. Now FURIA will need to unleash their inner Panther power if they want to come together as a team and take us to a third and final map.
And so the series goes to Inferno, where last time, as James so eloquently said, we had to go into the double OT to figure out who's going to win. I feel like personally when I watch FURIA on Inferno, it's almost like they play 2 T-halves with how aggressive they can get.
Same can be said for them pretty much every map, right? Like, that's just their brand of Counter-Strike. But the thing is, on Inferno, they're a bit neutered when it comes to the plays. It's a very closed-off map. When they try to get to the bottom of Banana, turning that final corner to flanking top mid takes way more... it's way more of a risk than doing the same thing on Overpass or Mirage or some of the other maps that they play, which to me makes it a very interesting pick. I actually don't like how much FURIA pick into into Inferno, and I mean, it's a weird map because most teams are ready to play it. It's a map they know they're going to have to develop to play Tier 1 CS, and so if you take it as your pick, all you get is a side choice, which is basically meaningless, and it would get picked in the third. All that's to say is that with Liquid winning their map pick, they're not scared to be on Inferno. They know how to play this map, and I think they're going to be ready.
Well, let's see it. I do think that exactly what you're saying here about that kind of neutered offense is one of the reasons maybe Art isn't the most successful on Inferno compared to the other pieces of FURIA. You know, we can expect to see Yuri up in the apartments. We can see, what is it? Vinferno?
Vinferno over on B.
FURIA, they're not just Art. They are a team beyond him. But he does have a very unique style of Counter-Strike that works out well. Right now he's going to feel up Inferno. And, well, Arches. There's nothing here for him. Not at all. Team Liquid, 3 players kerneled B defense.
Well, we've got the right idea. I think Liquid are thinking about the thought that Arch is wide open. Of course, they wouldn't play here right out spawn if they weren't. And this wouldn't be the first time that Art susses out an open archway. But there's still 3 CTs in the B site.
Stewie 2K makes that contact, confirms they're in their spawn. 40 seconds. FURIA only now finding a little bit of footwork on the B site. Stewie cannot find himself a headshot. Grim just looking to find an angle around the side of the smoke. He's all that's left over. He does deny the bomb plant, but his 2 other teammates both go down with no kills to their name. And while the knife was pulled out, Elige slipped up from Banana. CZ goes dry. Needs to reload. And at that point, we've got 3 Ts peeking him. FURIA will take the first pistol.
They just come up too short. The split is great here. FURIA leave one back to stop the rotation through CT spawn, but it seems again like Liquid, they knew the bets they were making for themselves. They rotated down through mid, which is a less common rotation. They played 3 inside B. They were watching from the back of construction because they left Arch open. I think there are a lot of things in place where they felt like this is the setup that they'd like better than to leave someone over at Arch, but it doesn't work out. It's lit FURIA to be able to pull the wool over their eyes just a little bit. Maybe make them rethink it the next time that happens. FURIA will invest fully, picking up 4 Galils and an AK. Liquid answer back with a buy, but it's not nearly as good. No specific stack on this round. They're rotating liberally right now through A and B. I guess trying to find clues from the offense and adjust accordingly. Elige, eyes at mid, is spotting brackets.
Stewie tagged further. Now sitting not so pretty on 39 HP. Smoke grenades to coffins, and a CT utility that kind of confuses Queserado. He decides not to go running through it. Yuri finding Stewie, and Vinny with a quick kill as well. So that minimal threat that was sat back site is dead immediately. And Naf, who was the closest rotate, also gets toppled. Twists, tucks tail, goes to meet Elige over in the pit, and we will find FURIA with 5 players standing as they win their second round.
So in the totality of their head-to-head, the reason FURIA pick into Inferno is just because they win it a lot versus Team Liquid. Again, the only reason I find it strange is because there are other maps FURIA can pick. They have as good of a map pool as Liquid, of course. They just choose to go here a lot. But yeah, with that most recent loss, it brings things into question. Of course, as the head-to-head has rolled on, Liquid have kind of gotten closer and closer to winning the series, even if they haven't they haven't done it very often. But off of the pistol and conversion, and not losing a single player on the second round, FURIA are in a very comfy spot. And there won't be an investment here. Sui saving, Naf getting ready to purchase the op. But you'd like to see something a bit more interesting here on CT side, instead of just playing a 2-3 split with pistols and hoping you win.
Leash gets blinded on his mid-cross. Not going to be able to gather any info. AK's rattling beyond him. Actually find some damage into Vinny. All right, take what you can get for free. 2 players in the apartments, of course, so Yuri's about to get the contact he wants. Naf has been splattered. A little wall bang meant to find someone on the fallback, but Twists has already got it out beyond the balcony, so far so good for FURIA sizing up the brackets.
We'll go back, recollect the bomb, and put eyes on B again. Henny will get the opening, kill Bad Smoke here in front of CT. That looks like maybe they're trying to play off of it. Henny grabs 2. This looks like a free plant. They'll have to send someone back on a mission. They're just taking care of mid to make sure that nobody has run down it. Yuri, the flank catcher. Was that a horse?
Yes.
You can hear horses on this side of the map?
Apparently.
I didn't know that. What's the animal that you hear at the end of halls?
A dog.
A dog. Just a feral, like a feral dog or some kind of house dog?
Presumably a house dog. It is the apartments. Where is it, though? That's the question. Beyond what door?
You need someone to active. Can you hear it when you're just in free cam? That's the question. Prius, find this animal for us. Oh, what's in here? We're not allowed in here, Prius.
Get out!
It's the secret room.
Oh my god. Trying to expose some secrets.
You think Valve put a chair in the door just so that you could go through it?
Just to tease you. That's what Valve does. Just the teasers.
But then, just like Valve, there's nothing on the other side. It's just an empty room.
It's just an empty room with a couch.
And a fridge gif.
And Gaben sitting on it.
Laughing in Dota.
Buy up from Team Liquid. It's time. Op for NAF. M4s across the board, tons of utility. Let's see what they can do, because so far FURIA, hot damn, they haven't lost a single player since 2 died in the pistol. Full conversions with 5 standing in the second and the third. Taking that success from overpass T side and sticking it right into Inferno.
Oh, the banana flambe. Classic exchange of grenades. And different reads on the pressure and setups. A relatively passive position here. Of course, Grim slotting in to B to anchor the site. Kind of a very good player to balance with Stewie. Just like super good individual skill. Doesn't harm the chemistry of the other team. And Stewie can kind of rotate freely from this position. But man, this setup, I always worry when I see this setup on the CT side. It looks like they have no initiative here, no plans to try to regain control of things, no gamble stack, no information. Okay, they finally come through, actually. That's something, but let's see what the information's worth. Going 4-4 is actually not too bad because of that info. They spot 2 more players at least behind the half wall. They can see what FURIA's intentions are, so that's something.
Here comes the execute. NAF, of course, able to take the spot of Coffins. Stewie's going to get deep in dark. Elige already trying to come join them. Art and K Serato have crossed to the little pit. It's Vinny and Yuri still on the other side. And Vinny gets his trade. Elige falling to Vinny as he takes to the top of the box. And Yuri's going to plant from beyond Coffins. Nice op shot from NAF, but he doesn't get the bomb planter, who's just jumped onto the ledge of pit. NAF waits for Twists. Neither of these CTs with utility, but there is a kit in play. Naf still waiting. K Serrato keeping him locked into the coffins. I think Twist is kind of the player who's allowed to make a move first and foremost, but he gets bested, as does Naf. Holding it down in the post plant. It's FURIA for a fourth.
And in the post plant, you want to give them the edge. You think, of course, they have a small advantage in each of the duels, just holding whatever angle they'd like in some atypical position. And here's a spot where they flash through. It's something you've got to do. I kind of like that Liquid actually go for it. It felt like they did it. It just took a lot of time before they set it up, but they really made sure that FURIA, they felt like, would get around the half wall, which was key. But yeah, sending Grim in that early to go 1-for-1 may be a bit risky. However, you got to say, amazing trade by Yuri after Stewie comes out for the first peek with the flash. Rips his head off before he can get back into emo. And that just opens up the map, opens up the round and the site for FURIA. So off this 4-0 start, they've got eyes forward on Banana again, looking to take control of the top of it. A little bit of a stack here on CT side with CZs and otherwise upgraded pistols, holding all of their favorite angles. Doesn't look like a decision's been made quite yet, but the bomb will get picked up.
So Stewie and Grim on the oranges. Let's see if these pistols can do anything at all. First one, good for its money. Grim, burnt by K Serrato. Art's going to try to find a path through this and back the other direction. Yuri's frag grenade, fantastic.
That was nice.
On the money.
Art goes in, picks up, he drops his gun and runs in to pick up the other gun just to get rid of it. Make sure the CTs have nothing to grab when that smoke comes up, and now they'll turn back towards A.
Where we find Twist. He's going to work into middle. Catches the tail end of it. Does get the head of Henny, but a quick trade from Art to yet again nullify any real chance for Team Liquid. 5-0 for FURIA's T side. Very, very nice.
Been the quickest route to get here, just versus the pistols, one clean rifle round. And now we'll look to see what the adjustment's going to be for Liquid. This is where things get really interesting for them on the CT side. Or we'll see if they'll be scratching their head. But yeah, real good start already. Alige looking for a little bit extra. Happy to take the duels here to top mid. I mean, he's got a lot to lose, so that means FURIA are going to come after him, but you could trust him to win a couple of 50-50s. He's definitely done it once or twice in his career. All right, the bomb goes off. FURIA instantly on fire, and now we'll see what happens. This is actually such a nice kill from Grim. He got cleaned out so well by Vinny, who's been shooting hot, and then the trade comes through.
Yuri's nade lasts Stewie away, so
don't let the door hit you on your way out.
Yeah, both those B anchors killed by the utility. Very nice. Team FURIA on fire. That's exciting because it happens as fast as humanly possible here on map 2. Op in for Naf. Gonna go for that mid pick, perhaps. Incendiary deep allows for the alt peek, but when they smoke that out, all he knows is somebody could come sprinting through it, not the fact though. Incendiary from Liquid actually landing in the base of this smoke. K Serrato will not be scared about challenging through it. But just as quickly as Stewie went over towards the sandbags, he fell back. In fact, both teams kind of vying for control here, taking a bit of a risk, only to give it away. Dangerous game to play, they both realize.
This is a big move. They'll re-smoke, and this is Liquid establishing on banana control. It's nice for them. They can move up. There's still enough utility here to threaten some of these close positions. We see the 2 Molotovs left over. And Henny somehow kills Grim through the smoke in the back. This leaves Stewie in a very precarious spot. If he knew that the smoke had a few more seconds on it, he might peel back in this spot. Art's going to come clear him out. The crouch peek is punished. The bomb left in his vision, but Vinny comes through with the most important trade. However, Alige answers back with two. We're into the mid round. And they're coming fast over towards B. It's going to be a free plant. They're probably not going to be able to punish this. This is going to be difficult with the op on Naf.
He's also got a smoke to work with. Molotov thrown down. That gets Twists into construction. Naf's going to have to wait it out. Henny, he's going to play the small pit and leave Yuri to hit them from banana. There's a gap in this, a path for Naf to take, and he runs off with a flash. Oh, Henny blinded, hits the headshot. Twist trades it. Time is ticking, and Twist trying to find the bomb now, realizing he's standing on it. A delayed peek from Yuri wins the round, and FURIA 6 in a row.
Yeah, nice read. And it looks like Yuri's going to punish him on the exit. Oh my god, it's actually maybe going to get Yuri killed. Oh, they both die in this round, obviously favoring FURIA, who have the economy to back around loss like that.
If it wasn't for Elige on the top of Banana, things don't look nearly as winnable for Liquid, but this is how it started.
Fortunately, that's just the variance you have to account for. That's why we have MR16. That's why we have, 15-round halves, just for situations like that. It's going to happen sometimes. At this point, it's Henny. Basically, he understands the blueprint of Banana, how it's laid out, exactly where people are going to be. There's a lot of luck involved in getting the shot, but he's aiming. He knows he's aiming at the right spot. So it created a very tenuous moment there for Stewie to try to get a miraculous 2K. But it happened at such a time he couldn't fall back from that position. Oh, Stewie, he's rewarded with an opportunity on this round. This semi-aggressive peek, but this is going to activate R. They know the op is stuck here on A. This is going to force Stewie to be very, very uncomfortable.
FURIA basically just picking their poison. Solo op or the 3 pistols on the B site, and Stewie, he's just going to get pummeled, barraged, and absolutely dismantled. This is a 7th round for FURIA, dude. This T side shows no weak points.
Yeah, it's amazing. Can we see, I want to see if Art was tapping through that wall into Stewie. He could see his scope barrel, and Stewie was just actively ignoring him. And it felt like Art was just taking that time to just not even spray, just literally tap through, but not sure if that's the case. Just looked like a couple of good headshots. Yuri, he'll get stopped on the stairs. That's an AK FedEx delivered over to him. He'll run away with that one.
A close couple of kills between Art and Vinny, but so far just the one. Queserado's going to keep it that way, despite being incredibly low himself.
Oh, go tap the bomb.
Yeah, go scare him. Bring him back.
Oh, he's a little bit too far, isn't he? Oh, just trying to get the pit kills.
Not going to happen for Naf, but he does still have the backs of them turned. However, bomb is his burden. 7-0 for FURIA. Everybody pulling their weight here. It's 6 or 5 kills on every single player of FURIA. Elige was looking to ride Grim to the top of Banana.
I just went for the second burst. Yeah, that's a punishment. It's tough. Stewie in that spot, he's pretty screwed. Brave of them to just attack forward on the A side. They had to make a read that there weren't 2 pistols to support, but they had the correct read. And then we go back to Banana antics.
Elige gonna waste no time. Not sticking around at the car.
They send in the seals.
Yeah.
They need an upgrade.
Strike Force Elige. Art's on the other side of this. Once this smoke fades, Vinny's gonna come in, and he goes down. Elige swapping weapons, immediately ejects, gets the second kill as Henny shoots through it. There is an M249 in play. There is an M249 in play. Harry Russell's favorite gun.
Wait, is this the expensive one?
Yes.
Okay.
It is actually not that bad.
I don't even know.
Gonna catch flak. But the 2-bullet burst on the M249, as unintuitive as that sounds,
okay,
I would not try to be this salesman if it wasn't for just Harry.
Was it a misbuy?
It has to be,
You
dude.
think it was? Okay.
He has $0 after
But it
the
could still be good is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
It's not like it's a Negev and he's going to get screwed over. There's no wind up. It has actual first bullet accuracy.
Here it is. The moment of truth.
88 bullets in the mag.
See what you can do, Stewie.
Rather more of a box. Grim's on the other side of the smoke. Stewie, what do you have for us?
Oh, baby. I can feel it.
This is going to go really well or really poorly. Grim, in the meantime, catches another kill. Maybe Stewie's just going to serve it up as a distraction because Grim is tearing them to pieces. 26 HP left for Yuri. He lines up another kill versus Grim. Stewie still unable to connect anything. The M249 not needed.
Damn it. After all of that.
What's he going to do with it?
What's going to happen? You
traded it for the AK immediately.
Just use it. Did he?
Yeah. Already gone.
Man.
Never to be seen again.
That's so unfortunate. Some of the greatest discoveries in human history have come by random chance. This could have been the moment that the M249 made its way into professional CS as a consistent feature, not an accident. If Stewie had found success in that round. Okay. Oh, this Elige push is just making so much sense. He's getting damage off. He gets information. He's running head first into them. But this is how they got their opening round, okay? Elige said, I'm doing nothing on A every round. Let me go over towards B. They weaponize him to his fullest extent. He plays it more like Ethan would with the attack down banana, taking all of these different duels, kind of working as a mercenary with the support flashes from his teammates. It ends up solving the problem, but we'll see if that's a round in a vacuum. If you talk about a vacuum, their economy got sucked up by that M249 as well. They cannot afford to lose a round right after that.
Stewie 2K gets softened slightly, and it's Nap already dead to rights. Nobody else going down for Furia other than Elige's opening kill. I think what goes wrong this time for Elige is him and Art actually trade places. Elige getting the kill on the second tee, Art challenging Elige's backline, and then they both do a 180, fight one another, and of course Art comes out on top. So Elige unable to go all the way down deep as if he had wanted to, and while Twists racks up a couple other kills, it's the 3K for Art and an 8th round for Furia. That 1 round victory for Liquid, not consistent, but rather an anomaly.
This is what you're talking about right there. And that is the name of the game. Sometimes when you get onto banana, you've just got to have you've got to have the head of an owl. You got to be able to look around, be focused on everything. There's going to be Art coming through a smoke on one's head, Henny on the other. Communication will not save you in those moments. But now it's more of a pacifist approach here from Team Liquid after that round falls apart. Elige said, my job here is done. Goes back to the A site.
Your problem now.
Look, they're actually attacking both sites kind of simultaneously. Pressure to create space over on the A site, but it is just a round with pistols here for Team Liquid. They lose both opening kills. Bomb will make its way over towards A. It's just frantic rotations here from the CTs.
And Naf, I mean, he had his crosshair position for the Balk peak, but losing his teammate Elige on short, you see him try and change over, and it's at that exact moment that a player pushes out to where he was just looking. So sure enough, even just whoever takes their first fight working well for Furia. And oh, poor Grim, he's new here. No, K. Serrato. He came all the way to Europe. And you're gonna hunt him down like a dog.
Oh, they're even shooting at the front of the boiler to make it seem like he can come and find a fight. K. Serrato, no reaction. $1,500 in the pocket. He's gonna take that and run. That is a very clean round, topped off by a little bit of indignity. We'll just say he did it for the money.
But you really know he did it to make him cry. A little bit inside.
Yeah. Maybe take him down a notch because Grim's been such a consistent performer for Liquid.
Sure.
That being said, this B site setup has been really, really rough. Again, the only round they win is when they call Elige over to help. But that doesn't seem like something sustainable for them. They're not trying it again. This 3-person nade barrage, it looks like, has gotten Naf, Stewie, and Grim all the way down low. Elige gets a kill, but look how low all the CTs are. Okay, and there's a frag answered back.
Naf's gonna get that off, however, into position. Has a teammate to help him in Grim. Molly hits Grim's feet, he burns! Vinny and Art with the utility damage. Naf ejects from the coffins now, just trying to play that CT cross. He's got a teammate coming over in twists. There's a flash for this peak if he wants it. Vinny keeping him honest. K. Serrato, Henny, and Vinny all on the site itself. A desperate jump to the depths of dark. Now Naf's gonna have to peek wider. If he shoots through coffins, Vinny's dead. Just trying to find his elbow. Naf eats the flash. Here's the peek from Vinny. He gets a double, shutting it down. Nice bit of patience, but who's flashbang?
My God, unbelievable composure. Vinny doesn't move a muscle. Even if he had shoulder peeked, jostled at all, he would have gotten off by Naf. Naf, you could see it. He could smell him. He knew he was right on that corner. Look at this. That gives him a new meaning to the red carpet. He is not welcome. Runs out, face plants into the wall, and this is Vinny doing enormous work here with his AK, coming out with a spray, and again they get just destroyed inside of B. They can't win on Banana. They can't win back in the site. They can't win with opening kills. They just can't win.
Yeah, I've got a hunch after this half that those Team Liquid stats are gonna take a beating. Desperation starts to sink in as they get aggressive in mid. It's FURIA with a 10-round lead, 11 on this T side. Vinny 12-5, Art 11-7. Everything is going perfectly for FURIA.
It's an absolute clinic. Overpass looks so difficult there for FURIA, but now they're more in their comfort zone. And yeah, it was a new pick into the veto. It makes sense. But besides the map that they do not play, which is Dust 2, Overpass, they've only got a 50% win rate on it. It's their second worst map in that sense. So maybe it was a one-off. We'll see.
Great grenade damage out the gate here for FURIA. A leash down to 22. Double op setup, of course, for a Liquid. One of those operas currently inside of pit, but this death ball from FURIA just running side by side. Elige goes for a bit of a peek. Will find an opening kill. It's a 5v4, instantly taken down a peg and right back into even. Vinny through the smoke finds the headshot. Grim takes his place. He hears these footsteps, but it's still being watched. Can't be stopped. K. Serrato drops bomb. And Grim, well, now he's got Twists to come and help him, but both those players die. FURIA off the man disadvantage. Take it back.
Come on. How does Grim even die in that spot? It just was so click. He looked so clinical when he hit the first burst. We thought it was going to be a classic Grim round where he just goes ahead and multi-frags. That is so unfortunate for Stewie. I don't know if he actually clicked and then switched, or switched by accident, or was just going to move after that smoke bloomed. Either way, it was the perfect timing there for FURIA, the perfect storm for Team Liquid, and now they're just, I mean, they're scrambling to even get 3 rounds here, and they're back on pistols.
Art's gonna, I was gonna say instantly clear Grim, but Stewie lays down a little bit of cover fire. That's an AK for Grim.
Okay, Elige is going house hunting. He's made his way through the apartments. He doesn't like this one.
Well, hey there.
Sees another customer.
Doesn't like the neighbors. Just gonna look somewhere else.
He's gonna find a new neighborhood.
I don't know about this place.
Well, okay. This is now a very, very well-timed flank.
Mm-hmm.
The CZ, of course, the damage fall-off is pretty great, so he doesn't want to blow his load too early. The CTs are out here getting kills, and he'll make the most of it. Of course, it's an eco round to help him pull out the second.
Elige getting so aggressive that he finds that back line. Definitely helps, of course, that we get Grim and Stewie laying it down on the B site. Stewie 2 1-deeks, and Grim a frag off of that picked up AK. Good CZ control, considering sometimes it lets you down. But a final round here for FURIA. 12-3, 13-2. Does it really make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they can just afford to lose rounds. Look, even on this T-sided round on Inferno, where people do not even buy ops, Art and Henny are double opping. So it's like they can go for a gimmick here. What the hell is this? Henny! He's gotten 2 kills with his op, plus the molly kill, all on Banana. Hasn't even seen anybody.
Yeah, a little pissed off about that flank last round. Henny takes it by control. Twists, nice. Talking about the control, sprays into the 2 heads of Art and Yuri. Naf's about to get tested. 94 HP, doesn't matter. He was blind. And he smokes out his own molly so that he can fall into the B site alongside Twists. They could just leave. FURIA, they've got options.
How do they get back into this? An amazing spray down from Twists. Second guy to peek him took a few too many bullets to shoot at Twist, but of course you got to give him credit. He was in the middle of killing somebody else. That's Twist's 9th and Naflight's 4th kill. Really struggling to frag. It feels like Alicia's had the most impactful kills and most impactful rounds, and that's about it. FURIA, they've got an open site. Liquid gamble hard, hoping that it's going to be a B site hit, but FURIA are the ones who are on the hot streak. They'll get the free plant off on the A site. 2 CTs will have to come back and win this, and it looked like it was going to be a round for Liquid, but their hopes are quickly diminishing.
Knowing how big of a task they have ahead of them once we switch sides. This third one could pull back a little pressure. Henny, ready to peek up, instantly deletes Twists. Naf's position known, but he's gonna still be able to get the kill. It's Vinny versus Naf, and this has been a matter of Vinferno. He's just gonna play with Nafly, rounding the boxes and getting his back turned. 13 rounds for Furia. An absolute masterclass on the team's T side. Team Liquid fans, you might want to look away.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this is harsh. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, go forward 3 steps.
Where am I? What map is this?
Mirage B. B apartments.
Yes.
Yeah, B apps.
Okay.
Forward now, a bit forward. Forward. Crouch and jump. A little bit forward. Crouch and yeah, that's it. So you're gonna do a long jump. 2 steps and yeah, that's it. That's it. Take a step back, just a step, and now press W 1 step and jump. Okay, go to the left.
My kitchen now?
No, you're entering
market?
market. You're entering the
market.
window. You're in front of the window. Go a little bit left, jump down. Nice. Left, more. You're getting out of connector. You can run. I think you can run. Yes. Go. Don't stop. Stop now. Stop. You're shadow now. A little bit to left. More. Back. Left. A little bit left. And go forward. You're nice. You're on top of shadow. Look back. 180 and close the door. Look a little bit down. Nice. Okay. Oh, this is harsh. Let's go. Overpass, getting ladder. Right, just right now. Yes, you're down. You're underground. Press D and jump. Just 1D and jump. Nice. Okay. It's okay. Press A, walk just a little. A and walk just a little more. Okay. Go forward. You're in water now. Jump and crouch. Nice. Look to the left now. Okay. You can run and jump. I will tell you, jump. Nice. Look to the left, more. A little more. Okay. Go forward. Stop. Look to the left. Look. Stop. Too much. Continue. Stop. Go forward. You're in the bathroom now. Close the door. 180. Close it again.
What's going on?
It's closing and opening. Nice.
Oh my gosh, that was so hard, man.
Furia felt a little upset about the way Overpass ended, and I think they're taking their frustrations out on Liquid at the moment. A 16-6 first half from Vinny, leaving the score 13-2.
If either team win this, they go above Astralis in terms of odds to get to the fall final. So this would be an enormous victory for either team in this situation, and it's very unlikely that they can make it without a win here and now. At this point, Furia with such a lead and the ability to look forward to Mirage makes this a scary situation for Team Liquid. With a pistol, even a streak here in the beginning of the second half, it's going to be incredibly difficult to come back. And it's not like Furia are going to be any shyer here on the CT side.
Two smokes flash and a frag for Furia.
Yeah, they've got actually a similar CT setup for the pistol, leaving Arch just wide open. I've actually got a funny thing about that. I'll save it for the anti-eco.
Well, now I'm curious.
It's about Twists.
Grenades being thrown out onto Arch. Sure enough, flashing over top of their own smoke. Vinny blinded by it. And, well, he's just going to hang out in the library. Elige hits him with the drive-by. But we've got Henny actually committed to the tree here, and Yuri drawing the attention away from him. But Grim will not fall for your tomfoolery. Grim is so impactful in the pistols for Liquid.
Yeah, such a solid point. Definitely. His impact is known. Okay, Art will get 1 kill. Still 2-on-5 situation. Don't know if Queserado's been spotted, but they've got CT on lockdown. And finally, the trades will come out in favor of Liquid. A very clean round for what it's worth. I was just going to say, for Twist, he actually... So I asked him once because there was a strat that Liquid did where Arch was wide open. He called this A-Rap strat. And I asked him about it. He said, actually, yeah, I did call it. And he said it's just because teams are just not playing players on Arch on the CT side at all, because sometimes they just get lost in the rotations if they get swarmed, and they actually like to stack over 3B and 2A. And it's funny that we got the exact same round out of both teams from both perspectives. The Arch split to B versus 3 players on the B site in CT, on the CT side, excuse me. And both times the T team won. But no kind of gambles on the meta. They both wanted to fight in a similar way.
The Arch exploits. Well, if Arch wasn't clear enough last round, it is absolutely evacuated here in the 17th. FURIA got to put that Mag 7 up close. Oh no, Grim. Grim, you don't realize.
He just mollied sandbags. Holes.
He's going to get flashed around this corner, but that Mag 7 could absolutely bust him open. Let's see it. Art looks away as well. No peek off of the first one, so Art goes right back into the counter flash. Joe! No way! Just blows Stewie's head off. And while Naf will trade onto Art, it's Yuri to get another. Elige's AK trying to rattle it back, but he's on 35 HP and they evacuate. They sprint away. Towards the A site they all go.
They're getting chased down. It's a 3 push from the CT down B. The Ts will take no time to check their flanks or clear their corners. How will they fight this? The plant will go down kind of in a safe position here. CTs will overtake halls. I don't know. I guess they're actually not even going to go for it, interestingly enough. Going to look to see if there are any good guns maybe dropped at the top of Banana to upgrade to. Yuri immediately drops his Galil, which makes you wonder. For a Mag 7. Did he have a Galil? Maybe he was the only one without a gun there. But this is a round close call here from Liquid. I don't know if I should be celebrating shots like that.
Yes, we
can't help but get excited. But Jesus.
I'm all for it.
All right.
Because if Stewie's any further back, that ain't going to happen.
Still probably kills him.
Well, he'll take a little damage. He'll take a little damage.
The Mag 7, it's 100 damage or 0.
It's kind of wonky. Yeah. I hope we get it on the replay. Ooh, nice camera angle. Hup!
It's going to be so tilted after that. At least he didn't have to see it. He's going to assume Art swung out wide and Grim didn't cover him. All right.
Let's see it.
3 rounds to close the map, but Liquid with a pistol, conversion. They're getting at least a little bit back into the rhythm. Really flash out towards mid to deny any peek here. Yuri will fall back. The CTs will move down. They've got some good grenades here. Kind of the EG mollies down mid to take control of things. No smokes in response from the T side. Art gets in between a window molly, which could be huge, but he does only have a Mag 7, so he won't be peeking out of it or defenestrating himself. Instead, he'll sit here. And again, just constantly these little microaggressions to call out information. Oh, you're pretending you're getting map control? Let me take a look.
Show me your hand. Vinny from the corner is cleared. That's one of the rifles down for FURIA. So now just really Queserado and Art really better well equipped. Elige finds one crossing in the open. Make that both of the rifles removed. And Team Liquid, despite getting a couple of kills in this direction, do not want to deal with the B site in the off chance it's as heavily stacked as it was last round. Art may paint the walls with them. The Mag 7 can be nasty. Stewie's going to take the buckshot to the chest, And Twists gets the rest of his HP down to 0. Yuri, remember, those Galils are still retrievable. Even the second one at the base of Banana if Henny wants to take a risk. But it's a 5th round for Liquid, getting a slight taste of victory in these last few rounds. Trying to make a more respectful scoreline. The pistol and consequent conversions to the 13-5.
Yeah, it's nice for what it's worth. Twist is a very good Halls lurker on the T side, is very consistent, is so good in all of these positions to fight out of the Halls. It's a difficult spot to play, and it's usually a path walked alone on defaults, and he'll usually be able to, win his 50-50 duel. His form is definitely looking great in these past couple of series, so I expect him to perform well. Of course, the rounds won't come down to him. He's just more of a guy to help them continue on with like an A exec or something, but unless they default in there, he might not get much action. On the other side of things, this is some good careful angle clearing here from Grim and company. Support of a flash, very aware of Vinny's position at the bottom of Banana. But now with the upgrade into some better weaponry here from FURIA, the real test begins for Team Liquid.
Let's see whether we get that all-out brawl or maybe a little more tempered aggression. 4 CTs for the B default. Art misses his first shot, and Vinny, well, he gets blown into tomorrow by the frag grenade. Art missing a no-scope. Henny's trying to bail him out of trouble, but it does not work to the favor of FURIA. They are already sitting in the 2 versus 4 as we hit a minute 30.
Watch everything flip, and it's just their T sides that are the things we just continue to talk about from this series on. Well, actually, I mean, this is for the whole event. This is it, the finals day. But some very good trades. Art barely misses on 2 players running up and can't even fall back on a follow-up shot. Has 2 more opportunities, drops them both just slightly. Those trades could have made a world of difference. On the flip side, Liquid take a long time to actually trade him out, and they give some opportunities for some kills to go down their way.
Because they called to hit this B site, they are still giving a chance to FURIA to win this.
That's true.
You'd think it's unlikely, but
it is Yuri.
It's going to require some efficient trading. First man's on the coffins. Yuri dodges the flash, sees the player in the back, which means we've already got one inside of the pit. It's Grim to take the first gunfight, going down, but taking Yuri to 12. It's a little bit awkward, but the bomb will still be planted. They know the threat is high, but now that Henny's died, it's really just on the shoulders of Yuri. He gets iced out by Naf, and a 6th round added to the scoreboard for Team Liquid. It is 4 in a row on this T side. Only 2 CT rounds have been won in the entirety of this second map so far.
Kind of disappointing from that perspective, for sure. All right, well, here's Stewie with a labored effort. Actually, oh my god, a really good adjustment on a Caserado. That could have definitely gotten ugly. Art stays alive there. Caserado gets the kill. It's a round that comes close in the final moments. A good gamble there with the last 2 players over towards B. Makes a lot of sense, but even Yuri and Henny, who have been amazing, can't do more than get a single kill. Art's picking up the op again on CT side here, and it looks like he's got an open line to the bottom of Banana. What does he do with this information? Of course, he is all about information, and will try to capitalize off of it. Will come through with... Man, this hard push. What is his mind working on right now? He hasn't seen anything on Banana. He pulls the full run back, but comes back into it. As he does that, Stewie is flash peeking it. How much do they want to keep fighting him? And if they don't, are they going to feel comfortable on the A site? That's the question. 4 CTs are holed up together.
Ooh.
I know what that is now. The Minecraft death sound. Because you explained to me the noise that Floppy makes.
Floppy makes all sorts of noises.
In his Twitter videos, one of the many of the soundboards.
Grim's coming to clear out this corner. They've got 2 players positioned on Arch.
Oh god. Oh god. He's clearing it. He's clearing it.
Oh, he does it! haphazardly goes into it, and Henny will still walk away with one. K-Serrato CZ, good for the apartment kill. That's huge. Yuri puts one up, and K-Serrato's got his hands on an M4. It's all on a leash. And of all the rounds we've seen so far from FURIA, you're telling me this is the one they win?
They went to go clear out the bottom of Banana, but they didn't do it with the smoke. They used Stewie as a player with a flash to just jump out and clean things out. Art was spotted there, took a shot, but they didn't respect it. They thought he left for sure, and here he is. Art looking like he's just rotating in. He was here a few moments ago, and for whatever reason, ran far out and came back. And here's a spot where Grim, it feels like coming up close to the wall, he is going to hard clear it, but then immediately pulls his smoke out. A little mistake, and they get ping-ponged back and forth between Arch and Lane. Oh no, now the nades are doing really good work. This is actually a full-on death here by Molotov to Stewie. Grim can't find the trade. Vinferno is in session. He'll knock down two players left.
They're still going to just try and keep barreling up to the Banana. Vinny inside of the smoke finds a blinded Nafly, and he could very well take down the fourth. Vinny is on fire. 4 kills versus this one. Takes the 15th for FURIA. The moment they win one CT round, they've got themselves a second secured. Stewie burnt to an absolute crisp.
He just absolutely loves these fights. So good on these angles. Really strong B defender on Inferno. It's his specialty, dare I say it. Nicely done from Vinny. We'll go full JDM mode to take a load off as we talk a little bit about what's going on now. They're forced to buy. They just don't get to buy everything that they want. Henny looks for an opening off shot. He'll have an opportunity and almost overstays his welcome. Punished slightly on the repeat, but not totally. 65 HP, he'll fall back now. Team Liquid looks like a full press over towards the A site, but they've attracted the attention of all the CTs. Look, it's a full-on rotate. Nobody's been on Banana. Everybody from FURIA has come on over.
Goes for the peak, but Elige had already been able to extend beyond it. Good damage coming in from middle as Yuri looks to lock down Pit. Grim goes sailing through the skies, and FURIA in disguise after that first map surprise and shock Team Liquid. That first half was a masterclass. And yes, maybe had Inferno been the third map, then this would have been the series win. But I can understand why they picked it, because that was a dominant. And now we have questions on Mirage. Team Liquid, they showed us a solid CT side there yesterday, but the offense is always the question.
It's a strong map for FURIA. They like to leave it to a third. They often close on it. It's something they're strong on. Liquid should be on par. Savito is not going to be a surprise. We'll see if they can do it. It seems like the two teams have become very different since arriving in Europe, but there are still some questions left for both of them.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another CS Money Pop, Lock, and Drop It. Today, we've brought on a very special guest. It is the young blood of Team Spirit. It is Magix. How are you doing, dude?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Here on Pop, Lock, and Drop It, we show you 4 skins. You tell me who owns what, and then we see whether or not you're correct, whether or not you truly know those who are around you. Which of these 3 categories do you want to pop open first?
AK.
Mir, SDY, Idas Balance, Chopper, your 4 teammates, and the first skin in the mix, a Neon Revolution.
That's the Idas Balance AK.
A Hydroponic.
Definitely some Young.
A Null. One of your teammates doesn't have a skin. Who's it gonna be?
This one is Mir. We both don't have a skin for AK.
An Orbit MK01.
This one is Chopper.
You want to lock this in or make any changes, what's it gonna be?
No changes. I'm locking it now.
Let's go ahead and drop it. 4 for 4. You don't look surprised at all.
It was a really easy one.
Next, 2 categories, an Opera and M4. Which do you want to do first?
Let's go with M4.
First M4 in the mix is a Howl.
Like when our manager was asking these questions, I think some guy answered like what is his favorite skin, not the one he's playing with. I think we can go with some guy in this.
Alright, let's throw it on Some Die Young. Look at you, bro. Rewriting the rules. The second M4 in the mix is an Emperor.
Disbalance.
A Neo Noir.
This one belongs to Chopper, I remember.
It's a default skin.
Default skin for me.
Are you going to lock this in?
I will lock them.
Let's go ahead and drop it. 4 for 4. But now you've got the Ops ahead of you. You've got a Containment Breach first up.
A Disbalance one, I believe.
Is a Null.
For beer, of course. Who else?
Is a Lightning Strike.
Should be some die. He does really like this skin.
Another Null.
Another default one should be Chopper.
Any changes you want to make, or are you going to lock it?
I think we should switch the Mirror's one default to Chopper's.
Okay.
Just like that. This one is really good now.
Now he's all good. Ready to go for Flawless?
Yeah.
Let's give it to him. Drop it. Flawless. Magix, you're kind of a skin god.
That was easy one.
We may have a boy genius on our hands, folks. Magix, I really appreciate you giving us the time of day, joining us here on Pop Lock and Drop It, and adding your name to the very small list of flawless runs through the gauntlet. Thank you so much for your time once more, dude. I hope you have a great day.
Thanks.
An absolutely dismantling performance from FURIA here on Inferno. Liquid did not stand their chance, and we got to start on FURIA's T sides here, because the abuse of B over and over again, even when they don't want to push into B, was something Liquid could not handle, and all of that utility damage was beautiful.
Yeah, for FURIA it was not only about shooting, it was about utility damage as well, and Liquid, for some reason, as we talked about in the pre-show, did not back down from Banana. They wanted to fight every single round. They wanted to assert dominance, and it didn't work for them. They paid a very, very heavy price in terms of damage, in terms of kills, and FURIA definitely won that battle.
And you always think, right, when it comes to that, we talk about FURIA. They're normally the team that end up in that position. They're normally the ones always battling at the start and fighting for Banana non-stop. This time around, they didn't need to worry about that.
No, they didn't, but there was a couple of instances in this game, and we can bring one of them up now, where Elise actually shut down Banana a little bit. This round at 5-0, FURIA have already established a control of the game, but Elise, he's the only one from Liquid in this game that is trying to fight back. Stu2K didn't have a great game again. He's been struggling a little bit, gets one kill here, gets traded, that's fine, but Elise gets a double kill right here. You think to yourself, okay, if you're Elise, let's try again. It's 7-0 now. They're still leading FURIA, but Elise goes down Banana, and he's gonna get another double kill right here. So if I'm Elise, and if I'm Liquid, I'm thinking, okay, I've been so close twice of nailing this Banana area, so I'm gonna try again and again and again and again. The problem for Liquid were that Elise was the only one who could get it done on Banana. Nice double kill right here, falling back, gets traded. They're ending up winning the round, but apart from that, there was nobody from Liquid who could answer in this game. Elise, he went 6 for 7 in opening duels. He was the highest rated player for Team Liquid. He was the only one shooting back. The rest of the team, they couldn't deal with the aggression. They couldn't deal with FURIA.
And the big thing is, right, we're continuing to talk about what Liquid are able to do here. They weren't able to mix things up enough in my eyes.
Yeah, you're right. I wanted to bring up the point that if you're Liquid right here, you might have wanted to change the approach and maybe accept the fact that, okay, for this game, it seems like right now, FURIA are winning the battle better now. Okay, how can we do it differently? Can we maybe retake it after 20, 25 seconds? Can we do 4-men start with like two consecutive waves of utilities, for example? It just felt like Liquid were basically decided to win it straight up. They wanted to fight for Banana, and unfortunately it didn't pan out.
It certainly didn't pan out, but for FURIA right now, you just made a big statement here as a team, as a unit of what you can do against the Liquid. And Liquid right now, they just look like their heads went completely down into it. That's what I'm worried about with these guys. It needs to be a complete understanding of how they rebuild themselves going into Mirage.
Yeah, and I think it's going to feel extra sad, especially because, as Maniac said, they sort of like put in the mentality that we want to fight. We want to take the fight straight up, and they lost that fight, you know, and they know, the players themselves, they know we lost this fight. So sure, they're going to be a little bit deflated. They're going to be a little bit not satisfied with the outcome of this one, but Mirage is a different story. It's a different map, and again, you know, you have Scrawny calling it Winferno a couple of times. He had a great game, you know, had a great showing. He hasn't had the greatest tournament overall, so him showing up for FURIA as well, that's just another player they have to deal with, and I think that was a big part of the reason as to why Liquid, they had too many good players from FURIA to deal with, and when Vinny is playing the game of Counter-Strike he won in Inferno, there's just too much firepower within FURIA.
And we're definitely now, at least we can say that this FURIA is back to their form we want to see him in, right? That we want to see them stepping up and bringing it to the table.
Yeah, and it's why this tournament can be so surprising, because if you take that performance, for example, the first half of FURIA, and then you compare it to what happened against Isurus, you feel like it's just night and day.
Yeah.
This FURIA, truly, we have in front of our eyes witnessed the awakening of FURIA during that tournament, and they are a complete different type of beast right now. This FURIA is not the same as the one that was struggling against Isurus, not the same as the one that barely made it past VP. They have once more figured out how to be on full force, and you can see it right here, what happens to a team like Liquid when they face FURIA on full focus.
Now, the thing is, though, when we go on to Mirage, which is the next map, this is where you expect Liquid to still want to fight them a little bit more, and they're going to need to have their individuals be able to step up. But you've just got FURIA, who are going to be super confident and feeling it.
And I think that's why it's such a great matchup to watch, because none of the teams are going to back down. Both teams want to play their way of playing Counter-Strike. Liquid, they're not going to accept they're playing FURIA and they're playing against a team who's super aggressive, that are, maybe sometimes a little bit too aggressive and can be punished in that way. They're playing into it. Neither do FURIA want to step down or step back, and say, hey, we're playing against Liquid, we give them the respect they may or may not deserve, so we're not going to play as aggressive as we normally do. Both of these lineups feel they're comfortable enough, they are confident enough, they want to play their own brand of Counter-Strike, and it's a great clash, right? It goes head to head, and it's going to be a banger.
I agree, and I think I need to make it clear that, the statement about Liquid's defense at the beginning of that series, it hasn't worked out so far. We talked about how Liquid were solid on their CT side. They have struggled massively against FURIA. So now, moving on to Mirage, there's a couple of players that I need to mention that we need to keep an eye on. First of all, Stewie2K on the catwalk position. He's going to be paired with Grim, and if he's having a bad game, which unfortunately, according to the numbers, that's the case right now, he's 17 and 39 after these two maps. So that's going to be strugglesome. You hope that Stewie is going to, come to form, and then Naf. He's going to be moving around with the AWP. He's going to take a lot of space and responsibility, and he's the man to look for.
Now, when you look to the head-to-heads of these two teams, they don't play Mirage that much against each other, but in the few times they have, it has been FURIA taking the win. Some close scorelines in there, but it definitely seems like one of those maps where it can get some momentum building and can spiral out of control in the FURIA favor.
We saw that with FURIA. We all remember the Henny clutch, in the beginning of this tournament that really sparked them, that really, lit them on fire, I guess. That T side from FURIA can be so aggressive and so much to control for Team Liquid, because there are going to be fights towards the B bomb side. There's going to be fights in middle. There's going to be fights on ramp, at Palace for that matter as well. They're going to be everywhere poking to Team Liquid, and if Stewie want to fight catwalk, FURIA are going to say, yeah, sure, fight me. If somebody want to fight BFs, they're going to say, yeah, sure, fight me. And I think that's going to be the story of this lineup, story of this matchup, that all these players on the server, they want to fight. It does not look good for Liquid, right? But I think I saw enough positives in the first map that they're willing to fight, they have the ability to fight, and I think Grim, we talked about him a lot, he's going to play that B bomb side on the CT side. If he can shut FURIA down when they come towards B, there's a good chance that they can focus more towards A, and by then have a decent chance of having a good CT side.
Absolutely. There is absolutely no way for us to stand here and say that Liquid don't have a shot at winning this Mirage. Yeah. Obviously they do. We know the talent in the lineup. We know what they can bring to the table. My only fear, and so far what we have seen from the lineup, and it feels like they live or die by the one philosophy they start the game in, right? We haven't really seen them switch completely their style midway through the game, halfway through the game, to figure out an answer. So if you start this third map, and then, head-to-head, headbutt FURIA is actually taking the bet off, that's going to be problematic. I need to see, and there we can talk about Moses as well as a coach. I'm sure he has, the iBird vision to say, okay, guys, stop. Let's take a minute here. This is not working. On Inferno, I wish he pulled that trigger. He didn't. Now it needs to do it on Mirage if need be.
But it's an interesting point. You mentioned Moses, right? They are using a lot of timeouts. We said that since the moment we saw Liquid come into this. They've been using more timeouts than most teams here.
Yeah, and hopefully that's Moses trying to help out his in-game leader as much as possible. Stewie2K has been hit or miss so far in this tournament. They've played 7 maps so far. 5 of the maps he's been the bottom fragger. 2 of the maps he's been the top fragger. There's no in between. Either it's Stewie2K playing well or it's Stewie2K playing not so well. He's not going to be the second guy, third guy, or fourth guy on the scoreboard. He's already shown us that. So if Stewie2K is going to struggle again, I think it's very important that Moses will take those timeouts, make sure that he keeps his cool and focus on where he can contribute, which is in the calling department. As a fragger, as said, it's been hit or miss. You can hope that Stewie2K is going to have a top fragger game. I think, as per default, they're probably going to win then. But if he's having a bottom fragger game, as has been the case in 5 out of the 7 maps they played so far, Moses needs to take the timeout and help him to contribute as much as possible.
But do we think that this whole thing with Stewie maybe not having the big performances he used to is also because not just the fact that he's calling, but he's having to micromanage and change things up quite a lot here compared to what the old Liquid used to look like and do?
I'm not exactly sure how much of micromanagement he needs to do, but what I know is that when you face FURIA on form, we know how asphyxiating they can be, and I think we're having right now a good example on Inferno. We had kind of forgotten about how impressive they can be, how powerless they can make their opponent feel like. And this right here was a good example, a good reminder. They will just go for the fight again and again and again, just never let you breathe. And if you don't pull out of that fight, that's it, you're done for. So Stewie 2K has a prominent role in that, but I agree, Moses as well has to step up. And the individuals, what if Liquid can actually match up and shut down FURIA? Then that's a different game.
And who do you think is going to have the better A or B plan when it comes to this, right? Because you're talking about Liquid needing to change this up here, at least from what we've seen in FURIA. When they've gone down, we've seen them be able to make these comments. We've seen them be able to fight back.
I think it's a good question because I think it's one that is very hard to answer. I don't think I've seen enough from neither teams to know how good their plan B or plan C is, to be honest. I think it's going to come down to the individuals. And it may sound a bit cheesy to say, but if Grim is not able to hold his own on the B bomb side, that's going to fall apart and that's going to be a big problem for Liquid. Stewie 2K struggling as well, that's going to be a big problem. That's going to open up a gap. There's one player I always lean towards when I watch Team Liquid, that's Elise. I think he's consistent and I think he's good, especially on a map like Mirage. So if he can have a good performance, if Grim can hold us to his own, I think there's enough skill within Team Liquid to stop the FURIA pressure, to stop that aggressiveness coming out. Whereas too for FURIA, they have a lot of different X-Factor players. They have a lot of different strings to play off. Which one is the better? I guess the map will have to show us.
The map will show us. It may have been Vinferno all the way for FURIA on the last map, but we get a decider. We get 3 maps for this great series to decide who will make it to the full final between FURIA and Team Liquid.
Two of the top dogs of North America in FURIA and Team Liquid. We've gotten this series so many times in 2020, but I ask myself and I ask you, has it ever meant so much? A slot at the Blast Fall Finals on the line with this third map. And we've discovered something going into this last map of the series. Never in the previous 10 series has Liquid won Mirage.
Never once. Sometimes they picked it, sometimes it's been third. But in all situations, Liquid have never won, so they'd have to break new ground here today to win this series. It is a new-looking Liquid. It's a revitalized Liquid. It's a Liquid at boot camp. It's a Liquid who don't want to have to fly home on a loss. This is a situation where Liquid's pride is on the line. It could be a pretty historic victory for the fact that they haven't even beat them. Because of the online period, they play each other so much, which amplifies, how many losses that is. It's like almost 6 or 7 times they played Mirage and have not won it a single time. Could they do it today? I wouldn't put it past them. I'm sure they expected it in the veto, and things have clearly improved in some aspects for Team Liquid, but Inferno looks so dominant from Furia. We'll have to just sit, watch, and find out.
Buckle up, kids. It's going to be a good one. Grim from beneath the palace, the first man to die. Henny also with a quick kill, so it's 3 casualties versus Liquid on this A site. Very successful from Furia right away. Going right back into that T aggression from Inferno. Smoke grenade fades in the face of Stewie. He does have 1 kill to his name already. Make that a second. Now he's going to be starting to push in, trying to clear as many corners as he can. He now knows where both these players are at, but Art puts him down. Furia find the first round. It is the T-side pistol round win.
A strong opener here for Furia. They'll grab that pistol round. They'll be feeling pretty good. Again, this just first to 16. First 2 maps don't matter anymore. It all comes down to Mirage. Instant buy up here for Team Liquid. 2 scouts in play, 1 on Stewie, 1 on Naf. We'll see where they push off of. I think Pimp called to Elige for a performance. Maniac looked at Nafly. You can see both of those being win conditions here for Liquid.
Well, Naf walks into this one with the scout, as does Stewie. Nothing in middle versus Furia here. They are just sitting pretty.
Stewie and Grim, best friends. Always on B site together. The combo. Grim has had nothing but positive things to say about Stewie in terms of helping him get acclimated to higher levels of competition and more team structure. And, he's been given enough room to shine. Consistent stats. He's gotten so many kills so far on basically every single map. His last map was the worst of the tournament, but that was really a team effort to a loss. It was really hard to put it down to maybe 1 or 2 players. That being said, it did have a lot to do with Banana and Grim and Stewie kind of taking turns dying. But I'd like to know what they thought as to why they were not able to hold. I think it had a lot to do with the great utility usage by Furia. But they'll start to move now into B.
Good damage coming out of the first few shots of Team Liquid, and Grim's position catches one by surprise. Twist dies. K Serato's headshots, that's what is absolutely key. There was a long flank coming through the apartments from Elige, but Henny, he finds a headshot. And Elige is so outnumbered, but that is a bit of an opening. He's got Henny over behind the arch, and these 2 Ts are already low, as is Elige as of now. Henny able to slide out from that first corner of cover, and they're going to use Grim's position against them. K Serato takes the boost to ensure the post plant. Furia finding a second.
You do love to see that. That was definitely the ace in the hole. Boost up in the site, even though low HP, really weird angle for Elige to clear if he does. Would have to be a huge read by him, so they had that locked up. And just as they're saying, it was just where Grim was. They went up top. Very clean rifle kills here from K Serato, looking super sharp. Shades of overpass with him. He was so critical on that map. Even though Liquid ended up winning by a narrow margin on a map they weren't even favored to win. Oof, always awkward. They're going to try to get themselves out of the underpass. Art will come through. Nice crosshair placement kill on Elige, who's standing kind of on an off angle out in the open on the balcony. Naf and Twist get punished after taking damage coming out of underpass. And it's just a complete aim map here as all of the CTs get melted like a cheese stick in the microwave.
You bring that up like it's your special food.
That's like one of my favorite things to make as a kid, was to put a cheese stick in the microwave.
Yeah.
And sometimes I didn't even eat it. I was such a messy kid. I would just put it in the microwave and just watch it melt and go in circles. And then I think it probably did some. It's probably caused me some brain damage at this point. But I've watched many cheese sticks spin around in microwaves, melt down into kind of a plate formation, right? And then I would take it and break it. I would let it get hard too, cool it down. Then I'd break it and eat this plate cheese string that got flattened in the microwave. It was like a movie and a dinner. That's how I looked at it.
So much. Let's see if Team Liquid can find a solution to what has been a flying start from FURIA. It's guns up, of course, for them. A top mid battle taken upon by Elige. One and done. Serato trades it. FURIA just sitting outside of this A site. We saw Vinny just walk out from Palace last round after Art had made the initial contact. Art's going to take that bomb, throw it behind him, put the pressure on somebody else to plant. Now becomes Yuri's task. And Vinny, yet again, looking to walk out from Palace. But you know what? He's going to buy his time a little bit until his teammates are out here in the open. And because of the smokes, there's no angle being found by Liquid at all. All of the remaining utility, other than Vinny's last flash just thrown, is here for Team Liquid. Art's going to try and challenge the CT spawn. He gets caught off by Twists, but Twists misses the kill, and that gives Art a chance. However, Grim, despite him finding a little bit of success, is then traded out by Yuri. Stewie off of the staircase. 2v2 ensues, and Stu has 27 health to find these final FURIA fraggers. Oh, that's a hell of a headshot into Vinny. Taps the bomb. Serato plays with the corner of it, and Stewie hitting it again, trying to get him into the open. It's so little health, but so little time. Stewie has to concede, and FURIA finding 4.
Damn. Couldn't have really played that better if you're Serato, and I think Stewie's attempt made a lot of sense. Just really needed to punish that first peek and got a couple of bullets off, but Serato had some HP to spare. Here, I like the simplicity of the game plan. You know, they just go for the trades at mid, early in the passive default. They punish the aggressiveness, and then this is probably the kill that makes or breaks the round, right? Unfortunate that Twist cannot hit that. It's funny because he has an angle that they can't see him that well, but his vision is obviously a bit shrouded as well with the details of the metal in front of him and stuff like that. But either way, it's one that he's going to be mad at himself for not grabbing. And they just move into an A exec off of that and trade out effectively. A few rounds ended at A already here for FURIA. What will they do on the anti-eco? Again, it seems like a lot of people are cat splitting these days on anti-ecos. Grim starting to push up aggressively. Naf gets punished walking out of connector.
That AK is still floating around catwalk for Stewie. Grim's... Oh, hey! Yow!
That was a nice shot.
What is that? Oh, and another pistol kill coming in for Team Liquid. This is not too late to save the day. We'll see if they can deliver. Elige gonna miss a couple of deagle shots. Stewie 2K from catwalk has found success with the AK. Vinny's on top of the Tetris. Henny's trying to fall back, but he doesn't want to just leave his teammates stranded. Everybody's over here for Liquid now. But FURIA, they don't fade away. They stick to this. Fall silent.
Vinny on the op. Let's see what you can do.
Misses the first shot.
Player jump spotting him in CT. Could eventually just jump up.
Yeah, but he's so worried about Elige. Grim's on the staircase. Big flank coming out of Stewie. Starts walking at the perfect moment.
Oh god, he actually took an extra step here. It doesn't seem like it's been hurt though. Oh, they're gonna come up for the clear. Vinny gets the kill. Still 2-on-3 situ. 10 seconds left. He's Stewie was totally fine to push that. He gets the info, and that can just lock it in. Basically, they only have to worry about the A site. They're looking to save. So at least there's something. What just happened there? Recount the.
Grim pushes through B apartments, gets the CZ kill. Elige over on the A site knocks one down as well. That's the 5 versus 3. There was a late lurk play, but that gets canceled out from the 1 AK Liquid walked into the round with right here. Once that happens, I mean, we saw those last 2 players get stranded on ramp.
Right. And then they're just pretending, basically, thinking that they could potentially get some lucky kills, but no mistakes will be made. Nothing significant. Liquid not exactly enthused after just winning that round. Still down 4-1 and tied 1-1 in the series. Scary scenes here for Team Liquid, trying to come up with a historic win here on Mirage. They'll fall out of mid quickly. There's a player pushed inside of the cat smoke. He eats a flash. I'm not sure if it was designed for him, but you know, if it's just covering mid, that makes a lot of sense. And this is Art looking to instantly press in towards window. They had 2 players there maintaining a crossfire to stop it, and eventually we'll get that kill.
It's wild how Art makes himself look like multiple players all at the same time.
Right.
You know, he's jumping up into the window, immediately then off here to the side of connector.
All for the information, right? He gets a two players spotted inside the window. He gets 1 spotted on A, and look, FURIA start to lean over towards the B site with that knowledge.
He's not some one-cell organism.
I wonder what Queserado's part in the plan is here. Yuri can easily peel back. Henny looks to be coming up towards Cat, and I think the split is on. And again, Team Liquid have calcified in their defenses, haven't really moved from these positions at all.
And one of the questions on the desk was, can Grim perform as a B anchor?
Okay, here's the rotation that's key. I think this is a smart move from Stewie. We saw some of their rotations from Team Liquid were leaning towards A, like.
But him leaving opens this route for Yuri and Henny. Well, he's taking a player off the A site. That draws everything back. Yuri through jungle, taking down Twists. Naf's chance now. He's got a player up close, and he takes him from the sky. 10 seconds to deny that plant if he can. Queserado's going to stick the digits, and the bullets go sailing through the boxes. Then the Opera drops. Henny trying to play closer over to Tetris, and everybody alive for Liquid is here on Ticket Booth. Henny trying to find an angle, but it's Queserado with the headshot. Nice flash coming in. Grim trying to fight, but that bomb in open sight. And so how do the CTs get around it? They've got another flashbang, and Grim's hanging on to the kit, but Henny just skewers the first and re-peeks for another.
Nicely done by Henny, man. That's insane. He actually grabs those 2 easily. And the positions in the post plan are really strong for FURIA. Henny at Apex, a player on the bench, 1 in connector. They have a lot of outs in terms of trades, and that's not even the only 2 kills that Henny gets on the round. This is a beautiful round from Yuri. All the space he created, and it looked like that FURIA were going to commit up for the Cat split and combine with Vinny to attack the site versus just Grim. Stewie moves his way over, but then instead Yuri finds this opening into the window. I don't even know how he found that. But that just seems like the lay of the land when it comes to FURIA. They are always scouring for map control and taking risks where other teams wouldn't.
Another one being formulated here on the B site. Art, big pickup.
That's a power play right there.
Grim's head popped. Art has smokes to work around. He just took a bit of damage. Stewie's coming in from Arch. This could be it.
Art can see him over top of this smoke. Will he notice him is the question. That is actually such a sick position from Art.
Art sees a bunch of stuff, but can't actually do anything until now. Will find Naf on his exit. Twists answers. That's from the marketplace. Stewie still with a bit of cover, but he misses his shot. Does Art get pulled into this? Stewie hitting it into Queserado. Elige is going to deliver with the fire at his feet, and Vinny in through mid. It's a clean sweep for FURIA in the 3v3.
Just a cluster of kills from FURIA. They handle everything. What a play from Art. First of all, just winning the 50-50 with Grim. That's enough, right? He's alone on the site. They give him the keys because they know he's always going to perform, and here Art shows him a different story. And then getting on top of the bench off of the smoke is just insane. He can see Stewie if he's holding the angle, doesn't know that Stewie's at that pillar in that moment, but then finds another kill off the smoke. And who is clearing up top in a position like that? When's the last time you've seen someone get on top to the top of the bench in a position like Art's? And here at least Nafly in the following round picks up a nice deagle kill. But we don't know if they're just consolation frags. FURIA not scared at all in the 4v5. Always have a plan.
We came into this series saying how if anybody was going to know how to solve a CT side from Liquid, with them having 2 BO3s of impeccable defensive halves, it was going to be FURIA. And oh man, have they delivered. 3 maps in a row, stellar T-halves from FURIA. This one only halfway deep, but Team Liquid drowning in the water.
Oh, Jesus.
He heard those footsteps. Vinny's going to lay down the Molotov and remove himself from the danger. Henny was getting closer, of course, from spawn, just making sure nobody's gone exploring down the ramp from Liquid, and eventually Art and Quesarado are going to come join them. So very much an A-site split with Stewie and Grim removed from the equation. It's on the other 3 members of Team Liquid, and they have so little to fight back with, and yet here we are. Damage being done to Art, and it's Vinny to make the difference, at least initially. Elige traded out by Henny. It does buy a little bit of time so that Stewie and Grim can come over, but with a bomb plant down on default soon enough, and still just Deagles to play with, it's asking a lot of the B players from Liquid. Henny's op sings yet again, and Stewie's dropped by the sidearm. An excellent 7th round for FURIA.
And there's an opening kill. A nice couple of kills by the Deagles, but again, that's all it is. Just some utility or some overall equipment value knocked off the board. About 10k in those 2 kills for what it's worth. But Liquid just need rounds. They're getting absolutely dominated here by these strong starts by FURIA. Both Inferno and Mirage. Henny will have an op in this round to go up against the 2 ops with Stewie and Naf, and it is a fast B. They're coming in relentlessly, running through, but Stewie's here to try to stand tall with this AWP, and he'll fall back.
Grim's the man who takes the second. So suddenly FURIA come to a grinding halt. They just tried to simplify things, smash into the B site. They've given themselves enough wiggle room to take a bit of a risk here in the 9th. Just trying to keep themselves fresh before Team Liquid could even really net a solution.
Well, it's a much nicer round from Stewie.
Yes.
Get that opening kill, really just kind of instant transmit to the back of the site with Grim there as a fallback plan and on the van. And because they're doing the running exec, they're not throwing quite as many grenades. They could have mollied out Grim in that spot on van. That would be normal. But they might have wanted to take over control of it. Smoke plumes in their face as well, so here's a spot where Liquid, they really on merit just win easily. But I mean, I guess they're still looking to have a go of it. The bomb is within reach, even if it's not in their hands, and Henny is coming up cat scot-free. No one's here to clear him. They don't seem to know, I guess they don't seem to have vision on the bomb right now, so there's not full rotates over here. They're going to hear the scope. Okay, and Stewie will find another kill in the round. 3 for him so far. Now he's looking for the cold Zera.
Yeah, but Grim's got it. So we do find Liquid with a little bit more success. Definitely Stewie who stands tall this round. Puts the op to the apartments instantly. Good boost up. Hook. And then, of course, Grim delivered a kill right from behind the van as Stewie came in with this one as well.
How do you pronounce that?
Tortue. It means turtle. And if you check out Stewie's gloves right here, that is absolutely factory new. Those are the best quality red Tortue gloves I have ever seen.
Oh, okay.
And now that you see everybody else who also has them, you're going to notice the tears. There's like 3 pairs on Liquid alone. Stewie right back to what worked last round. Grim assists with the frag grenade. And Stewie, well, he hits the second shot, but it's through the ledge. Grim, it is your time to deliver. Players right on the other side of the smoke. Vinny in question. The man who was hit by Stewie standing up and finding success despite the lower HP. But now it's Elige who works around bench and gets one step closer. Twists and Nap on rotate, trying to come into the mix. Elige, now his gun's gone dry. He is an absolute compromised position. Quesarado's trying to find him through the smoke, and he will. But it's not a second off the spray down. Naf, despite connecting the op shot, gives them a moment to leave.
Yeah.
And they grasp it with both hands.
And this is just Henny knows exactly what to do in this position. They run away so quickly. Henny can cut off the rotation through CT. Yuri, he can plant on the other side of the box, and they're totally safe. And Nafly will have an impossible task here in the 1v2 retake. Isn't even going to go for the spam in this situation, jumping through to connector. USPL looking to basically get flanked here by Henny. The information is all FURIA's. Now they are low, but it looks like Nafly isn't exactly sure of even where the first player is.
And his back is so exposed to Henny. He's assuming it's the ramp post plant, not the case. Now that they've given him nothing, he just wants to save.
Yeah, and then he's just not going to want to let him, but we'll see if he can actually catch this.
Yes, he does.
Getting to lower. Okay, he actually gets away with the gun. It seems like it. Yeah, Henny's just going to cancel. Go to the top mid. Actually very lucky. Doesn't realize how lucky he is to be able to hang on to this op for what it's worth. But here is the interesting situation. So far, Furia's game plan, it's been a lot of very simple stuff, right? Just full takes on A, full takes on B. They haven't even always gone down mid for the kills. I guess there's just been a lot of good variety in their game plan, but they're just not shy to full execute on one side or the other. And Vinny, it's just this micro duel, I guess you could call it, where Vinny fights Grim at the van. Grim knows they're going to peek him because they have in the past, but Vinny's still prepared to punish him for being in that spot, and Vinny ends up winning.
And Stewie, he hit his shots last round. Despite not getting the kills because of the wall bangs, goes right back at it here. That is 3 rounds in a row where Stewie opens up with the op in apartments. He misses what would have been a slick jump. But again, wounding the members of Furia. It's Art down to 12 this time.
So here's another situation where Vinny gets critical information. He heard them in Palace in that one push, came back and called them out. Here, he's bringing his teammates forward, and I think he knows that there is a close A-ramp setup. So let's see what Furia's approach is with this information.
See if they throw a flash to cancel out twists. If they peek it, it should be his. He's good for the first one. And oh no, accidental team kill from Yuri. Alige closes with an easy spray down. Liquid have found a third. It is not the masterclass defensive half that we've seen from them since their arrival in Europe. But there is still time to improve here. There is no second chance. This is the final map with elimination on the line. The final match. It's very nice.
Stewie's not had the best couple of maps coming into this, but his B holds now are a little bit stronger. Furia might be trying to lean on him for that reason, but now we're getting punished for it. Coming back over to A, we know Twist and Alige have such good close A-ramp setups that are strong, and it looked like even with Vinny's information of where they were able to win their duels. Nice adjustment here from Twist.
Absolutely. Vinny and Yuri, they're going to come out from ramp. Keep your eyes on Art. He's already managed to get out through connector, but it actually gets caught by Stu. Henny and Yuri fighting tooth and nail from ramp. But we've got Team Liquid starting to solidify on the CT side, at least a little bit more so than what Furia would have hoped for. Remember how absolutely one-sided the offensive half was on Inferno. I feel like that's what Furia were shooting for yet again. Goes for a jump onto the bomb site. Yeah, a little bit desperate, but so be it. Not like Yuri could really lend a helping hand.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yuri's alone. It's going to be a long save. Lonely walk here through the spawn. This is the absolute best place to stand to look at your print stream. That's one thing I learned.
Have you?
Not oftentimes I take a skin and then I go into a part of the map. But a print stream there at the corner of Inferno, in direct sunlight, is when it looks the absolute best.
Just got to find that perfect lighting, huh? Yeah. See, talk about Stewie's gloves, you know, Yuri's got a pair of them, the exact same one.
Oh.
And even on Team Liquid, who else is it? Stewie's got them, Grim's got them, Twist has them.
Is there any team you don't know is there any player in the world that you don't know their whole entire skin set?
Well, you know, I'm trying to make it a thing.
Okay, yeah.
You know? Trying to make it a thing. There are some guys that still just don't rock skins at all, like a player like Sanji.
I've got like a floppy disk of memory for how many players have skins. You have like a friggin' SSD. Okay. Another good opening kill here by Stewie. It is just versus pistols. Moving forward into this round, there's only Yuri on an AK. So maybe a way back into this half by winning a key round on that B hold. Another should-be freebie here for Team Liquid.
A should-be?
Should-be.
Because a Yuri, well, he still has this AK, and look what he's done. Opened up shop inside of middle. Suddenly, there's a second weapon meant to be found here by Furia. They are kind of scrambling for it up on catwalk, but because of the smoke, they haven't gotten hands on it. Grim, he's going to catch a player at the top of the ladder, so we're already starting to watch Liquid recover somewhat. But Art does have the op, and he's evacuated with it down through the underpass. Suddenly there's a world where Art brings this op up forward, and he could just get a straight-up duel versus Stewie.
Man, he got that thing fast. He just ran up Cat like it was Walmart on Black Friday. Grabbed that op. Mine!
Pushes Grandma to the ground just to get it. Stewie 2K is going to miss his op shot. Pistol players starting to flood the bomb site, but it's kills coming in for Liquid until it isn't. Henny and Art with one apiece. 45 seconds, and Elige. Well, he's got this back column, but if that rotate from Twist hyper extends, it could be dead. The bomb's now been thrown down, and 69 health for Art. But this op's so valuable. Ooh, and he won't even get a chance to walk away. It's Elige to save the day. Team Liquid find a fifth.
Yeah, they grab it. It's a close call, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. We're so close to the end of the half now. They'll just take rounds wherever they can get it. A nice assistance here by Grim to scour back map control, and it was safe. Even though Art went ahead and grabbed this op, he disappeared. Like David Blaine in a magic trick and got the hell out of there. Reappeared in the B-apps to try to entry once again, and we'll see what one of the final attempts on the T half will look like. We've got Caserod out to mid. He's been holding largely by himself in these defaults. Looks like Stewie made the cat jump, so we'll get some good information there. That's the kind of information you can only get if you get the cat jump, knowing they haven't crossed just yet. The leg plus the Molotov means they've got to fall back. Art also takes an op tag. Hopefully it won't be a tragic situation that they don't finish off these op kills, because Art is now in position inside the window.
It is crazy. Stewie's gotten like 6 or 7 op shots just through walls. He would have so many more kills. Yes, he's doing the damage, but I mean, he's giving FURIA these little chances.
Such a nice guy.
It's got to be so damn frustrating. We'll see if it's still too much to handle. Twists finds Yuri. Vinny answers. He has been a threat out from Palace. Henny also able inside of Connector, but look at the HP. Look at the health here for FURIA. Nearly non-existent. He's waiting for him. Even then, Vinny anticipates the peek from Twists. It's Grim and Stewie to try and close this. And they're on opposite sides of the map, but once that smoke fades...
They have less total health than all of the remaining players.
Little twitchy Grim puts the smoke out. Palace peek could cost him if he's not quite ready, but on this angle, is Caserado going to be able to see it? He is playing with millimeters. And Art on the other side of the triple box. Grim, there's nobody watching this. He could walk right through.
Oh, God.
He's getting caught. He does emerge, catches Art. And then suddenly Stewie's looking to lend a set of eyes. 12 seconds left. Henny, he has no way to win this round, assuming Grim doesn't die. What? I don't know what's going on here. Kill him after time.
Okay.
Oh, and Stewie hits the headshot.
And he's stolen. Big play by Grim. It's not every day you see Grimothy push a smoke. He's usually the player who is very comfortable sitting where he is, taking the duels, making sure he has his gun out because he is such a strong rifler. But here he is in CT, putting in overtime, pushing through the smoke that he threw down in front of triple, outplays Art, outplays Caserado, and locks it down. That's a 4-on-2 situation brought back. And yes, it almost came to the situation where all of those leg shots from the ops shots almost meant nothing. That a huge man advantage like that, you don't know exactly how much life is left on the other team. It just can become overwhelming. But what they just found out is they can win a 2v4, and again, they did it by outplaying each of the remaining players and really just destroying the money for Henny. Can't buy armor on this round. And it's not like anybody can drop him anything because the rest of them are broke as well. He'll have to pick up a P250 here. Caserado is just on a deagle, and Liquid have really brought this half back from the grave.
Going for the run boost to the top mid play. Art gets thrown over. Nothing to be seen here. Team Liquid absolutely giving up mid. Elige will be denied his vision. Just looks to play right on the cusp of it. Yuri and Art doing the same thing, but for Connector. Bomb's been picked up, so not wanting to double back. Don't forget, right, there's 2 pistol players still in the mix here for FURIA. Elige crossing over, and Yuri's able to best him. Suddenly, this A site's in question because whether they realize it or not, there's a lot of bodies coming at them from mid. And suddenly, FURIA are gonna scatter.
Interesting. Do they want to test Stewie again? He has been an absolute rock for Team Liquid on this CT side in terms of his opping presence. Yes, he's gotten a lot of leg shots off, but he's also denied opening kills. They're coming towards him. The cat split might be too much to handle. Stewie, there's a lot of pressure on him in this moment.
He sees the arm, yet to take a shot. Ooh, and he goes down empty-handed. Now it's Grim like a landmine from the back of the site. How much can he deliver? Only the one kill. Nap, ooh, catching a player on the cross, but it's immediately traded. So Twists is gonna need something big to try and take back a 7th round for this CT side. It was looking like Liquid were in full control in the closing moments of the first half, but Yuri's gonna nail him to the wall of market. FURIA, a 3-round lead and 1 CT side away from securing a spot at the Blastfall Finals. It was looking like Shadows of Inferno until suddenly Team Liquid pull 4 rounds in a row. And a lot of that impact in those 4 rounds caused by Stewie 2K. His sniper looked good on the defensive half of Mirage, but
still for only a 6-9 half.
Yeah.
Giggity, giggity, all right.
Hey.
But I went back and looked at their head-to-heads, just went through every single one in the break and just tried to figure out where they land on Mirage when it comes to a 6-9 half, where FURIA have a good T side. It's been all over the place. Sometimes FURIA have had a 10-5 half, sometimes they've had a 5-10 half and won it. So there's no telling how Liquid feel based on these results. I'm sure they're thinking about past performances to try to figure out what their plan's going to be on T side. certainly, of course, the conversation leads us to it all starts with a pistol. If it is the case that Liquid have never won on Mirage versus Furia in all of their head-to-head from what we can see, dating back all the way to 2019, and they have played a number of times. So this will be, again, breaking new ground. We'll see how much they've practiced Mirage as a whole in terms of fixing things, because coming out of day one, that was the clear most problematic thing, and they have already made strides on it. But look, Furia have already normalized their performance now, because they've already shown that they can dominate Liquid on CT side, that they can do better than them, they can keep up with them at every turn. It's a challenge like Liquid has not faced so far in the tournament.
Not since they've gotten here to Europe. We knew it though, man. I had a hunch. It's like, if we know Furia have anything, it's fantastic T sides. If Liquid had proven that they would held on to any part of their identity, it was those rock solid defensive halves. And then of course, with all the history between these teams, this is the matchup for a spot at the fall finals.
I know there's a part of us that wants to believe that Furia can be figured out because of like their aggressive maneuvers. Like, oh, they've got a series of pocket plays, but if you've played enough against them, eventually you've got to be able to figure it out. But there's just so much more to Furia, actually. It just feels like when they're at their peak, they get away with these, getting into window every minute, every single round, or, Art pulling off these pushes that he always does, where it looks like he's not thinking very much. But on top of that, they do so much creative stuff on their CT side that sets them apart from the rest. They're incredibly hard to read. Even when I have the whole map to see, I can see, I have to wonder sometimes how they get their information. That proactivity we talk about, and their fearlessness, I think, really is what sets them apart and makes them this consistent, perpetual threat, and what has helped them dominate the NA portion of the online era.
Lay it on the table.
Lay it on the table.
That's what Henny's telling you to do. I was a little bit worried for Furia when we were watching them struggle in the first leg of the event in the fall series, because we had an interview with Furia at one point where they said like, yeah, man, we showed up to Europe and things don't feel as great, and we're trying to maybe reinvent ourselves a little. And that right there, when I heard that sentence, reinvent ourselves,
it's like, what?
My heart stopped, because I was like, dude, we just spent the last 6 months watching you guys just destroy North America with what seemed like an unreplicatable kind of style when it comes to Counter-Strike. And you calculated that one, huh? Unreplicatable. Unreplicable.
Okay.
Then they came here, have a few struggles, and want to reinvent themselves?
Yeah.
It's like, no, don't let this go. This is what we were waiting for. When Furia completely took over the top of NA, I remember we were all over there thinking to ourselves like, man, I can't wait to go back to Europe and become the top one team in the world. This is our region refreshed. But it seems like they leaned back into what got them to the top of NA. And now it's working out, as it has every other time, essentially, since they've played Team Liquid. As we said, man, 10 best of 3s in 2020, 9 of them to the side of Furia. Getting closer and closer, one after another, but never with a win on Mirage. Team Liquid trailing by 3 as the second pistol's underway. And they're going to challenge Catwalk, which means they face Art. He throws his frag grenade through the smoke, and then he just jumps into it. K-Serrato kills another T as Art switches places with them. K-Serrato the killer. Those two headshots are disgusting.
It's just like butter for your eyeballs, man. K-Serrato. The smoothness. Those were some tasty peaks, man. Look at this.
The business.
He's on ice skates. Squeezes out. Perfect shot on twist. Another one to come back in. He's just a rubber band. The rubber band man. God damn. And I like how Art is, again, he's already thinking one step ahead. He's like, I'm getting this kill and I'm pushing the smoke before he even gets the kill.
Yep. Goodbye.
Thanks for the smoke. Peace out. Man, the absolute state of Furia.
If there's one human being out of the billions of us that could probably teleport, it might be Art.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that man just disappears. So hard to keep track of him in the mid-round moments. Run boost for NAF. Nobody here to hold it in entirely. They're just happy to stay a bit back from the frontier. Yuri committed in connector. Easy pickup versus Grim. Manages a second and a third, and even the fourth frag. FURIA 11 rounds to 6, and they are feeling it.
He says, pray to me. Pray to me if you want to live. Not that he would change his mind. This guy is a monster, an animal, a manimal. Gets to pad the stats a little bit with the Glock farm, but he keeps his teammates alive. That's the most important part. Everyone's got a little bit of money left over in the bank because of Yuri's clean anti-eco 4K. The AKs are out in this 11-6 score line. Liquid showing us what they can do now on the T side. Let's see what the establishing round looks like for them. Early mid control, Alicia to the bottom of mid, bottom of connector. Trying to make fast progress. There's no lurk here over in the halls or at A ramp. Art cannot control that Galil spray. Grim will be the man to punish him for it.
So an opening kill, an opening man advantage. Team Liquid. Their 5v4 conversion stats coming into this series were at something like 85%.
Yeah. I think it was really, really high. There's the stack on the A ramp. So it's FURIA really hoping and praying that it's going to be an A site hit, but it's Liquid picking the cat to B split. And the only thing they can do at this point is waste too much time. They've picked the correct site. The flash comes out, and Naf is unleashed. He'll start clearing out all the angles frantically, and then he'll realize that there's nothing to be worried about. Not a CT in sight. And for FURIA, don't have any reason to move. Of course, always a great idea if, let's say you have low guns or low numbers, 3v5, or a round like this, 4v5 with 2 MP9s. Instead of trying to play a very standard round and you're on CT side and be a slave to rotations as Liquid, or the other team might throw fakes and stuff like that, just go ahead for a gamble stack. It can be a great idea. You save the guns as a threat in the next round in a situation where you wouldn't be able to buy. You, of course, collect loss bonus here, and if they do come towards your site, you've got a really, really heavily stacked site. And we can see right there, it's not that Liquid actually knew that much about B. They went and they cleared out everything. So in their minds, they're taking a small risk of their own by trying to run in there. But here's the first situation. Grim, great flash dodge, honestly. I don't know if that was his teammates or one that came from over A site. It'd be weird if he dodged that way from over A site, but still really, really good at kind of resettling his aim quickly.
Slightly labored spray from both him and Art, though. You saw the blood gushing out of him.
Yeah, it looked like Art tried to go for like 2 bursts or something.
Yeah,
a bit awkward.
So Team Liquid on the board early to the T side, but obviously 4 players saving for FURIA. They're going to be fine here. It's as if that last one didn't even happen.
Ooh, they're going to molly twist out. And it looks like Case Rado doesn't even want to push. Oh, smart smoke there from Twist. Just poofy enough that he can fall back. Surprised they don't go for the punish. Happy with the damage. Content to push them out. And Liquid effectively smoke themselves out mid. FURIA go light on it, playing 2-2 to the sights. And look at Liquid, or just assuming that something will be pushed, holding back. This is rarer to have a T watching A ramp and a T holding Palace. They're just kind of spreading their bets. And it looks like pulling out something of a fake exec, but what does this net Liquid exactly? Are FURIA going to rotate out of A? It doesn't feel like it.
One smoke per side of connector, and Art, yeah, he's not going to respect that. He hits Cat before their additional utility plumes. Twist trying to find the entry, but he is also met by resistance. Case Serato's second kill through the side of the smoke. That's big. Alicia's already inside of the site, though. Vinny's got his back turned, and that one's an easy pickup. Naf, the only player to find a kill this round. A total shutdown from FURIA, just responding to Liquid with smokes of their own. We saw each of them on connector. Art peeks in. They tried to go for this Cat smoke as well, but it just pops Colossus a second too late, and then this was a beauty from K Serrato, forcing Twists right into his crosshair. And then, of course, because Twists is that far up, K Serrato knows there's players right there behind him. No way is Twists alone. Punches some shots through the smoke and gets an additional kill. Very nice stuff from FURIA. Everybody a step ahead. A step ahead.
A step at the head, a snap of the wrist. Yeah, information is king, right? And Art knows that. And it's like, imagine you throw this totally you throw a detailed round with a default and a fake A, all for Art just to push your one key smoke and connector, get all that information back, and K Serrato can just focus in on smokes, knowing the cat split is coming with certainty.
Same situation to the last round, but instead of Art going in, it's a Liege. Was probably hoping to catch him, but instead Art's eyes set to the window. But now that that's been smoked off, what's he going to do about it? Liege could just play the long con, hoping that eventually Art comes back in. But he's actually going to move to market as Yuri plays into closer ramp.
In K Serrato, he's all the way up in halls, or is that Vinny and K Serrato's at get right, I guess? Yeah, Vinny behind the smoke, waiting to push. They're going to get the info early. Yuri here on the A ramp could be a liability. If it wasn't Yuri, I'd trust him less. Oh my god, he's so nuts.
Beautiful. Third player comes in, third player goes out, and the fourth one's not for him. There is still a chance here for Liquid, but it's minute. 20 seconds left. Double peek from the CTs off of their spawn. Art, he's going to try to challenge, and the bomb's still not planted. Oh my goodness, Vinny's the man to give cover out from jungle. FURIA on 13.
He can't even plant. Man, and like, this is the other layer to FURIA, right? None of this would be possible if any of them sucked. And if you can leave Yuri here in a position where you normally want to have two people to try to trade out versus an A-ramp hit like this, and you can just leave Yuri alone with no nades out at all, just one off angle, then of course you're going to look good.
Now Team Liquid down into the economic despair. 4 Desert Eagles, 1 P250, and a frag grenade thrown to the window for, what, 9 damage? Chump change. Art's got Grim slain. Team Liquid absolutely fizzling out to the ferociousness of FURIA. Easy pickups to close this. They have double the round count of Team Liquid on, again, a map Liquid have never taken away from them. This is par for the course. It's all in the history books.
Yeah, lots of double-digit wins here. Or single-digit losses, I guess, for Liquid in this matchup. Now, the only thing that changes the stats a little bit is just that Grim hasn't been a component for Liquid in some of their matches that they played, but even with him, they've lost. So, attack timeout is going to be called for Liquid. They attempt to figure out anything that they can do here on T side. And listen, it's Mirage. They can entry their way back into rounds. It's not like FURIA are going to do anything they're not ready for. It's just, can they stop them from getting away with what they know they're going to try? Art's Air is trying to escape his headphones. Just got that mad scientist appeal. Well, Stewie carrying over a good first half into this one. And the most utility damage on the team. But at this point, it's just a greater problem than just one player. Kind of like it was on Inferno as well. Stewie's going to fly down mid, look for the entry. And Art, he's on cat this time around. Not in connector, not in window.
He's just sitting in the center of the smoke.
Yeah.
Sometimes it looks ridiculous, but...
Waiting for the... Oh my god, Art doesn't even...
What?
Wait, Stewie doesn't know either. Stewie's up top. He should be able to shoot him. Yes, he'll get the trade at least.
This calls Vinny closer. Stewie's going to walk right into it, and that's a big pickup from Stu. Grim's going to immediately grab that bomb and go trudging through the apartments, trying to take the B site before any rotate can actually happen. And in reality, they should have this one easy.
Yeah, they immediately group up for the attack. They've got the B site under lock and key. Stewie in the most powerful spot. Grim can have knife out and plant. No problem. Empty pillars clean. No rotators here. FURIA are going to give up this round. No problem. It's all about Stewie's next kill. Up cat into the site. That's the big one. That brings it to a 3-on-3 situation. If that trade goes Vinny's way, I believe it was.
Coming from Arch?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
One of the B players there.
Down goes Stewie. Only 3 weapons to be kept by Liquid. Furia's money obviously perfectly fine. Vinny's over 10 grand. Art and Yuri within 6k, so screw hunting. Team Liquid need cash of their own. This is an 8th round of the board. 6 rounds the difference. Furia 2 away from booking that spot at the fall finals. You know, this is the North American semifinals. Obviously, mousesports versus Cloud9 up next. But this one's not over, so don't look too far into the future. We've got Team Liquid able to come in with the rebuy. Let's see what they have in store for us. So far, this is their 2nd T-round win. And we are 7 rounds deep.
So there's up. It looks like Art's going to go for the catch jump again. Yeah, it's such a strong spot, of course, to go here just because you can see off the left side of the cat smoke and see if anybody crosses to top mid. He can hold on to this information. He's also conjoining efforts here with Henny, who has his op and connector. And I think it feels like they've got a lot of information there. They're going to now go for some more. Looking to get up into the B halls a little bit. How far will Art go? Liquid peel back off of this. This is interesting. They throw a Molotov down. They don't see a single player. And it looks like they're going to start to run in for the push. Liquid, their time, the clock is ticking for them to be able to get off this AXX if Art keeps on going. But he looks pretty comfortable in his spot, actually.
That he does. Yuri behind the default. Full execution at the 50-second mark. I wonder if Henny's going to challenge because he's kind of cut off by smokes, but Yuri all alone trying to take behind Firebox. Can he lock in? No. Grim, immediate pickup, but there's a player just on the side of Ticket. That's Case Serrato. Looking for some spam damage. Stewie alleviating the pressure as he comes in from connector. Team Liquid sink into the A site and convince Furia to fall away.
Big plays. They cancel. They go for that A hit. They got shut down hard by Yuri on the A ramp last time. This time he's on default, and you've got to pick your poison really if you're going to play the A site that way. If you leave players in the site, they have to fight to the death, and you don't have an opportunity to retake. But if you only leave one, you really harm your chances of going for a retake. And of course, there's a huge advantage to the players who are splitting through Palace and A ramp with all of their nades to smoke out the perimeter of the site, flash over, and isolate that solo player. Stewie punishing the second frag means there's absolutely no chance they'll even go for it. And a clean round to bring them one step closer to this comeback. Nice opening from Grim. That's one very important kill. It's actually Stewie at mid. I didn't even realize he had flanked that way. Furia will call attack timeout. So we go over the aggressive option that was used. It was the double op-up on connector and cat between Art and Henny. Art comes off of cat, goes into B. They peek B, but they hold in that position. No rotations come out, and again, it all comes down to Yuri on the site. What will change off of this tack timeout is the question.
Looking forward to it. Maybe some more Palace peaks. Maybe not just leaving Yuri in the site, but rather back on that ramp. You know, we saw him with the multi-kill hold. We'll see if any positions are adjusted. Team Liquid working with a near non-existent margin of error. Little boost up for Stewie. 3 players on the A side immediately, and I see Yuri already closing this distance and getting closer to the ramp. The flashbang, Stewie tries to dodge it. Oh, he snaps into Case Serrato. A great readjustment from Stewie. He knew that hit was coming, and he took one with him. Grim also then makes the difference with a follow-up trade frag. Man advantage for Liquid. Tons of utility still to play off of, and a double op from Furia. Well, that's what they have to hold on with.
They're going back into A. Henny's getting close to the A ramp to refresh position. As you mentioned, the 2-op setup. This can be a double-edged sword, of course. If Liquid spacing is really tight on this, then they should be fine. But at the same time, if they let Henny get a kill and fall out, they're in a very tricky position.
Ooh, and he gets Grim first and foremost, and the smoke grenades, well, they're back beyond him. Henny, in these kinds of moments, is absolutely able to deliver, and Art, he jumps back to Firebox, the double ops payoff, Furia, 15 rounds.
3-on-4 situation. The trades go down at the A ramp, but the re-aggression, the joined efforts of Art and Henny in another atypical CT setup on the A site results in a victory. And again, it comes down to spacing. No one here to trade out Henny, and he hits this off-scope flick. Alish looks silly flying through the sky to get across his screen, but it was the correct play. He absolutely hit an insane shot. I mean, there's no other way to describe it.
6 map match points with qualification on the line. This round starts the same way the last one finished, with opping prowess coming in from Henny. He sees the trajectories of the grenade. He wants to knock him down a peg. He absolutely will. Being ripped apart by Furia. A 3 versus 5 to keep Liquid in this, and it's not happening. These two snipers have made a world of difference, and now Vinny's looking to lock it down. A minute on the clock for Naf. He runs desperately in, and Furia qualify for the finals.
Congratulations to Furia, an outstanding performance. Having these two storylines come together has been a pleasure to watch. Watching them get better after they've entered into Europe, facing off against different competition, only to meet each other in another final. And for Furia, who looked even shakier than Liquid coming into Europe, I want to say, as soon as they got here, fixing their issues and starting to look like their old selves. And even though Liquid made some adjustments, had these outstanding CT side halves, all those stats have now been dampened by Furia's comebacks on these maps.
This team to the fall finals does not look like the same one that begun the showdown versus Isurus with a map loss.
Jesus.
This team has improved in an incredible amount of time, as so many others have at this one event. Let's throw this one over to the desk as they can unpack the series.
Furia have won the NA battle. They are through to the full finals, and they overcome Liquid one more time. A dominant performance on Inferno and a complete lockdown when it comes to Mirage. And this was a hugely impactful, powerful team effort. And I got to start with saying, this is the Furia we knew, right? You see them on the cameras, they're getting animated, they're getting active again, they're hyping each other up, they're believing in it once again.
They just gained power game after game after game in this event. If you go back to Isurus and how they struggled then versus VP a little bit better, and now today simply outclassing Liquid at the very end. As you mentioned, a team victory. You could pretty much pinpoint every single one of them and remember a good round they had, a very influential round they had when they completely changed the course of the game. Everyone stepped up. What was that Art and Henny 2v4 AWP clip on the A side? That's madness.
That really is madness. I would not want to be facing that kind of double orb setup ever.
No, nobody would like to do that. They really played well. It's like watching a football team starting the World Cup. You know, the first game, there's a bit of a struggle. You know, you get better game by game by game, and when you go to the playoff, you perform. And that was the exact same thing we got out of Furia in this one. I just want to know what Art, you know, and the Furia guys had. You know, he's told us, we had a talk for 3 hours, and we you know, solved some issues. I want to know what kind of issues those were. Hope we get to talk with him later, because there must have been something, you know, there must have been some tension within the team. There must have been something that was going not the way they would like it to. And ever since that talk, ever since that moment, it seems like every single one of those players again are feeling it, and they're playing the Furia way, the Furia Counter-Strike we love to see.
Yeah, we want to know the inner workings, right? When something can change in such a big way. But coming on to Liquid here, right? Such a good first map from them. We saw, okay, some struggles. It could have potentially gone either way of it. We go to Inferno, they get blown out of the water. And then when it comes to Mirage, we expect them to be able to fight. But it looked like there was no fight in them.
I think they got surprised by the rhythm at the beginning of that first half. You know, on their CT side, we could see Furia applying so much pressure as we could foresee, right? But maybe Liquid just missed the mark on a couple of these rounds. Then they fought back. They had actually a pretty good recovery. I think Grim is a name that we need to mention. Obviously, Stewie2K was having some impact with the AWP towards Catwalk. So together, they actually fought back. And then on the second half, they start well. But again, these couple of rounds, very 50-50, the 4v3 situation. Then Art through the smoking connect. I think these rounds, they just hurt them too too much, and they didn't have enough leeway to mount that comeback. Now, individually speaking, a couple of names, obviously, Twist and Naf, two players that should be on top, could be on top, kind of missed the mark. I talked about Naf, the AWP, and the presence on the CT side. That was a bit complicated.
The problem is, right, when we look at Liquid, they still don't have some player who can really focus in on that AWP and deliver in the same way like a Henny can, and that does come to pay a price eventually, right? They've been trying to make this system work without them for quite some time. One positive I can look at, though, when it comes to them, is Grim. On every single map, he's doing something. He's providing the value.
Yeah, I got a little package prepared with Grim because he was a big part of the reason as to why they fought back into this game. Here, you see him in a 4 versus 5. He's not afraid to make plays right. He's sneaking around from catwalk, getting a kill, falling back. Great play by Grim. Again, making plays. The round after, look at this clutch. It's a 2 versus 3. Sure, HP is not looking good for FURIA, but again, Grim, he's not scared. He's not scared of making the play that is necessary to win. Walking through the smoke, gets the kill, falls back, and gets another kill on the A-bomb side, winning the round for Team Liquid. You're still new, you're still young. We talked about him in the pre-show coming in. One of these new young prospects when it comes to North American Counter-Strike. So see him play this well, to see him not being afraid of making plays is to me such a great sign. Because you see a lot of these youngsters, you know, Bemes is a great example, I think. Sometimes he's a bit scared to do what he does the best. Grim, he's not. He gets it done, and he was the one positive sign for Team Liquid in this matchup.
And confidence is key in moments like that, right? You cannot be scared. But one thing FURIA certainly wasn't, is scared of Liquid's B site at all. How many times did they want to just push on in?
It's just, I feel like we found the DNA of FURIA again, and I have a clip ready to show you guys how they are going to be relentless, and they do not scare away from the challenge. You know, we see 7-1 when they are completely in the lead, attempting for that B action. Stewie, as we mentioned, stepping in with the AWP. There is Grim as a second wave of defense. Everything looks nice. FURIA, they've been completely thwarted. That rush was a failure. 3 quick kills. Liquid is on the board. What they do the next round, they do the exact same. They don't shy away from the fight. This time around, Stewie unfortunately doesn't get the kill, but Grim is here with the grenade, and this is where it's interesting. FURIA, they realize what's happening. They're just slowing down a little bit, but they don't shy away. They stay, and they play out the timing through the smokes. Vinny find the kill onto Grim, and that's it. They've again the advantage, and again playing the B side.
Yeah, they're just so good at it, right? The balance between aggressive Counter-Strike and then slowing down when needed to be. Had they had the opportunity, they would have gone full throttle, they would have gone in, but they know when they need to slow down, and they did it to perfection right here.
They really did, and this right now, right, is a FURIA you have to be very scared of, and you certainly have to respect. And you know who we've got to talk to when it comes to winners interviews for FURIA. We've got Art with us. And Art, last time around when we did the interview, man, you told us you had a 3-hour chat, a sit down, you worked some things out. But I want to also say, you guys, when we see you on the cameras, you're back to your old selves again. You're showing emotion. We're seeing you all look like you're working together. How much impact has that conversation had, and how much has this been able to help you guys get to where we think you're back to your same form?
I have to say there is a lot of impact about that when you get to the game, when I into the server, doing our stuff that we like to do, and they're not shying away from fights, and they're just playing together, and everybody's just into the game. I think that's where we get the best of ourselves. So I think that was very important for us.
Now, I've got to ask as well, how do you keep this going, right? How do you stop yourselves going backwards on this? Because it's all well and good, right? You get the wins here, but how do you keep this going as the leader of the team to make sure everyone stays together as one unit?
We just have to do the same that we did today. If we play the same like we played today and yesterday, and that is it. We have to play CS. We have to be confident on our teammates, be confident on ourselves, and just play the best we can. And hopefully that is enough to win.
And just you individually, you had what I consider to be a very good series. You had a lot of impact, a lot of kills. At the beginning of the tournament, a little bit more shaky. How did you react? How did you find your form again?
I don't felt that I was like lagging behind on fragging. I think I just could not be in the action. Like I was just playing more of a supportive role, because everywhere I went, they're not going to the same place. They're just going to other places, and that's where I don't like to play. I like to play to be in the action, to be traded. I like to be with my teammates, so I can help them and they can help me. And I think after the first map, I just focused more, and that was just more our game than their game.
And if you feel like you're outside of the action, do you think that's due to the map? Is that due to how your opponents are playing? How do you explain that sometimes you cannot be in the action?
Sometimes you just have to guess where they will go. If they go fast to the other side and they're not there, I cannot do anything. So sometimes I just guess wrong, or just go to the wrong place, the wrong site, and they just hit the other one. And that's not the place that we play better. We play better when we are playing just around me, and the guys are training me, so they feel more confident. And other maps, it's easier for us to play like that.
Vinny is a player we often talk to, but we don't talk that much about him. This series he was playing well. Can you try to put some words on what he adds to your lineup?
Yeah, he's been like a very solid anchor in the team. He's playing like most anchor sides, and today he was very solid aim-wise. He was everywhere he was, and the enemies come. He could manage to kill 1 or 2 or 3. He was like a good anchor, and he's more like this kind of player now, and he's playing very well at it.
Sure. When it comes to the calling of FURIA, right? Who do you look to when you need help? Like if you're out of ideas, if you need some help from anyone, who's your next two within your lineup?
Usually, I don't like to put the pressure on the guys to call anything. If they have an idea, they're open, they're free to tell me, and I can work it out. But I don't like to put the pressure on them to decide what to do in important rounds. That's a pressure they cannot have because it's unnecessary. They have to think on their game and what they have to do, and I have to think on what I have to call. So that's my job, and they don't really think about it. They just if they have an idea, they of course gonna tell me, and I'm gonna work it out. And it happens all the time. They have ideas, they tell me, and I do it, and it works.
So now you are making it through to the finals. Please tell me, what's your level of confidence going up against these teams? Because we have some real giants waiting for you.
For me, actually, and I think for the guys as well, can speak for them. It doesn't matter who we're facing. We're just gonna into the server and we're gonna play our game. We're gonna be confident. We're gonna be taking aim duels. We're gonna do everything we need to do to win. So it doesn't matter who we face.
Thank you so much for your time and congratulations on making it to the full final. We look forward to seeing FURIA in full force when it comes to it.
Thank you very much. See ya.
This is another level to this FURIA lineup, right, that we keep on seeing. I wouldn't say it's a level above what we've seen from him in the past. We've definitely seen a better FURIA, but this is a FURIA that's getting back to the stages that they were at.
Yeah, that's the difference. That is the difference that is marking, and you know, the feeling that we are left with right now is the bounce back from a FURIA that starts the event with the shadow of what happened at Fall Series, having a first series that is complicated, then we don't really know what to expect from them, and then we see a change, not only inside the server, but outside the server, in the interviews, in the webcams. Suddenly they're activated, they feel better, they feel confident, and they show a better Counter-Strike.
To put it short, this is the FURIA we expected coming into Blast, and this is the FURIA showing finally.
Finally, they are there. But we still have one more match to come your way. That was NA taking on NA. Now we've got EU going up against EU. After the break, we're coming back with Cloud9 taking on mousesports. And trust me, that one is going to deliver.
what I like from mousesports, what I hear, what we see is the dedication, the investment, the motivation.
Kerrigan's still hiding behind the bomb site, and he's got himself 2 kills. Frozen's gonna have to go sprinting in. He hits the headshot. Double kill from Frozen. And that is how they've done it.
The storyline will be against Cloud9, against Voxic. I think that could be a really funny game to play. This time we definitely want to show how we've been playing in practice. And if we can bring that, I think it will definitely be a good match.
Alex starting to drop some shots. He does the damage. Primes Tag, who's in with 3 kills. Surprise, surprise. Oh, and the headshot. No trade frag until now. Another one, and Sloppy does it all. All hail the Colossus.
There's no room for errors. We have to fight for our lives.
It's the Colossus taking on the Mighty Mouse. And this time around, we get Woxic to go up against his old team. He got fired up yesterday when things went their way. And this one will mean that little bit more to him, I think.
Yeah, and we love these storylines. Right? We love these grudge matches. And particularly when you have a player like Woxic who we know can take over a game and can just pop off. And then you sprinkle a little bit of emotions on top of it. Then suddenly you have a cocktail for, destruction.
We really do. But Jacob, have we finished sleeping on Cloud9?
Nah, I don't know, James. I don't know. I don't think we're sleeping on them anymore. I think the Cloud9 have shown themselves and shown the world how good they can be, what their potential is like. I think Cloud9, with the win yesterday, that in itself was a testament to the progress they've been making in practice and to where they are as of right now as a team. I will say yesterday it was a game that could have gone both ways. Complexity were in the lead, so they probably should have won the game, if you can allow yourself to say that, but it doesn't take anything away from Cloud9 and the fact that they were able to come back from being down 1-0 to win the series 2-1 and do it in the fashion they did on Dust 2 was very impressive to me. Today they face a team that has been playing well throughout the entire tournament, so I think they will have to step it up. If they play the same level of Counter-Strike they did yesterday, I am not too certain that's going to be enough.
Ooh, and that's what it comes down to really, isn't it? Because we've seen a lot from Cloud9 here, but it's been very back and forth. Like you just mentioned, Jacob, it definitely could have been flipped on its head and how that result went. For mousesports, they've got a bit more of this consistency, but they're still looking to rise up from where they were because they did have quite a drop-off.
Yeah, for mousesports, I have a little bit of an issue putting stock on that victory versus Heroic because I really feel like Heroic dropped the ball on the last map, but I will still say there are some extreme positives for them. First of all, Robs is still playing at the highest level at the moment. He's the 3rd highest rated player in the event with 1.34, which is ridiculous, by the way. So he's doing Robs. Robs is doing Robs, that is normal. But then, as a surprise, you have Frozen, who stepped up massively versus Heroic. He had such an impact that we hadn't seen in a long, long time. The impact that mousesports needed when they were winning titles. So if you can guarantee me that he's going to have that level today, it's going to add a little bit more. And then finally, Kerrigan, we know that in terms of skill, might be sometimes missing a little bit. He was key in the entry fragging department versus Heroic. He took all the risks and he won most of these duels.
And I love that you mentioned the Kerrigan there, right? Because he is the experienced player on this. He is the IGL, but he is also a man that knows how Woxic plays. And he was talking to Freya about that man himself.
I want to touch upon Woxic there as well, as you mentioned, obviously a former teammate of yours as well. So what are your perceptions of him coming up against him on the other side of the server now? Do you feel like you have any kind of advantage because, you've been his leader before, he's played on your team?
I don't really think we have advantage. I think the other way, Voxic knows how we play as a team. He knows how I like to call. Obviously, I know his moves and stuff like that. But in the end, when you come into the situation, I don't think there's advantage for anyone in the game. Like obviously, Voxic is one of the best orbers in the world, and if he hits this game, it's gonna be really tough for us. So we have to make sure we can shut him down and not let him get too much impact. And therefore, I think if we're able to do that, I think we have a good chance to win. But if we let him lose, I know how good he can be when he goes for all the aggressive entries. But if we shut that down, I think we have a good chance of winning the game.
And that's an interesting part to this, right? Because there will be a bit of mind games between these two.
I think he was answering pretty well. I think Voxic, if you have to give the advantage to anyone, him knowing how Kerrigan calls, him knowing how mousesports like to approach the game is probably a bigger advantage than them knowing how he moves around on the server. Let's be fair, when you're on a server, you don't really know whether you're up against Voxic or another player. You can see he has an AWP in your hand and you can maybe guess to yourself this is where Voxic is playing, but you can't play, you can't play and think that, oh, I'm against Voxic, so now I need to remember what he's doing. Whereas for Voxic, in terms of how Kerrigan is calling, he can prepare his teammates for that. So if you had to give anyone an advantage in that little little duel in between the game, then I would give it to Voxic.
Although I agree with Jacob, I think he has a point. Kerrigan is probably the best at 4D chessing these games. When he knows, you know, he knows. Here is what he's supposed to do, so he's going to take you out your own game. Exactly. You've heard so many interviews of him, explaining how and what the mindset he has entering a veto, knowing, that the weaknesses are straight up out there. I think Kerrigan's going to surprise us. He might even surprise us in the veto. So he's the perfect guy to do that, 4D chess.
And 4D chess is certainly what he's good at. But when it comes to Alex yesterday, we had to praise him so highly on how good of a read he had on the game from start to finish.
Yeah, and how good he was playing as well as an individual player on the server. Mania brought it up. Kerrigan sometimes struggled to hold on to his own on the server. Fracking-wise, not up where he were a couple of years ago. When he was in Astralis, Kerrigan was much better. I see Alex being a player that can take over a game fracking-wise as well. Not by the sick aim, not by the sick flicks, but as Maniac said yesterday as well, his positioning in the game, the way he moves around on the server, the way he plays Counter-Strike and just thinks Counter-Strike gives him a lot of duels where he's supposed to win them. Yesterday, he was winning a lot of those, and if that's going to be the case again today, I see an edge given to Alex in terms of individual skill compared to Kerrigan.
Yesterday was a reference game for Alex, by all accounts. First of all, individually, he out-fragged everyone, BlameF included, the highest fragging leader we have. He out-fragged him, and then, tactically speaking, when they were backs against the wall, he figured out the strategies. We all have in mind, Complexity falling for the trap at the very end with the good gamble from Cloud9, so he had these reads when it mattered the most. So individually he was activated and his brain was 900 IQ.
And that's the thing you got to be very careful of when it comes to Alex. But we already heard from Kerrigan, so I want to hear from Voxic and what he'll be bringing to this matchup.
I would ask how much of an input you've been giving on the overall game plan for this, considering that you did play under Kerrigan's leaderships, under that mousesports banner for quite a long period of time. So what are your thoughts in terms of giving Alex your input in terms of your game plan going forward?
Pretty much I do the same, because when Alex was picking me up, we had a talk with him, basically I'm gonna do what I'm doing in mouse because this is what I'm good on it. So basically nothing changed on me. I have a freedom, I do whatever I want. In the beginning of round, I'm just calling, bro, I want to pick here. If he has no different idea, he's just saying, okay, do it and make us fight before. And after that, he's creating a new idea or something. And sometimes I'm not even doing the picks, what I'm supposed to do. I'm just following the lead of the our in-game leader, what are you gonna call. That was same for Kerrigan. It's not always you can do whatever you want, because sometimes the in-game leaders are reading the game and calling something else, and you need to be support your teammates. So that's why pretty much same. I don't feel any difference, and I don't feel uncomfortable because I'm not doing my things in this team. Basically pretty much same for me. The names are changed. One of them was Kerrigan and now is Alex. And both of them is experienced in game leaders, so they knew it how to use me. Kerrigan knew it, and Alex know also because he was also playing with Zaivu before. So basically, I have no any problem. I have no any issues to not do my things basically.
And that's one thing you can rely on Voxic to do, is do his thing. When you unleash the beast, you get more than just this amount of hype, right? You get it in the server with an AWP in his hand as well.
I think there can be no doubt about who on the server wants this win the absolute most. That has to be Voxic. The emotion you saw yesterday when they won, he's just, he should play for FURIA sometimes, in terms of energy and the way they conduct themselves outside of the game. I'm impressed by Voxic, not only his English speaking skills, but the involvement he's been through, the progress he's been through as a player the last couple of years. In mousesports, he had periods where he was one of the best AWP players in the entire world. He was one of the top 20 players of the entirety of last year, having some sick turnouts, having some sick peaks. Sure, as of right now, Voxic is not to the same level, but as Maniac said, he is the one guy from Cloud9 who can take over the entirety of the server.
Now, we're still learning a lot about Cloud9 and their veto, their map ball, and everything that's going on with this team, but this veto is going to get very interesting.
So here's what we know. Mousesports should get rid of Overpass, because that's usually what they do, and I would be surprised to see it let through. And then Cloud9, again, they have always had the same veto throughout this entire competition. Remove Train, pick Nuke. Here are the bans. Now, Cloud9, they could pick Nuke. They have done so all across the tournament, right? And they picked it against Complexity. They have no fear picking Nuke against a team that's expert at it. Do you think they're going to go for Nuke?
If they are,
I'm glad. Okay, there's the change.
I'm glad. I was just about to say, if they are, they're picking into Nuke against a team who beat the best team in the world on Nuke a couple of days ago. I have no doubt saying that Heroic are still one, if not the best team team in the world on Nuke, at least they have been, and mousesports, they beat them the other day. So I think Cloud9 are smart enough picking into Nuke.
Now that pick to me is very hard to read, very hard to see coming. There are a couple of possibilities out there. First of all, the Nuke is still on the take. Nuke is still on the cards. That could be. Then you also have the Dust 2, the Mirage. We know mousesports are good on it. But then you think about Cloud9, you think about the wall they put up against Complexity on Mirage, for example. Do you want to take that risk? I'm not exactly sure. So for this one, I would not put my money. They go for Inferno. They change completely. They go for another map. Inferno there. So far, only curveballs.
They go for the map. They go for the map that requires the absolute most team play if you want to have a good CT side. Given the lack of practice time, given the lack of time they've had together in Cloud9, I think Kerrigan is reading this perfectly in the video so far. I believe it's a curveball maybe, but it makes sense to me when I see it happening in front of me. Nuke, still in play, sure. Dust 2 is out of the way here. mousesports, they must have a lot of confidence on Nuke after beating Heroic, but they also know that Cloud9 can play Nuke to a pretty high level. So do you want to go for it, Miniak?
It's Mirage on Nuke. I was going to say, I think you go for Nuke. You mousesports, you're the better team in your mind. When you're Kerrigan, as you said,
you
on
show
Nuke.
Confidence.
Yeah, you show confidence. Nuke has been your garden for a very long time. Kerrigan is no stranger to Nuke and to the T side specifically, so you can think as well, third map, knife round potential. You're going to have to know how to play on the T side so it makes sense. That Inferno peak, though, I have to say, the more you talk about it, the more it makes sense, but it is, to me, the definition of a true punish pick. Cloud9 have not played Inferno during that tournament so far, so we don't really know what they can bring to the table. But for mousesports either, I haven't really seen them being, so impressive on Inferno, so would that be a risk?
Isn't it quite dangerous position though for mousesports, right? When you don't know so much about your opponent, you can't have a good understanding other than maybe what you learn from if you've practiced against them or what you've heard from other teams.
Yeah, but it's one of those rare occasions where you can allow yourself to say, hey James, I'm going to play my own game. I'm going to play my brand of Counter-Strike. We're not going to think too much about the opponents. Of course, we know some tendencies. We know how Alex likes to call in the past with Vitality. We know how Voxic is, he likes to peek with AWP. There's always some small preparations you can do. But when it comes to the team, sure, you can allow yourself to say, this game, we're going to play our own game. And I think mousesports are quite comfortable in that one. Let's not forget that a couple of days ago, they did beat Heroic. And as Matthew said, sure, Heroic weren't playing well, but they still beat them 16-7 and 16-8. They absolutely dismantled what is right now, as per the rankings, the second best team in the world. So this mousesports, they're showing some teeth in this tournament.
Now this battle on your screen you just saw there, the Orpus going head to head, right? Voxic wins that all day of the week, but mousesports can use it quite differently.
Yeah, I have to say, I might have been a little bit harsh on Chris J, at least in terms of expectations and what I wanted him to bring to the table. But actually, he's been stepping up. He's been having some of these rounds where he really takes over with the AWP now. What I haven't seen him so far is him taking over the round, taking control. He's been a little bit passive, but he's done his job.
He has done his job indeed, and we're going to see these teams go head to head and do their job on the server. We've got the video, we know how it's going down. It's the Colossus taking on Mighty Mouse, but is it going to be enough this time around for C9 to get the win? We're starting on the heights of Vertigo. Let's see how it all goes down.
One more best of 3 here at the Blast Fall Showdown. One slot left at the Blast Fall Finals. And so this match means quite a bit for all parties involved. More so for some other individuals. We got a bit of a grudge match coming in. This is, I think, going to be the game of the day.
I think so too. I mean, like last match, it looked good off the first map, but then FURIA just took control of things. But yeah, this one, every time Cloud9 play a new team, we have to find out how good they'll be. And mousesports, they've been in the training, they've undergone training throughout the showdown. They took down Heroic by beating them on Nuke, right? They deserve respect right now. And I think just like yesterday's match with Cloud9 versus Complexity, this one will deliver as well. I think Kerrigan definitely won the veto, but I don't think that means that they'll win the series. Cloud9, they got stomped by Virtus Pro on Inferno, the first match that they ever played. But at this point, I'm going to call that so long ago that probably sparked a lot of change on their Inferno, and we'll see if that changes here on Vertigo. This was all about Floppy, and I think Kerrigan knows that coming into the match. But there's so much to talk about and so little time. We've got Kerrigan up top in B on this pistol round, trying to find these Cloud9 members.
There's 4 of them right there ready for him. So Woxic opens up this best of 3 with a frag towards the B site. Rops is going to go down empty-handed, and that's the B site completely clear for the taking. Floppy's going to play close proximity, 4 teammates beyond him to lock in this round.
I think they're literally saving. Like, this is not even a situation where they can do anything. Wow, it's not often you see a 3-player save on the CT side pistol, but you know, it's a situation where they can invest more next round. Really clean round. I mean, the executions again for Cloud9 have been pristine for how little time they played together. I want to make sure that that's understood. I think that's something that will really come through on Vertigo, which has so many layers to the default just on like A ramp. But here's a situation where they come through with a fast B split. The shots are being connected. Cloud9 are probably fired up off of their last performance, but this match would mean the world. Just getting this win means that they get through to the final. But of course, the same can be said for Mouse. Now, you tweeted out that Woxic wants this more than anybody else in the server.
Yeah.
And we're going to find out what that means for his performance.
I'm down with that. We saw how much it meant to him to beat Complexity yesterday. Such a pop-off on the player cams. A team who was kind of laughed at in their first showing last week. Already indicating great improvements. But if they improved enough to take down mousesports, that win over top of Heroic was no joke.
Not at all.
And Kerrigan had a lot to do with it, not just with the calling, but some of the most impactful kills on that 3rd map of Train.
Kind of nuts how they all fired off individually. Kerrigan showed up.
Yeah.
Frozen was that star. Rops was Rops.
Yeah, Rops is always Rops. And Frozen, I think, I'm glad you just mentioned him, because that was a hell of a performance.
Now, Cloud9 had been ecoed many, many times. Just in the last series alone. I feel like they got ecoed about 5 or maybe 6 times in total. So they're probably a little bit scared coming into this round. And mousesports have done a good job of holding on to utility for situations like this, just to keep changing the pathing of their opponents. But no serious rotations have been called in. Just Chris J going to take to the skies a little bit on top of this back box, only to potentially get mollied out in this position.
He's not going to actually get pushed off the angle, but he will miss the shot. Another volley of smokes comes out. Flashbang is perfect in terms of blinding Chris J. He takes back up to the top rope. Esatag able to best him. Mezzi hands busy with the bomb as Kerrigan comes in with a kill. And he needs that reload, so Floppy's going to punish him in that moment. And we've got 3 players still up for Mouse, but if they were willing to save last round in the pistol, then why wouldn't they just walk away right here, right now?
You called it. They start to fall back. Cloud9 will pick up the 2nd round. And now, to call upon again the very little data that we have, we look at Cloud9 versus NIP. This is a match that Floppy absolutely and in totality took over on their T side. It was a comeback. It was a match that I would say NIP played better in almost every single round, but when it got to these low numbers mid-round situations, Floppy made a heroic play every single time, consistently throughout the second half. It was kind of unbelievable, to be honest, because before that match had happened in their first 2 series, and that was their first win ever, really, Floppy was bottom fragging basically on all 4 maps that they played. He looked very uncomfortable, not like himself at all. I personally had the fear that he wasn't going to get the space that he deserved, considering how good he was on the old Cloud9, but that didn't seem like that was the case at all, and he's shaking off some of the nerves and was dominating. On the T side, he's basically holding mid every single round.
Ooh. Oh, damn. Poor Chris J. He had that shot lined up. Looked like he was almost going to hit the collateral. Here comes the AK peek from Esatag. It's Kerrigan's USP with the frag. And, well, at least a little bit of damage. But Alex able to stabilize the situation for Cloud9. Floppy just hanging out on his own. Eats Rops Deagle. BMAS going to peek out wide with his as well. There's Woxic with a crucial kill, because suddenly they can all focus forward as opposed to getting hit from both sides. Robs has robbed the Galil away. And if he can hang on to this, then it's going to be mousesports finally coming in with a buy. Will he apply more pressure and try to chip away at their cash, though? That's my question.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can find some answers. For me, I feel like based on that heroic performance, if it was the same mousesports, I might have been more inclined to think about picking them in this matchup. But, oh, wow, it looks like he might get a tap of the bomb here at the very least. Oh, he's going to punish them a little bit. Alex he's going to die, right? Yeah. Goodbye, sir. You're off the building. That's worthwhile there for Rops. I suppose they're going to be buying up now. They've done a good job keeping some economic stability throughout these rounds in mousesports. Always wear a mask, folks. Only a few more months to go, hopefully. But with mousesports, there's always the question marks of can they keep it up. They've got too many players that are a little bit too inconsistent, too much history with the stats, a little bit too much baggage. But again, versus Heroic look like a super strong team. So we'll see what they can do here on round number 4. Nobody testing Floppy at mid. See, DJ really likes Floppy here. Focus down on Floppy.
Alex going to get boosted up behind the wood on the B site. There's a player right on the other side. Rops sees his head and takes him down. Not going to fall for that one. Mezzi, however, gets the player deeper in the bomb site, and now he's going to pressure. That frag grenade, awkward little bounce.
Oh, I like that.
Negligible damage in the end, but Rops is still right in position, hanging on to the double orange. He could very well screw over these 3 players because he's wrapped beyond them. They don't know where he's gone off to. Rops losing teammates as Floppy comes up from the staircase to take him down. Very cool attempt.
Cool with the K.
But now it's Frozen in the clutch. Very much outnumbered. Sees the peak of the first one. Woxic's going to be taken to 29 health. And Frozen, no utility, no kit currently on him. This is looking like Cloud9. 4 rounds to 0 off the start.
And it's much easier rounds than the ones they had versus NIP. Looking much better here so far on the T side. Rops' awareness is always a pleasure to watch. You think most players would make the mistake of taking an overstep there with the off-kilter smoke, maybe stepping into the line of fire of Mezzi. Mezzi set that up with a nade to the right to try to encourage Rops to move, but almost every other player except for Rops would have gone in that direction. And then he finds the opening, walks over the site, tries to get 2 kills, but there's a late flank, and that's just where the good execution comes in. Here's Rops making what looks like a really, really cool flank, and just a couple moments off being able to be offered up 2 kills. But all of his teammates dying around him, rotating in, and that is pretty much the most important part. No round so far here for mousesports. Frozen will retain his M4 for what it's worth. Fiery push down A ramp here from the CTs as they get close. Kerrigan will eat some damage.
Essetag's found the opener.
Again, not working with a lot, and that UMP was one of the better guns they had.
Oh, BMS, keep your head down. Take cover. Oh, and Floppy's going to take it off regardless. Mezzi's patience could certainly pay off as Robs creeps right into it, sees the barrel of the Deagle, and takes him down. Cloud9, are they even going to lose a player in this one? You'd think Frozen would just love to save that M4, move it forward into the next. A minute on the clock, B site under question. Bomb in tow. Woxic, though. You could very well sniff out another CT.
Also, I want to mirror Pimp's point and really bring that home. I think it is a much bigger advantage that mousesports are playing for Woxic, who is playing against his old team, than the other way around. The info they have on Woxic might not be as valuable. He knows everything about what Kerrigan would call in certain situations. He knows more about their personalities, what they'll all do in 1v1s. He's seen it all firsthand, and that's information he can share. Certainly, if Cloud9 get rolling, then he would probably share that information.
Double op setup coming out of Mouse. It's going to cost them utility on 2 belts. Let's see where they go off the bat. Rops with 1, of course. Kerrigan the other. Rops actually watching for a run boost, but Cloud9 not going to dive deep into those antics just yet. Excellent utility. And Kerrigan, nobody's watching him. Nobody is keeping an eye on this position. Easy first pickup from Kerrigan. He's going to lay down the smoke to try and escape. Molotov does land next to him. Damage being pumped through, but Woxic can't quite find the kill. And Kerrigan, well, he is going to be able to get off of that very dangerous initial position. Alex, all the while, hanging on.
Wow, that was a big risk by Kerrigan. Knows that he can't actually extinguish the Molotov, and they'll find out that he has, in fact, escaped. Pulls a Houdini, gets out of there. 45 situation, Kerrigan's low, but Essetag also very, very low on a rifle. No ops to fall back on. Chris J trying to reclaim some ground here on the short shelf. Alex will actually open up on Kerrigan, taking that threat out, but Kerrigan gets some more damage off, and Frozen will finish off Floppy.
Chris J's up on short this entire time, so Cloud9 finally running into a bit of trouble, and it comes in the form of an A hold. Kerrigan from behind the sandbags really opening up. Cloud9 were very quick to run up ramp, and they ate so much utility damage, nobody really kind of kept that in the front of their mind, and it cost them. Let's see what Woxic can do in terms of damage with 20 seconds and the bomb on his back. He has a heads-up 1v1. If he can just kill Rops, then there's a chance Woxic's on for the clutch. But Rops is just going to go ahead and hide behind the cover. BMAS coming over, and Rops playing with a minimal peek to get mousesports on the board.
Maybe we took another look at the nades that landed, because that was actually insane. Now, this is a little bit past that, when the damage had already been dealt, but that was definitely the culprit here for the loss of Cloud9. They are scared at that point. It slows them down tremendously. They forego making any more progress, and they get tagged down and finished off. Nice plays by Kerrigan as well. Now into round number 7. Cloud9 again, no op in their hands. Just going to focus on spreading the map, not looking to participate in that kind of Woxic. Oh, sorry, they do have an op, excuse me. Okay, I was wondering. So Woxic will pick it up. He's holding on to this angle. He will participate in this ramp default with the op versus rifle, or op versus op situation.
We saw Chris J playing the sniper on the short shelf. Not yet going for these peaks down ramp, but expect it. Uh-oh, drop shot by Woxic. That could have been easily a 5 versus 4 given over to Cloud9. An additional peak, though. Kerrigan playing with fire.
Wow. Really risked it. Oh, no.
Floppy versus BMAS. That's a big mid-fight. I think keeping an eye on Floppy throughout most of these rounds is going to be a key piece, perhaps, to the T's success. But Alex, nice double kill coming off of the ramp. That first barrel stuff into Kerrigan is everything. Chris J taking to the top of the box, falls off as we see tons of utility start to soar forward. They've got both sides of the A site to ensure their plant. Floppy has fallen away from middle, joined them at the base of ramp. Mezzi's going to take damage through the wall bang, though, and Chris J almost given a shot versus Alex. What is with these in-game leaders and challenging oppers? Alex picks up another kill. He has done everything for Cloud9 in this 7th round, and now the T's will be unleashed. They are all on the hunt.
This is a round riddled with mistakes for both sides. It just ends up being Alex to capitalize on every single one. You know, a missed shot on them in the last second. Don't know if he didn't realize Chris J was opping, but kind of weird to go ahead and try to punish him. Maybe he felt like it's worth taking the fight since they had pretty much already won, but Jesus. Kerrigan peeking twice and getting out of dodge. And then Frozen dropping a spray like that. Like, those are the kinds of kills that Frozen needs to be good for every single time. So that was an uncharacteristic miss by Frozen from the top. And then Chris J missing a lot of opportunities. Kerrigan getting slammed into the side of this crane, and Alex, capitalizing on the 2 kill. That's the one where I'm like, Frozen, that's what you're hired to do. Win 50-50s like that. Unlikely miss by him, and that's Cloud9 into the round. It cannot be that easy. If Cloud9 give you these mistakes, these are the ones that need to be punished, because again, coming into this match is really about the question marks that remain on mousesports in terms of consistency among the individuals. But for Cloud9, they've shown us nothing but promise in terms of those individuals.
Yep. Nothing but improvements and promise.
Right. Consistent improvements.
I am already starting to put a red flag on one of these plays, though. BMAS, who's kind of just under the radar for the moment.
Plays the same spot.
Yeah, playing the same spot, but for the moment, at least keeping Floppy away from these mid-round lurks. Doing the damage. He's playing behind that sandbags in mid, kind of floating around construction. He hasn't been straight up tested. We'll see if multiple members start throwing themselves his way. He is one of 3 players on mousesports to still sit on 1 kill alongside Chris and Frozen.
That's a good point, though. Shutting down the mid splits is one thing.
Even if you can just convince Floppy to give it up. Doesn't need to be the frag every time. Just do not let Floppy compromise your mid, or suddenly it's an assault from all fronts. Rops, we've seen him in this position deny control of the wooden wall. Peeks right into Woxic, and Alex can trade that one immediately. Floppy's on this mid lurk still. And Cloud9 not looking like they're going to commit just off the back of 1 frag.
Yeah, they call for reinforcements. BMS gets into the site to cut off the lines to the back of the site to make sure they don't lurk in. Cloud9, they readjust. They're moving over towards the A site, while Chris J and BMS kind of sit side by side and quietly reclaim information. Good on Chris J to look forward into mid to call out if Floppy is still there. But this is largely going to come down to Kerrigan and Frozen for the moment. Now, because A-Ramp's takes are so slow, it won't be a surprise if they actually come back out. And look at Alex. He actually comes back to mid late. And if the execute comes in, who's to say Chris J doesn't turn around?
Last smoke from Cloud9 now thrown. Alex thinking about this lurk, gonna get caught by Chris. Easy pickup with the op. That's a man advantage. 20 seconds on the clock. And they're walking back to a last second B-hit execution. This is all on BMAS. We just talked about his ability to lock down mid. He just needs to stay inside of quad, but he goes peeking outwards. They need to frag him, take him off of the double box. He fights them tooth and nail, supported by Chris J. BMAS gets a second for mousesports.
Oh, monster stuff by BMAS. That site would have been opened up to a plant for sure, and he got stuck in between that default box, had to absolutely win those fights. A masterclass by him. Great awareness from Chris J. Again, he comes to get info at mid, clears it out completely, which is huge, and then falls back, and Alex just comes out late after Floppy had left a long time ago. So really amazing awareness from Chris J. in those final few moments. And again, good from BMAS to not rotate in that spot. No bomb spotted, and it looked like a full fake, but this will be around mousesports wind, and now they know that Cloud9 are capable of these kinds of fakes as well.
Frozen immediately falls back. He's like, where is this Molotov? Throws one of his own. This is going to keep Alex back for the time being.
I'll have to work on that lineup again.
Ooh, look at this. Sandbags player falls back. Not sticking around to take a chance.
Trying to keep their attention. They're going to have to spend some utility just to clear it out, even though it's wide open. So it's a kind of a delay of game here by Kerrigan. Rops moves into pole position down the B stairs. Perfect time to push, really. Nobody is here to stop him. And this is when Rops becomes very powerful.
He should be cautious, though. We have seen him get caught a couple of times. This is the furthest he's ever made it. Oh, and just gives himself away. So suddenly, Cloud9, they realize that they have been caught. They've been corralled, and yet they've not yet been killed. We'll see if they can fight their way out of this. Chris J, he's going to drop a shot on short. 20 seconds for Cloud9 to get themselves on this A site. Mezzi taken down by Frozen. It is nothing but mousesports on the kill feed. Total shutdown until Woxic has some sort of an answer, but it's minimal at best.
Not the cleanest affair here as they try to get onto the A site. They get shut down, all coming up the ramp. We're so focused in there on Chris J because his kill is pivotal, right? If he dies on short shelf, they can wrap that way. And that's sometimes where the execute can end. But they seem to be possessed in the sense that they want to try to get over here. But they run right into Frozen, and he just multi-frags. Very nicely done by Frozen, kind of out in the open, working back-to-back with Chris J, watching the short shelf. They lock it down despite the full execute coming in. And now Cloud9 will actually have to save. They'll keep the op, grandfather that forward on Woxic, and he could try his best to open things up, but again, mousesports would have to make a grave mistake in the default here, knowing that they've broken the economy of Cloud9.
Yeah, that red-hot start from Cloud9 starts to cool off. Kerrigan's going to get up close and personal versus the base of the ramp. That's scope audio called. Flash comes down. Kerrigan needs to dodge it. Alex is going to walk right into the crosshair. No trigger discipline on the play. Not needed. 2 headshots from Kerrigan. Frag grenade's going to bounce, do a little bit of chip damage. Kerrigan's good for a 3K. And, well, he is still looking to deliver, but suddenly, a little bit of success from Cloud9. Again, from Esatag. He's got himself 2 with the deagle, but as he goes to run away, realizes, uh-oh.
I think he got a nade.
I don't have bomb.
Yeah, I think he got a smoke. He picked up a couple of things.
Yeah, player close and BMAS holds it.
Oh, is he peeking? Oh, wow. Okay, he had the read correct. I think he knew where both players were. That was definitely a tenuous moment, but Esatag cannot squeeze water from Stone and will have to concede the round. The damage is good. It's going to mean something, but we're getting a little bit of fight here from mousesports. Although this wasn't a round they had a ton to work with. Here's where the real challenge is. This one could result in the complete comeback after a 6-1 startup for Cloud9.
Chris J eats the flash. Has a teammate right here to help him on the B site. That being Rops, of course, but Esatag on the kill feed yet again. Nice extension from Kerrigan. Goes right in for the trade, realizing the risk he takes because anybody else from Cloud9 could have come charging through this smoke, but Kerrigan goes in for second, servings a third, a fourth from Kerrigan. Totally shut down on the A ramp, and mousesports clawing back this lead.
Okay, straw hats on for Kerrigan. He's farming. That was sick. And I was just going to credit him for the first kill. Okay, getting to where he needs to be. This is why we love Kerrigan. As soon as the teammates dies, he fills the gap and he takes a risk. Puts himself positionally in a very scary position just to get the job done. And now, today, and versus Heroic, he's also getting the kills. He's showing up mechanically. He's laying the smackdown.
Form is coming back to him. That suddenly gives a whole new layer to mousesports because no one's ever questioned his intelligence. It's just that mechanical form.
This man got a master's while he was on Astralis.
Oh my god. The rest of us are losers. How can we keep up?
Well, Rob's heard that, so yeah. You really don't get 2 attempts on these boosts. Just hold their attention a bit. It's always a pleasure to watch Rob's clear angles, man. No one is more careful than this guy. And no one is less careful than Kerrigan. Again, it's just the scrappiness. It's the yin-yang. It's the balance that they have.
Fully blind, though.
That's a good flash, actually. Yeah.
Even then, he gets
that's
2
kills. Okay. That keeps him in business. They hand an AUG over. There'll be some fallback grenades. And they know you can't just turn the ramp, right? There's still going to be players here they got to worry about. And again, some of the regular utility that'll land forward. Lots of impact grenades. Such a great peek from Esatag. He narrowly dodges, oh my god, the op shot from Chris J and punishes the repeat.
But a molly on the bomb site and Frozen going for a follow-up peek. All this is a chance for Woxic to run rampantly over to the B site. And do they realize just how deep Alex already is? You can see Robs with a bit of a hesitation, swinging into it, but what a deeg shot from Alex, and he's looking for another one, but BMAS bests him. Woxic in the post plant. All he has is the deagle, and off the flash, Woxic blasts Frozen. Can he close it? A bit more damage, but mousesports sustain a 6th.
What was that? I feel like I just saw a ghost. That was insane. That shot was crazy. Out the sky. Thought he was pulling out that 1v2 versus his old team.
Mousesports are on fire. The momentum is shift back the other way. Oh.
That was nasty.
That's some good stuff.
Nearly had it.
Doesn't matter who you're cheering for. We get hyped for shots like that.
This is a 2-op adjustment. I like this. I like the 2-op adjustment when you're losing a streak of rounds, when you're winning a streak of rounds. It just keeps it fresh.
All right, big A fight. Massive clash set up, and Kerrigan gets bested. Nobody here from mousesports to really trade him out, unless Chris J opts to take a massive risk. Molotov at his feet kind of draws him closer to his teammates, but there are numbers here for mousesports. Cloud9 gonna be using that utility on both sides. CT's peak, they want a piece of this, and it works out good enough to get back a 3v3. Then the CTs throw the fire. And maybe that's enough to ignite Chris J. Looks to peek into this. We've got Alex back on Henny. Floppy coming up. 5 of the 6 players alive are on this side of the map. And Chris J, oh my goodness, almost given a kill on that one. Alex flies across his screen.
Well, Chris falls back. He's been struggling from these angles back here in CT spawn. Some of the easier peaks off the ramp. He doesn't look exactly comfortable. But, of course, that doesn't mean that he shouldn't play there. These are important spots to be able to hold. So he'll now actually move out
back
into a better position, out on the short self once again. They don't know that he's left here. So, still not going to be an easy spot. Oh, goodness gracious.
That molly. If that molly spreads, you'd think he's
coming
dead.
Out from behind him, too. The molly might be gassing.
Oh, he misses.
Footsteps. And Alex, he'll go 1 for 1. The trades are coming back. It's better for the CTs. Down to Esatag. He knows somebody dropped on the other side of default. Let's see if he can grab these kills. He'll find the first. Oh my god, he's looking for the second.
6 seconds! Clock's out! Shots out! Rob's close! Closes! And mousesports with a 1-round lead.
Holy hell. With just a couple of bullets to spare, the one taps in. That would have been an absolutely miraculous clutch. But of course, you can't get one over Rob's. That is ridiculous. These situations are insane.
Every single moment coming down to the wire, man. USP tap, both players swapping to the sidearm. mousesports starting to get pumped. 2 rounds left in this first half. It's been a long time since Cloud9 were on fire. 6 rounds in a row for the CT side, and Kerrigan always finding a bit of impact with these ramp peaks.
Dude, it's no joke, right? Like, he's like winning the opening duel by himself on the ramp consistently. I mean, he has died once or twice, but for the most part, it's absolutely worthwhile for him to keep trying it. If he can keep on doing this, the confidence on this man right now. And BMAS in his favorite position. It's the problem that he plays the same spots a lot, but look how good he is at playing them. He gets that first kill on the Opper. Meanwhile, Frozen answered back on the other side of the map. Floppy wins his duel versus Kerrigan. And what does this mean? Messi's been sitting over here at B the entire time.
Bombs dropped elsewhere, so Not even like Mezzi could just go running into this. Floppy's going to have to retrieve it. Mezzi doesn't see much. Making sure nobody's up close. We have seen Rops with an affinity for this position. 35 seconds left. Chris J close on the smoke. Mezzi's going to creep right into it. Who sees what first? Oh, Mezzi takes a headshot but gets the kill. And now he's going to extend right into the scope of Rops. Floppy, low health, 2 kills already. Looking for the 3rd and 4th, but he gets shut down. And mousesports with a comfortable 2-round lead will keep their spree going.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud9 still definitely have problems on this map with the way that they're losing rounds on A. They had a miraculous T-side versus NIP, but a lot of it came down to just this godlike individual effort from Floppy. You can't expect that every single time. You still have to be able to pick the map for different reasons, and their flaws are showing a little bit. Something somewhat uncomfortable. Their initial, pistol execution on that mid to B made it feel like everything was in working order, but there's of course more to the game plan than just that one round. And so far, the defaults have been looking strong for mousesports. Kerrigan taking so much space for himself easily on the A ramp. Rops over here at B. There's a lot of individuals showing up. There's the first kill. Oh, no trade in sight.
Satag's Molotov's going to make this awkward. Extinguishes it and sticks around, man. Don't you fall to your death. Rops hits the head of Satag. Frozen, though. That's going to be the casualty that could open things up for Cloud9. They are working with little. Alex, Galil, Deagle on Woxic. Flashbang for the peek from Kerrigan. Now that bomb's been thrown over, but a Deagle and a second. And, there's a chance for this 3rd. But he cools off, backs up, and falls at the hands of mousesports. A 3-round lead. And look at that spree. 8 in a row on the defense.
Yes! No, you close it, dude. Okay, E and forward, yeah. We are in B apps Mirage. D. No, press A now. A, left. Yeah, just full speed left. Yeah, yes. Jump. And left, yes, keep going like that, yes. Okay, turn around, look around. 80 degrees, yes. More, to the right. Okay, run forward. Run W, yes. And jump. Jump again, yeah. And now look to the left.
On van?
You're getting on van, yeah. Okay, look more left. Okay, just W and jump. Yes, that's perfect. Keep going like that, Stu. Keep going. Okay, move to the right and do a crouch jump. Yes, run, W. Okay, to the right. No, actually to the left, Stu. Yes, look a little to the left, just a little bit. Yeah, and do the crouch jumps. You're getting on top of a balcony. Do it one more time. One more time. Look a little bit to the right. Look to the right, Stu. Yeah, and go forward a little bit. Oh! Back! S. Look to the left. Turn around. Yeah, and look down, Stu. Yes, perfect.
There we go.
Good first one. Oh, that was rough, man. Okay, E again, let's go. And out. Okay, when overpass, we need to look left. Look a bit more left. Okay, we are on top of underground and we need to get down the ladder. So, and you're on top. Yeah, you're down. D. And look to the right, Stu, and look down a little bit. Yes, and A, and W. Full throttle, jump. Look left, 90 degrees. Little bit down, look down. Press a little A. Yes, and run forward and jump. W jump, yeah. One more time. Yes. Yeah, go W, A, do a crouch jump. Try again. Okay, go. Yes. Oh, okay. Jump one more time and just a little bit forward. Okay,
on top side?
Yeah, you're on top side. Look left and W. More right. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Let's go.
No, you close it, Stu. Yes, Stu.
There we go. Dude, that was fast.
Nice one.
Let's do it. We should make a team, dude.
Cloud9 trailing 6-9, swapping to the CT side of the first map in our BO3 here. Londers, it looked like the Colossus was gonna just run rampant at the start of this one, but oh boy, did mousesports turn that on its head.
That's the Colossus right there.
That man on your screen.
Kerrigan.
The Kerrigan.
Carry, yeah. You can't spell Kerrigan without carry, that's for sure. He actually took over with those A-ramp pushes, again, by himself. I mean, Chris J was missing, you know, a lot of shots, but it didn't matter. He was like coming there with the AUG, getting more than one kill over and over again, shutting it down. Frozen was missing shots, but between Rops, BMAS, and Kerrigan, oh my god, getting deja vu. This is another IGL up here to defend against the B-split, but there's nobody else to fall back from, and the B-split is coming in.
He falls back through the Molotov, and they're going to go ahead and try and sink their teeth to B. There's nothing there. Nobody. Nada. Zilch. Oh, the tag's got the nade line up. Decent. It's like Cloud9 never left spawn.
5v5 retakes are very, I want to say, easy over on B. I'll go as far as to say that, but there's a lurk in place here for mousesports, and it is a pistol, so it's a bit different.
Kerrigan. They came to look for him, and then they turned back their attention. The problem is he's going to shave off so much time. Somebody, at least one of the players, has to come deal with him, or at least keep eyes in this direction. But now they start pushing in. It's the fire of Alex. Kerrigan finally hitting that flank. And has he served enough of a distraction? Absolutely. Floppy inside of the site. Everybody dies. Headshots galore. And mousesports, with at least one more, will find those double digits.
Yeah, that was a BMAS clutch. Plus he got 3 kills, if not 4 in that situation. A pretty incredible hold. They shut down Kerrigan, but just like you said, just holding everyone's attention is just enough to really make this ugly. He'll grab 3 plus the 1v1. Well done by BMAS here. And yeah, so it's always a risk to go for the retakes, but the B retakes, it makes a lot of sense. You know, even like Alex is so comfortable with that idea. He ran backwards through the Molotov because that was the plan of action, really hoping that it was A. So kind of a good strategy called by Kerrigan here, probably out of preparation, making an assumption about the setup. I don't recall if it was similar to the NIP game, but that's the only one on record, of course, here on Vertigo.
Gonna look to overwhelm this solo B-hold. Mezzi delivers a Deagle headshot. A little something for Cloud9. I mean, this could transition into an excellent save. You're not gonna retake this bomb site, odds are. Just walk away, boys.
Oh my god, yes, that absolutely lined up perfectly. We just go for the random spam is the question.
Yeah, Frozen's gonna find a bunch of them in the spawn, though. 2 taps with the MAC-10. Delayed spray for a little bit more damage. Somebody can get that scout and still leave, but they need to kill Frozen now. And, well, he's just going to tear him up. Oh, my God, the money he is making. All of them in the end. Frozen 4 kills with the MAC-10. That is cash in his back pocket.
1 of 2 SMGs, 4 for the MAC-10. You absolutely love to see this for mousesports. They're stripped of all of their firepower here on Cloud9. And they are down to just the USPs. Mousesports, surely they're going to be able to close this out. I don't think we saw anything extraordinary out of Cloud9's CT side last time. It was just their huge T side comeback. They only got 5 rounds on CT side. Again, mousesports' veto was very strong. I mean, you can always count on Kerrigan to come up with a very intelligent veto. Kind of thought the same with Complexity, and they did win in the veto, but they still lost the series pretty handedly. We look back, like Mirage wasn't even close. Like there was definitely some expectations being exceeded for Cloud9's performance. So of course we're going to hold our breath and see and let them tell the story. But so far so good here for mousesports, and they'll pick the open site once again. Rops will punish one of the closest rotators, and Frozen, he'll try to farm on the MAC-10, and it looks like maybe he'll get another 4. He'll at least get 3 here. Again, tons of money being made.
My God. 7 SMG kills with that one MAC-10. Essentially, he can retire.
something like that. Might have to go somewhere cheap, but it'll last a couple months.
Until 2021.
Yeah.
Good money being made, of course. 12-6 now. mousesports doubling up the score of Cloud9. It has been a very long time since we saw that Cloud9 logo on fire.
Oop.
Round is not live.
Okay.
Abort.
Maybe reset. Just looking at, take a snapshot of the buy. Got Woxic back on the op. You know, the game's not out of question. As now that we're into the rifle round, it's really just about Cloud9 to show us what they can do. Does Kerrigan have any creative counters to what he expects from their CT side, what he thinks their weaknesses are? You know, if there's anybody who's going to do the research.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I say that, but then of course Blame F is definitely one person who would do the research, and he couldn't figure it out. But now, you know, one series removed from that, there's even more data on some tendencies. So we'll see. So far, mousesports have impressed. I'm not sure what they'll want to do. For a quick recap on Vertigo history, everything ends up on the A ramp, except when they go B. People do not like going B because it's very hard to hold in the post plant, and a lot of team strategies started to lean towards the B hit a few months into the map, 6 or so months into the map, but then they stopped doing it because the B retakes just got better and better. There's not a lot of spots to stand in the post plant. You can very easily be smoked out from the ramp, and then people start going back to A. But now Vertigo becomes a bit more interesting because mid is coming more into play after these most recent changes. T teams are starting to see the value in it. Initially, when FURIA were really good in like the first few days of the map, they were using mid, but then they stopped. People stopped using that because A ramp hits were so powerful. Excuse me. But the meta has come back into it a little bit more, and we saw Floppy's lurks, Alex's lurks, Kerrigan's lurks through mid all have huge impact already in this map alone. So that's keeping things fresh. And also B splits. Those weren't really a thing for a long time.
Yep.
So it's cool to see the map getting developed a little bit more.
I feel like that's now like the
outside of just A hits.
The most popular pistol's got to be the B split, man.
Yeah, it feels like it.
And you can see why as well.
Which it poses an interesting problem for the CTs, because if the site's hard to hold versus mid and you can't play there, if you do have a situation where the B split's clean enough, it can be very, very hard to retake with enough delay grenades, or like we saw for mousesports, that extra layer with Kerrigan coming out late mid, then things become very difficult for the CTs. Feels like a bit of an ace in the hole based on what we've seen in this match. 2 very clean rounds in the first round of each half. This is Mither. He's joined the team as a coach, coming over after a long stint on North. We've got Messioso going on HLTV confirmed to talk about North, and he said no PR answers.
No PR answers.
He said no PR answers. He's going to let it all hang out. So
all right.
Can't wait to watch that episode.
I wonder if he's written out the cliff notes on a sticky yet.
Would that be your preferred form of note keeping?
Yeah.
Use sticky notes?
Yeah.
I used to use sticky notes for StarCraft, just to put them on the side of my monitor.
Okay.
Micro, macro.
Yeah.
This and that.
I used to have one on the bottom of my monitor for the incremental round loss bonus when I was trying to be a
Learn the new economy?
IGL. Yeah.
Okay.
Used to stick it down there. Used to have all the weapon rewards when I started casting.
Oh my god, all the calculator memes when the economy changed.
Yeah.
It was so confusing at first. We're not the smartest bunch. Counter-Strike players. Like the RTS guys, the MOBA guys.
Yeah.
They might be a little smarter than us.
I think
they're
all better with
the
numbers.
Sharpest bulbs in the shed.
You know, luckily numbers isn't the biggest part of Counter-Strike. It's important.
Keep telling yourself that, Counter-Strike player. I don't have to know math.
We gotta aim.
Speaking of vertigo, these palm trees on Rob's wall, that gives me vertigo.
Yeah. If you want to talk about backdrops, I would like to switch to Chris J for a moment and ask you a question.
He's in his parents'...
How many of those books do you think he's read?
Like how many titles? Probably knows a few of them.
Oh, he's back.
Is he wearing? Are these just like elongated wireless headphones or wired headphones? Like, how long are these wires? Did he just run to the kitchen with these headphones on? How did he's gonna plug it in? He just ran there with the cord. That's awesome. That's actually easier than taking off your airplane headphones, undoing your earbuds. Just run to the kitchen. That's a hazard. He could have tripped on that.
Got to be careful. You know, when we used to live in the world of phones with cords, I remember we had a kitchen phone in the good old days. Bad boy was like 15 feet long. I'd be trying to get a snack after school. I'd come out of my bedroom. I'd be walking to the kitchen. Mom would be cooking up a storm. And you'd have to basically play limbo in the kitchen trying to get underneath it. You gotta watch your head on that thing. Get tangled up in it. It's not a good day.
I had a friend who brought one of the first kind of like cordless phones. He brought it to school from he lived across the street.
Oh my God.
He brought this.
Look what I got.
Yeah, this enormous piece of plastic across the street to school. The phone didn't work. It's got to be like 8 feet from the receiver.
Guys, look what I've got.
Look what I've got. I've got a cordless phone.
Wow.
Doesn't do anything, but I brought it. I wonder if Woxic is I wonder how much he's interjecting with information. I feel like I'd be teaming with the information. Alex, let me tell you something. Kerrigan's going to do this. Kerrigan loves to do this. But maybe that was done before the match. I don't know how much he's kind of contributed during the match.
You think Henry G set Woxic down and interrogated all the information
100%.
out of him?
100%, he put
right?
He put the chair down backwards and he sat down, probably wearing ripped jeans,
rolled up bottoms,
tattooed arms, sitting over the chair. Woxic, tell me everything you know. Did the Sicario, walked up to him sitting on the chair. I believe it.
I can see it.
He looks unfazed though. Looks comfy. Should we get a kill update? Let's see what the stats are like so far on Vertigo.
You go digging into stats. I want to tell people about something.
Okay. Go for it.
So, turns out there's a mouse in the studio. And yesterday, in between maps, our good friend DJ, aka Prius, he was coming to hang out with us a lot. Every map, he'd come over. Hey guys, sit down on the chair next to us. We'd spend some quality time. I look at Launders after he leaves. I'm like, damn, man, I'm actually happy DJ's coming to visit us more often. Normally, he sits over in production on the other side of the building because obviously he has a job to do. But that was a nice treat. I was so excited. And then it turns out that DJ really doesn't like mice. Turns out a couple of the guys in the production have been trolling DJ, poking his ankles underneath the table and whatnot. Poor DJ, man, he was scarred.
His ankle with a ruler.
We got back to the hotel last night. He's in my room, and he's still got his feet up on the couch watching the ground, man.
Traumatized.
You guys got to stop picking on DJ. He can't handle
Including us.
Yeah. As we pick on DJ.
Oh, man.
You got any tidbits for us? What do the numbers say?
There's absolutely nothing interesting. Chris J's 4-13. But there's no, I mean, Frozen Rops are top fragging. I feel like Kerrigan should be top fragging. How's Frozen pulled almost 100? Oh, Frozen pulled 100 ADR because he got 7 Mac 10 kills in the second half. He got 700 damage off in the second half.
Yeah,
not all ADR is made equal. That's what we need to remember. On the other side of things, like, it's just middling performances from everyone on Cloud9, like doing okay. Alex kind of up there. He had a 22-6 half versus Complexity on Dust 2. That's the video I made today.
Isn't that stunning?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, because I usually just do one half so it's shorter, and I was like, Alex had a really great map. And I went to look at the CT side to talk about his calling, but he was not only making all of the most amazing reads every single round, but also like getting the majority of the frags every single round. And again, he's just not the dude who's hired for his aim. Quite like Kerrigan, who in this half, like in this first half, you can see the mechanics, they're not extraordinary. But he puts himself in a position where he knows the kill is coming, and if the other guy makes a mistake, he will punish it.
I mean, the way that Kerrigan was bullying Borup in that game versus Heroic on Train.
Right, of all players too, right?
Yeah. It's a real
robot
testament
aim himself.
For each of those individuals. I would say in both of their last series, the in-game leaders came alive on an individual performance in the third map that kept their teams in this competition.
Yeah.
That kept their teams in contention for that last spot at the Blast Fall Finals. Thank you guys for your patience. We're about to jump back into the server. Everybody,
Oh, you want to
good
start the
go.
game? Thank you so much. All right. Well, this is the kind of real most important round for Cloud9. They show us what they can do. They've got the op on Woxic, the most amount of utility here. Quite low on kits, but that's the only real concession. mousesports barreling their way up A ramp really quickly, asking to be hit by grenades. Chris J will in fact receive one, and Alex, wow, he'll readjust his aim after spraying down the A ramp to take Chris J out. Hard right angle flick, 45 degrees into the side of his head, and it leaves mousesports scratching theirs.
This could be the big opener. We took that pause, but
close.
Don't forget for a moment, it's 11 rounds in a row for mousesports, and Rops is looking to take a 12th. Gets back what was a man advantage. Woxic, deep angle here. He could hit a shot, fade away. I find Vertigo B ramp is such a good place to actually get that op on cycle. You can hit him, reposition, and look to hit him again. But B-Mass waits no time. Drops Woxic head. Alex, he's going to go ahead and pop up, but only good for the first one. Floppy with the double from the site. And now Rops reactivates over towards construction, and he gets hit from Essa Tag and Elevator. Cloud9 put an end to the spree of mousesports. Still 5 rounds the difference.
I just want to say one thing. Even though only Alex only gets 1 kill there, this was also something about Alex that was on Dust too. He was always at the correct site and got there when he wasn't supposed to be, in some sense, right? He's the player who plays on flex. He was just at A now, and he got over dedicated to the point that he's on the half wall on the B ramp versus the execute. Positionally, he makes moves. And there's another example of that. That extra kill could make a world of difference. Yes, Floppy gets the shine at the end, but every single one was pivotal into those last moments. Rops pulls off a pretty fantastic lurk early on into that round. Scary for Cloud9. It cost them members, but they win the round.
Alex, this could be huge, man. 2 heads lined up, basically. They're going for a little bit of a boost.
Oh, Jesus.
They're going to try to run boost over. Oh, and it works wonderfully. Alex not quite ready for that one. Mezzi still above him. Interesting way to find that opening pick. I mean, if you imagine what Woxic was holding the round previous with the scope in on it, he would not have been able to hit the shot if he was back there once more. It just so happens that it also counters Alex's position because somebody doesn't walk into what he's expecting, but rather flies across his damn screen. And now mousesports walking up this A ramp. They're looking to find the A site open for the taking. It is Woxic in position with the first kill versus Kerrigan. And as he lays the incendiary over on short, he welcomes an additional peek. Tease smoke off the site. And he falls back a bit just in case they burst into him. 30 seconds to spare. Cloud9's other 2 players trying to rotate over, but a boost back on CT spawn. Excellent for another angle. And that's the bomb carrier, so things get delayed a bit further. And Cloud9 have an edge, but the plant comes through. B-Mass, he's got the top rope. And as he falls back, it's the elevator that's now in question. Cloud9 on the cusp of an exit. Chris J sees their shoulder, doesn't shoot just yet. Now that he's tapped off a couple shots, his position is compromised, but frozen through the smoke. And B-Mass in from short. It's 3 kills for them in total. Floppy having to clutch this. A 1v3 knocked down. And mousesports now 13 of 20 rounds.
Yeah, their odds destroyed as soon as they got the kill on Woxic, frozen with those taps, punishing that peek. It was an empty peek into a smoke, but Woxic, maybe he was going to take a dry shot of his own. Here's a great run boost that they punish Alex for on the B ramp, and they juggle the CTs, but these 2 kills from Woxic you think were going to be enough to bring him back. 4 on 3 coming into the post-plant situation, but again, frozen with the key frags to deny them entrance. And it's too much to ask for Floppy to 1v3 in that spot. That is all of the economy stripped from Cloud9. They are now down just to pistols.
Smoke flashbang Kevlar Deagle on Alex. He is the best equipped player in the 21st round for Cloud9. And that does not bode well for them. Frozen topping the scoreboard. 20 kills, 10 deaths. It's Rops that's right behind him.
See if Rops gets caught off here. He's so careful all the time. Yeah, he's going to hunt that one down. Take a think of the process, so he's not infallible. Tag will eventually punish. That forces mousesports' feet forward. They're going to run up the A ramp now. CTs start to come over, but are they a little bit too late to get into comfortable positions?
Feels that way, but Frozen already with an angle. Hits the headshot into Floppy. Backline's going to be compromised, but Frozen's good for the 2K already. And Alex, well, he slipped in behind the tarps. Can't quite find the deagle. Chris J eventually going to die out here. 2 shots left. Hello and goodbye. Tag, AK in hand. At this point, it's just too valuable of a save to really run the risk. A 14th round for mousesports, yet again doubling the score of Cloud9.
Can't say that Cloud9 got unlucky in any sense. mousesports owned them on all these different fronts that last round. You know, yes, Frozen maybe gets a lucky spam shot through the smoke, but that's the nature of Vertigo. Plus, they had so many other things that went well for them in the round. There's just no luck involved, really, when you think about it. I feel like Frozen is top fragging right now. He's definitely playing a lot better here in the second half than he was in the first. But yeah, it's really been a multi-pronged effort by mousesports. Kerrigan in the first bit, Rops in the middle somehow, just always being a consistent presence, and then Frozen finally to help him take it over the line versus the A-site setup. And sure, there's a significant amount of eco kills at this point that he's gotten, but those are all kills that have prevented his team from dying, that have made sure they've won rounds, so at least on some level, they're worth something. 2-op adjustment here as Mezzi's probably going to be playing B in this spot just to hold it down. A really favorable angle. mousesports had a great flash to push Woxic off of this position earlier, so that's something they have to be aware of. I'm sure that was corresponded by Woxic. It looks like he's holding it quite tight for this reason, but look at Woxic on the A site getting shooed away. Oh my god, the long distance mow down here on Floppy.
Rops wins his duel instantly, and it's just headshots for mousesports. The individuals looking extremely crisp. Chris J into the CT spawn. 3 headshot frags for mousesports. Finally an answer as Mezzi's op connects to just the first, and that's all he's going to get here. The double op setup not given a chance to shine because mousesports kills everybody between them first and foremost. A 15th round for mousesports, absolutely completely countering this map pick. Don't you forget for a moment, it was a 5-0 start for Cloud9. We saw that logo engulfed in flames as quick as could be. And then the whole thing got iced out.
Yeah, they definitely just don't look like they're anywhere close to the tier of competition as mousesports in the second half. And with the 9 rounds that mousesports got in the first, they clearly showed they could adjust. And you're always going to give credit to the team who closes strong as opposed to opens strong, because they're the teams that came through with the adjustments, right? That speaks to Kerrigan as a caller. That speaks to, you know, the clutchness, the staying focused on each of their individuals. So what could be one last dish effort here for Cloud9. 7-15, not great guns. Trying to get control of the B stairs. They've been doing this over and over again. But they just let Rops sick at least one player each and every time.
Kerrigan holds the corner of the smoke. Here's that utility bouncing by him. Does he decide to activate off of it? Absolutely. 3 rapid kills coming in for mousesports. And if you couldn't see this from a mile away, it's probably because you're blind. mousesports absolutely going to pick up this map now. And that does not bode well for Cloud9. We're going to be shifting our feet onto Inferno after this. A map where Cloud9 started their careers versus Virtus Pro, where they were absolutely dismantled. Can Alex come in with the 1v3 to at least delay the inevitable? He makes the jump, it's style points, but style's all he's got because the dignity's ripped away. Congratulations, mousesports, on a masterclass performance here in Map 1.
I'm shocked. I think, as was mentioned by Pimp on the desk, the veto looks good for mousesports. They have an edge in each of the maps. Cloud9 picking into this, it was brave. We saw what they pulled off versus NIP, but without a stronger first half, we knew that they didn't have anything to show in the second. And I think for how dominant it was in the second, even I'm surprised.
Yeah.
mousesports carrying on from their performance versus Heroic, with Kerrigan showing up in ways that we didn't imagine. And they really did this without Chris J.
Yes, they did.
This dominant without Chris J. Imagine what their half would have been like if he had hit even a few of the shots over on the A-holds.
As much as Kerrigan kind of transitions that success from Heroic's game into this one, so does Frozen. Frozen gave us a top-tier performance versus Heroic on Train, and we got it again here at Vertigo. So the pieces that prevail for mousesports have not cooled off. We'll see you guys soon for Map 2. What's popular, gamers? It is time for another episode of Pop, Lock, and Drop It. We are joined by the late addition to the Showdown. It is Borup from Heroic. How are you doing today, brother?
I'm doing very well.
I'm going to show you 4 skins for any one weapon, and those 4 skins belong to your teammates. You've got to tell me which of your teammates owns which skins, and then we'll see how many you actually get correct.
I'm gonna get this straight.
Please pop it open. I need you to choose which weapon you'd like to start with.
The AK.
Cadian, Nico, Stown, Tessas. You know your teammates, but do you know their skins? The first AK-47, it's gonna be an Aquamarine Revenge Stat Track.
That's gonna be Cadians.
Is a Stat Track Vulcan.
That's gonna be Tessus.
We have ourselves a Point Disarray.
It's gonna be Nikos.
A Safety Net.
Yeah, and the last one goes to Stown, of course. Pretty confident I got everything right now.
Yeah, you think you got it all right? So yeah. I'm gonna ask you if you'd like to lock this in. No
changes?
I
like this. This is a safe one.
Let's go ahead and drop it. Flawless. 4 for 4.
Beautiful. I'm gonna struggle a bit with the orb, I think.
All right. So do you want to get the M4 out of the way first, or do you want to tackle that challenge?
No, let's do the M4.
And the first skin is an Emperor.
Stowns.
A Faded Zebra. Old school.
Yeah, that's an old school one. That's gonna be Nico.
Got ourselves an X-Ray Stat Track, also running it back to one of the classics.
That's Tessus.
We have a Dragon King.
Cadians.
I'm gonna ask you, do you want to lock it?
Yeah, I want to lock this in. This is a safe one.
Time to drop it and see how many you got right. Another 4 for 4.
Nice.
But now the challenge begins. You said it yourself. You may struggle with the AWPs, and that's our last category, so let's go ahead and jump into it. An Onitaji.
Stowns. I think this is Stowns, yeah.
Is a Wildfire.
I think this is Nico.
The Op Boom makes an appearance.
Probably Tessus. He never changes skins. This is gonna be Tessus.
How comfortable do you feel with Cadian having the Lightning Strike?
The Lightning Strike is definitely Cadians, for sure.
You're shooting for 12 on 12. Brother, do you want to make any final changes before we lock this in?
I think I have it right here, actually. I'm gonna
all
lock
right.
it here.
So it's all locked in. Let's drop it. Perfect. You survived my booby traps, bro. I was trying to get you to change them around there. I was trying to sabotage your spree, but you trusted yourself. I respect that. Borup, you joined the best of the CS Pop, Lock, and Drop It. How does that make you feel?
I belong here. I should get this straight any day of the week. They can change skins as much as they want, but I will see it.
I like it, man. Listen, I thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us here for the CS Money segment.
Thanks, man.
Vertigo was a tough task here for Cloud9. It may have been their pick, but they were made slight work of by an impressive mousesports. Though it was a strong start that came out of Cloud9, strong just wasn't good enough this time around against the mighty Mouse.
It was a beautiful start from Cloud9, which makes it that disappointing of a result for them, obviously. You know, dropping down 16-7 when you were 6-1 in the lead. And if you're a mousesports fan, you have reasons to be happy right now because you have two names that were here in Heroic and are here again. It's Kerrigan and it's Frozen. We know that Rops is always going to be Rops. At this point in time, it's becoming a consistency.
Rops here,
That's
right?
just how it is, right? Rops is going to be Rops. Rops is going to Rops. That's a new verb. But then you have Frozen and Kerrigan actually stepping up. Kerrigan, I think, is the reason why the momentum was caught back on the CT side with his pushes. At times, maybe too aggressive, but that's his style. And then you have Frozen as a closer on the second half.
One thing I'll note though, right, is when we look at the T side that came out from C9, there was a lot of mistakes mousesports were making, but they just weren't being punished for. They were getting away with murder in some of these rounds.
You could say so. There was a couple of times where Kerrigan should have died, basically. Foxic missed an AWP shot, and there was a couple of other scenarios in the game where you thought to yourself, okay, if Cloud9 would have been a little bit more clinical, they probably would have punished it and probably would have put themselves in a position to at least go for the round. I think Kerrigan played well, and I think, you know, him pushing up here and being as annoying, I guess, to play against as he was a big part of the reason as to why mousesports ended up winning this game. And as Maniac said, you know, of course you're happy if you're mousesports right now. You're winning 15 out of 16 rounds of the remaining 16 rounds in this game. Cloud9, you know, there was nothing really coming out of them, right? They seemed so one-dimensional. As soon as Kerrigan pushed them down, there was nothing else to put on the table for Cloud9. And that, to me, is a clear sign that, sure, they've been progressing a lot in practice, but still relatively early for Cloud9.
This man right here is quietly having a very, very good event. Another stats I want to put it right here. He had 9 opening duels. Granted, he won only 5 of them, so it's been a little bit challenging, but he is not scared to get in there, get stuck, getting to the fight. And I think he's taking a lot of space and he's giving time to his teammates to wake up as well because he's not afraid of the fight. So I'm going to give props to Kerrigan. Very good first map. See if we can carry that on Dust. Oh, that was not a good throw. Kerrigan carried that on Inferno. Okay, I stand by it.
You just got to roll with it sometimes, man. It's fine. One man we've got to look at, though, we keep talking about who's the other star now. Woxic is out of this lineup. Frozen. This man, cold-hearted killer, coming in and actually delivering, and this is where he looked very comfortable.
And that's the impressive thing, because coming into this tournament, as of lately in mousesports, Frozen has been stagnating a little bit in his career development. There's a lot of potential on this man, and he's been playing some, you know, good Counter-Strike in periods within mousesports. He's not always been consistent, but in this tournament so far, he's currently the 3rd highest ranked player in the entirety of the tournament. And this map as well, he was a big part of the reason as to why mousesports was so strong. He didn't really go for any opening duels. He won 1 out of 2, only involved in 2, but he doesn't have to. Kerrigan did it for him, Rops did it for him, and as Maniac said, he is the Harvey Specter of Counter-Strike for mousesports. He closes out the rounds for them.
You're so right. I'm so happy he mentioned the opening kill, right? Because the profile of Frozen is a little bit different than Kerrigan. He's not an opener, he's a closer. He's a second wave, and you can see that on the CT side as well. He's the second guy to take the frag. Same with the T side. When they execute, he's the one making sure the bomb gets planted. So he's not being thrown ahead in the fight, but he knows where to position himself, and when he's online, he's deadly.
And this is the thing, when I first met Frozen, right, just as he joined mousesports, he was kind of getting into this rookie. He'd begun from being a star on his previous team, comes into a big lineup, has a lot of weight on his shoulders of what he has to do. You know, when you speak to these players and you see them, sometimes you feel, you can sense their nerves, right? You can sense they're not in a good position with it. Over time, as this has gone on, he is slowly getting into a more comfortable position, but I think the online era in this is actually benefiting him quite a bit.
Yeah, listen, I have not a clear advice and I'm not a clear opinion because I agree with Jacob. I think he slowed down just a little bit. You know, when you're a rookie and you join a team, as a starter point, I give people the benefit of the doubt. I think, okay, that's interesting. Let's see what you can bring to the table. The first few months were impressive and then he slowed down. And then you get scared. You think, is that it? Is that the final Frozen we're going to get? And he's been stagnating for a while, but this event, he's showing again what he can do.
I just do want to point out, just before we move on, that Rob said in an interview to us that mousesports have been trying to make it more rifle centered, right? He wants to activate the rifles within mousesports. So when they had Voxic on their lineup with the AWP, sure, Voxic created a lot of space and he was annoying to play against and he was good in the opening department, but he also took away some of the space from guys like Frozen and Bemas for that matter. So now you don't have Voxic anymore. You have Chris J being your AWP player. He's more of a supportive element in that role, doesn't require that much space, doesn't really take away that much space. That leaves space for Frozen, and that's what we're talking about. Who is going to be the sidekick to Rubs? If Frozen can play like this next to Rubs on a consistent basis, it doesn't matter that you lost Voxic because you just got another one who's going to do it just as good, if not better.
Exactly that. Now we're going on to Inferno, and this for Cloud9 spells trouble. We have seen them once on it so far at Flashpoint, and they got demolished by a team that's certainly a bit under mousesports, to say the least, in VP.
Yes. Look, if we're going to base our opinion just on that one game, then sure, it's not looking good.
They've changed since then, though, right? They've had an improvement.
That is the key point right here. Sure, they lost 16-5 against VP on Inferno, but the premise here, the idea is that they have evolved. That this is a different Cloud9, that time has changed for them, how they approach the map. So now I'm hoping to see a better face as well. Worth mentioning, they lost starting on the CT side versus VP. They could never get the ball rolling. Here, they should start on the T side. So maybe they have more to bring to the table. I think the T side is where Alex has been shining as an IGL as well, not the CT side, which is more protocol-oriented, protocol-heavy. So I'm not too scared because, again, the premise is that Cloud9 has evolved and is not the same.
Yeah. But they're facing mousesports.
I knew that was coming.
I agree, and the premise should have changed. And hopefully, again, they've been practicing Inferno and hopefully gotten better. But they're playing a team who have only recorded loss on Inferno to teams like Astralis, Na'Vi, and so forth. G2, I believe, they lost to as well.
Yes.
Otherwise, they win against all the teams. They play against names like Big, Ends. They've even won against Astralis once, Gatson as well in this tournament. And that was in the period where mousesports weren't looking too good either. So, under that premise, mousesports has also gotten better. So to think that Cloud9 has all of a sudden got not only twice as good as they were last time, but 3 or 4 times as good, while mousesports have stagnated in their involvement on Inferno, it's hard to believe, right? So there's no doubt that mousesports are the clear favorites, but I wouldn't rule out Cloud9. We've done that before, and we've said that before, that, with this lineup and with the players they have, Alex playing well as well, there's always a chance for Cloud9 to fight their way back into it, but it got harder coming into Inferno.
And Inferno is certainly a map, though, that Cloud9 should have had some good practice in by this point, right? It should be a map that, a lot of teams are going to play. But do you think they were maybe surprised by the mouse pick of this?
Just as much as I was surprised, probably. I think Inferno was a pocket pick for mousesports going into this event, or this match rather, sorry. And then it has to be Kerrigan banking on the fact that Inferno was not on the top of the list of preparation for Cloud9. If that was the case, probably would have bursted that map out earlier in the tournament. So Kerrigan must be playing on that angle. Now, if we're talking Cloud9, and if we're talking about positive or possible positive, then you have Floppy that needs to get activated.
Yes.
Remember the first story about Cloud9 was Floppy being massive, clutching left and right, so impressive. He started this event or this game in the top 10 in terms of stats, and now he's quiet down. So you need him to be activated again. Otherwise, there's a lack, there's a gap in terms of kill that no one is filling right now.
I'm going to bring in another name that has to step up, and I think will step up if Cloud9 are going to come back into this matchup. S-Attack. I think we've shown signs from him. I think he's been looking all right within Cloud9. He's been playing okay. There was a couple of clutches on Vertigo where he was very close of turning around the game again. Didn't quite make it. When he was playing in Astralis, he was doing a good job on Inferno. If he can bring some of that Astralis magic wit into Cloud9, maybe learn them a couple of setups, a couple of ways that Astralis used their utility, for an example, on Banana, I think Cloud9 could look stronger than it did against VP. So if he's activated, he's playing well, we have a competitive game on our hand.
Well, that's what we want to see, a competitive game indeed. The Colossus are known for having fight, but is it enough to take down the mighty Mouse as they go into Inferno? Frozen and Robs have been lighting up the server, but will Cloud9 fall short on Inferno? Stay tuned to find out.
And so the show goes to Inferno, a second map between mousesports and Cloud9, but will it be much of a map at all? Have Cloud9 already hit the bottom of the barrel? Is mousesports too much to handle? How about Kerrigan and Frozen? This individual form is kind of unstoppable.
Seems like it. We'll see what happens on Inferno. I actually have my reservations that this will be an easy map, but based on what we know about Cloud9, they have got stomped out on this map by Virtus Pro, who for them, it is a strong map for them, but it was the very first map that Cloud9 played, so we'll have to take it round by round. They lost 5-16. They had lost on CT side, but I actually analyzed this on my channel as well. And at the CT side, I wanted to see how the 3-12 happened, and I thought they brought a lot of good ideas to the CT side. So I'm very excited to see that this is the side they start on, and we'll see if they fixed anything or if mousesports will continue to show us that this was an incredibly strong veto from Kerrigan.
Time to find out. We've seen Cloud9 improve on an individual level since their first showing, and now we revisit the same battlefield where that blunder took place. We walk in with eyes open. Beretta's in position for Alex. Floppy's going to get gushed, and he draws the players into him. Now the Berettas look to thread them, but it's BMAS with the kill here. Floppy's going to still be able to stand his ground. Another headshot from Floppy.
The executioner.
All 3 kills thus far from Cloud9, and Woxic's aggression out from Apartments was meant to kill Chris J. He will die to the grenade of Mezzi, so all good for Cloud9. 4 members standing at the end of the first pistol.
Not a bad pistol. Doesn't mean a whole lot. About like a lot of these rounds going to come down to who wins Banana. Yakinder said in an interview that this is the hardest map to prepare at the top level, and that's why they picked it versus Cloud9. They felt like it was going to be an easy map for them. He proved it in the server, and now we'll see if first of all, if that's actually true. If it is going to take a lot of reps for Cloud9 to get good at this map, surely, you know, mousesports, if any team, will test them based on what we've seen so far. Yeah, I'm very, very, very excited for this first half, so let's see how it continues to play out. It's the test of the synergy, you know, Floppy and Alex playing together. Asatag, I guess, on this round. Seeing how this setup works out. I can see why Floppy, he's a player that doesn't need a lot of cover, if that makes sense. He's always so very confident when it comes to full executes. He's very good at standing close to choke points. I imagine he'll be a pretty strong B anchor with some time.
As he's going to let one, yeah, I was going to say, slip into the site if he's not careful. Finds Rops. Opening kill, the way of Cloud9, flash to the top of the Banana. Floppy, well, kind of blinded. Not sure exactly what's coming his way with the combination of that smoke in his face, so he forfeits control of it. And this does give mousesports a chance to get one step closer to the site itself. A headshot from the Deagle would have been great for mousesports, but Floppy, again, looking to deliver. Esatag's able to get an assist in the mix. Floppy goes down without the ace, but another 3K from him 2 rounds deep.
Yeah, Peek's so confident. It looked like the 1 dig was coming, but he was a bit faster to clicking with that fall miss. And now we'll be forced to buy a better gun and use his remaining money to do so. Here it is. A small little Floppy highlight reel to wrap up round 2. Good hold to kick things off. Round number 3, not much to work with. Mousesports, what do we have to bring? And again, it's going to be a lot of paying attention to what it looks, both from the T and CT side on Banana. Floppy goes 1 for 1. BMAS trades. Mezzi trying to come in with a flank. His life is now in jeopardy as he can get pushed from both sides. Awkward position. Alex had his back, but Frozen will punish Alex. This has opened things up dramatically. The doors swing wide open in this round for Mousesports. They are low on HP, but with this many players, they can spread the map in unique ways. They're going to overwhelm the halls and put a lot of pressure now on Woxic to multi-frag.
Deagle's good for 2 and almost the 3rd, but Frozen's going to ice him out. It's Esatag's turn to try and clutch this. Rop's 19 health, Frozen on 100, MP9 in hand. Now, of course, both players spotting one another. Rops, he's trying to come in from behind. Esatag better clear his flank right now or get around the corner. but he's still exposed. This should be an easy kill for Rops, and he lines up the headshot before pulling the trigger. Mousesports with a robbery of a round.
They took a bit of a risk, of course. They run down mid. It's not an uncommon thing to do. It's not a wrong thing to do on CT side, but the execution isn't right there. When Medi doesn't get his first kill and the smoke was there to stop him, it became very awkward where he could get flanked from both sides, and Alex wasn't covering down deep stairs in the best way possible. He had to worry about someone peeking him as well, so the whole thing was just a bit messy.
It's going to expedite the process for Mousesports, coming right back in with a buy.
Wow, the money's actually pretty good for Cloud9. Surprised to see that.
Yeah, all things considered. 3 M4s, FAMAS, and a decent amount of nades. No kit on the play, though, just in case retake comes in. Don't you forget it.
This would be a landmark victory for Cloud9 to prove they can win on Inferno. But it already looks like they've been tested in a big way.
Regains vision in mid. Floppy is able to shave a player off with that MP9. There are definitely more members of Mousesports just there for him, waiting. But they actually back off a bit, and when I say that, I mean both teams. Moving a piece over to the B site is Cloud9. Rops still from Boiler. Mousesports had retreated from the smoke in the off chance that maybe Cloud9 decide to try and push through it. Not the case, however.
This really makes sense both ways, with Cloud9 having 5 players alive. Spreading the map a bit more evenly. Mousesports coming back into the 3-player setup. There's a good peek from Floppy. He'll find the correct timing. The flash he eats afterwards will displace his aim enough that BMAS can trade him out. But it's still a 3-on-4, and the rotations will start to come over from the CT side as well.
Challenging lane pushes Mezzi into an important position. He's playing off the side of the smoke. He also has Alex committed to the small pit. 7 seconds left. Alex comes out of this. We've got BMAS planting in the backside. Alex going to take down his teammate.
Okay.
And continues the spray for a third one. A third round even for Cloud9 here. Mousesports hitting the blunt force of Cloud9's A-hold.
Wow. That was a very, very nice spray transfer there. Super well done. It was like he's playing on an iPad. Just clicked on a different part of the screen. Perfect adjustment over into the cold box, and yeah, all 3 kills. Not a lot of time left on the clock when all was said and done. So even though Mousesports pulled off that eco, I think they're probably a bit surprised by just how much money Cloud9 had. Lots of guns here on that last round. And yeah, I mean, it's because of, I guess, the low losses that we saw coming out of the first and second rounds. A buy-up will come in response, though, for Mousesports. Not quite as good, but on the T side, it doesn't need to be quite as good. If your few rifles go in front, they manufacture those first couple of entries. That is the round over and done with. Rotations are very difficult on Inferno. Map gets quite T-sided the lower numbers you get.
Frag timing's decent. BMAS gets softened up. Chris J's inside of the site, but Mezzi, he's got himself a double. Kerrigan from the hay bales, only able to answer with 1. So as the bomb gets dropped on short side, well, Rops sent in to try and pick up some pieces.
I love that. I love that execute. The flashes they used, the continuation flashes, they supported Chris J so that he didn't even have to clear anything. They kept going to one final one to pop over top of his head. An actual collateral with that deagle. Headshot on Floppy. He'll get caught jumping, and it's a nice hold overall from Cloud9. But well, let's take a look at the execute again. Everybody has to kind of look away. Mezzi is forced to tuck, but Chris J gets all the way onto the site without even having to fight anybody. If he had the clarity of mind to clear that back hay bale, or the back of the wagon, he would have been able to not only get the kill, but maybe tumble it on for the rest of his teammates who are coming in with worse guns. But Cloud9 survived. Another great start for them. And potentially a freebie to follow it up.
Chris J's scouting position. A little bit of utility pressure here. Chris J's trying to stick it to them. Ooh, but Floppy, he goes ahead and gets a team kill. Interesting turn of events at the start of this one. Of course, mousesports just looking to maximize on it. They don't really have much to invest anywhere else, so why not try to go where the ball started rolling? Frozen with Chris J's scout, connects further damage into Alex. He's in the 1v3. CT's dead around him, could pick up a gun, could even run back and just hit that. That right there opens things wide because Mezzi's here on Arch side, and had Frozen found another scout shot, things really get interesting. Alex had been tagged down to like 20 HP. Floppy's team killed. Get out of my way.
He's just a monster on Banana. He has to kill everything, even his own teammates. And he has just been racking up the ADR here. Look at this hold. Really fantastic stuff whenever they've come in his direction. And I kind of like how they were just... oh, never saw that on North.
Yeah.
I love how they're just kind of tethering off each other, peeking, changing up with Alex and Floppy. I think it's good to fight for Banana in whatever sense that means. You know, not just necessarily falling back, waiting for a flash and then coming out, letting the T's get comfortable. I think you have to be a little bit more wild than that. As the map has gotten a bit more T-sided at the higher level, it's because of how the nades have just become so good for the T's to try to get map control, and disrespecting that by staying fluid is important.
Tag heading back to the B site. Woxic was here alone just moments ago. Nades starting to come in this direction from mousesports. They got plenty of smokes. Could go for the fake execute, try and peel a player off of A. It's just Rops inside of Boiler. You eventually start to expect this. So Alex on high alert. Now mousesports, having lost that A player, they're just going to look to sink themselves into the B site. Kerrigan sees a man jump behind New Box. That's Woxic. He's got Esatag and Floppy on spawn to try and help him, but now with the site cleared, Kerrigan, he's unleashed. And mousesports, with 3 kills across the kill feed, are suddenly in a comfortable position, or they would be if they had more health to work with. Alex challenging from Con, takes 2 heads off, and it's all on Chris J. But I mean, we all know this guy can clutch. And they may think he's on the back of the site. They make a fatal error. Now it's down to the 1 versus 1, and Chris, he can just play this time. Bomb ticked beyond the halfway point. Mezzi, he's starting to stick this down to the final second. Chris J. Oh no.
Wow. Oh my god. He got the shot off. I think even the shot was a little bit too late. Tried to come back for it, was a bit too far to come up for the bait. Mezzi, he really had no choice but to stick. I don't want to try to say that these situations are black and white, right? Of course, you have to play the player just as much as you play like the objective best solution. But a spot like that, it seemed like, you know, Mezzi, he's going to be more encouraged to stick that bomb than he is to fake it. And yeah, Chris, I think just by a narrow margin, misses his window to get that shot in, and even with the wallbang, it's not quite enough. So almost wins back the 1v2, but when we talk about Alex, that was nasty. He killed both in construction, both forward facing, waiting for him to peek. Absolutely clinical. The mechanics of an engineer. Six to 1. The exact same start for Cloud9 as we saw on Vertigo. And mousesports, they showed us they could adjust and adapt and brought it back, and people started firing off. But right now, the kills are very high for Cloud9 and not very high for mousesports overall. Not too many close situations to look back on. Definitely something a bit better, and we've got the full pacifist setup here from Cloud9 inside of B. They'll give up top banana.
Smoke grenade off of the wall. Let's see if Alex can contest this. He throws down an incendiary and sticks in front of the smoke. Then all of a sudden there's an additional one, and Woxic comes knocking from short. Robs answers immediately, always in the boiler. Minute on the clock, 4v4. No utility left for mousesports at all.
I think without arch control, they're kind of smoked out of the situation. CT is wide open. This is awkward.
Nice flash.
Oh, wow.
Alex throws that one from balcony. Floppy primed for it.
was wondering where he's going to get that control from. And look at Alex as well. He's taking a liberty here, walking all the way through the halls. Esatag playing in a retake position, might take one peek here.
They line up. Easy pickings for Esatag. Then the Molotov comes in as well. 3 kills for him. Cloud9's logo on fire. This is just like the start of Vertigo. Except we're already 8 rounds deep.
He's actually got monster spray control, man. Esatag has amazing spray control. This is also a nice play from Alex. And something I also noted in the demo I watched is just his utility usage was pretty much optimal, like, the entire time. Well. Will we get a situation of traded map picks? That is the question. mousesports again, Cloud9 again. Absolutely horrific performance versus Virtus Pro. 3 to 12 rounds on the CT side. Already looking better versus a stronger team.
mousesports do have the tools they'd need to execute on this A site. We start to see all that get thrown over the top. Blinded is Mezzy. Inside of the site was BMass. Woxic's able to use the op up close. And unfortunately for mousesports, they've got Robs sectioned off in the apartments. The other 2 players for the T side out middle, and Floppy's getting all the closer to this flank. So if they decide to try and turn tail, he should knock them down unquestionably.
Curious Kamari down at the T steps.
Kerrigan falls on the arch side, and this does just leave Rops. 19 HP versus 4. We're looking at an 8-1 scoreline from Cloud9 CT side. Improvements on Inferno.
He's the hitman. Perfect pre-aims. Ultimate crosshair placement. That one was coming. But instead, it might be coming home. There's Mezzy with the final kill. Consolation frag from Rops. Questions. What do mousesports want to do? Well, the one success that they've had was getting into B after the exec. So maybe trying to vie for top banana control again, even if it's off a delay, if they don't want to go right away. Might be an interesting solution here for mousesports. And that round they actually lost with a 1v2. They got into really strong positions on the B side as well.
Just Woxic and Mezzy on this A site early. Rob's back into the apartments, doing what he does. Smoke's currently on both sides of the banana. Tries to use the flash to convince Woxic off of it, but, I mean, easy peek right in straight thereafter. Kerrigan now going to try and lead this charge up arch. Woxic near omnipresent, but Frozen, he will find 2 headshots. A double kill at the bottom of mid as the B players go charging behind them, and Arch is already under the control of mousesports. That B site cleared by 2 kills in mid. Cloud9 getting a bit ahead of themselves, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that back to see how that went down. Probably pretty nice shots from Frozen. Of course, he can be counted on to do that every once in a while. And of course, it's Alex who realizes immediately that they're going to, with CT control, just have a free round if he doesn't make a Hail Mary play. Runs into CT. I actually don't think it's a bad move by him, but of course, mousesports are a bit too careful in that position. The other option was just to think to save right away, but there was a chance if mousesports got a bit too hasty that he punished them for leaving. But either way, this is just simply about Frozen shutting down the 2 B players. As soon as he sees the name tags, he knows the site's opened up. And that's the long and short of it. The worry on Mither. My goodness, my man. I don't know what's going on. Here, let's check it out. Let's see what happened here with Frozen. Hopefully, we can take a look. Oh, he just comes back to take a peek. Oh my god, he's going to take another peek here. Oof, those are just beautiful shots, right? That should have been a trade 100%.
Yep. Dead to rights. They thought they had him, especially that little delayed peek behind it, right? Esatag starts hitting a little bit of damage, but then gets snapped on. A second round for mousesports. Thank goodness for Frozen. He's lift the spell for now. Woxic gonna try and set that op up in mid. Good gamble. We've got a fight over towards Banana. S-Attack looking at the dirt, and Chris J, well, laying on the hurt, at least for the first one. Frozen and BMAS also coming in with kills. We've got a near team ace. It would just take Kerrigan to find this last one. B-site completely clear. Robs doubles down, and mousesports third round now.
Oh my, oh my.
How the turntables.
They had the CTs tried to pull back all of the momentum. This is one where you get caught with your pants down. This is a round that can strip you of your dignity, right? After you win a round, they rush down mid, they rush down B, they fight you, they stomp you. But instead, Cloud9 lose on that, and it's a round where you don't use a lot of utility, you don't play meticulous Counter-Strike, you really just roll the dice in a big way, and if you're not rewarded, you end up in a situation like this. No opportunity to save, nobody used all of the grenades that they bought into the round. You're back on USPs. Economically speaking, that could be a tragic round to look back on if you're Cloud9. mousesports, on the other hand, they recognize the opportunity that's at hand. Kerrigan's going to spot the stack here and is going to try to grab them when they're most uncomfortable. Esatag, very nice to get that USP headshot.
Another one coming out of the graveyard stairs. Rops going to very quickly put an end to Floppy, but hey, he at least got one kill. That's the second, of course, for Cloud9, doing something with just the USPs. Very clear out of the gates, you know, they had creepy crawlers just crouch walking, talking, and probably just trying to figure out a solution here to make sure that mousesports don't barrel back into this T side, because considering it was a 7-1, we're now looking at an 8-4, and yes, the money is back in the pockets of Cloud9, enough to justify a buy. But this T side absolutely warming up now, and it's not just one incredible top-heavy carry, no. It's everybody piecing together their frags. And remember, Floppy, he is 17-9 at the moment.
Holy hell, 155 ADR.
Ooh-ee-ah.
Ooh-ee-ah, ooh-ee-ah. He obviously has a couple of eco mowdowns as well. Don't want to talk out of both sides of my mouth here. Frozen had kind of a similar thing going on, but he also has a good amount of rifle kills on the hold. Hey, he did it with a FAMAS. It's all about stopping him going into B. Wow, an amazing entry here from Kerrigan. He never fails to impress these days with some of these opening kills.
Wasting 0 time getting into the CT spawn.
Oh, Woxic, he's getting caught off guard here, isn't he? He's running into this angle. Chris K will punish him and maybe pick up his favorite gun. No, he's still holding on to the AK, trying to make some progress. And I think he's just going to use himself as a sacrificial lamb, right? He can get some information. He's ahead of the pack. If he's too close to his teammates, they might be able to or fail the trade. He'll drop a smoke behind. And oh, there's the peek. Wow, he baits Floppy into swinging out. I mean, he read that with prescience.
Huge plays from Chris J. Dude, I thought Cloud9 were climbing this mountain. Looked like they had the two-hand grip on mousesports. But suddenly, they begin to slide, and I feel like now we're in a bit of a free fall. Obviously, last round with just pistols, not expecting much, but this was the buy they were trying to get back underneath them. And, well, I don't have the best memory, but I can already recall that turning point on Vertigo. It looks so good from Cloud9 out the gate, the same way it did here on Inferno. Yes, this time it was that much better as they got up to their 8-round count, but dude, mousesports, they could very well finish this half 8-7, and I wouldn't be too shocked. And we know what they did when they swapped sides on Vertigo. That is massive momentum.
Absolutely.
2 players for Cloud9 survive at the end of this. 4 up for mousesports. That's money in their back pockets. It's going to be guns to the end of days for their offense.
No, Cloud9, they're brimming with potential. They've shown really good results. They got good so incredibly fast. Like such a impressive win last night versus Complexity. I think that was the big one. But of course, they're lacking some polish, right? They're missing a little bit of turtle wax to get that shine. And in certain spots, there's certain things that could be improved, of course. Have yet to see what they have to offer over there. But once again, Kerrigan manufacturing these kills over and over again, consistently.
Almost feels like he's sometimes creating them out of thin air.
Really?
Kerrigan's a damn magician. But Alex calls his bluff. 4 versus 4. Heavy damage versus Alex and Esatag, the 2 players currently handing on to the rifles for Cloud9. And more smokes in the face of mousesports create a tidbit of hesitation. Rops, though, he's going to find that flank yet again. Essetag not waiting for the T's to make a commitment, but rather just trying to slide in with some kind of success story. Robs with another kill. Alex just the one. And then here comes Floppy, bouncing up from the graveyard, but not bouncing up as much as mousesports have. 6 rounds on the scoreboard, 5 of them in a row. They are on fire for the final round of the first half.
This is more like what happened versus Virtus Pro. When they were taking the early fights, they were losing their duels straight up in the open on Banana, which is kind of an interesting thing because they're losing their duels a lot to Kerrigan, who, I mean, credit to him. He's hitting a lot of first bullet headshots, but it's of course a little bit surprising considering, you know, the talent that he's going up against. I mean, that's just want to put it out there. Now, for what that means for this half, it's pretty decent. Again, credit to them for pulling back the end of the half. You have to really shine a spotlight on that fact. The adjustments are there. The confidence is still there. And look, another opening kill he gets. What is his opening kill percentage? I feel like we're going to have to call on Maniac for these stats. Robs will get a frag of zone.
Yeah, but he gets traded out by Woxic. Let's see if the op can stop this rampage from mousesports. Frozen doesn't even need to see, as he still had Woxic in the crosshair before that pop flashed. Flash popped. Cloud9 not looking too good here at the end of the CT side. Mousesports absolutely turning it upside down, and a lot of it because of Kerrigan's openings. This is exactly what happened to Heroic on Train.
And to Cloud9 last map.
Yep. Spot on. Damage through the smoke. That could be enough. I mean, they've got nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Let's see it, Floppy. 1v3, shut down by Chris J. Mousesports with a phenomenal close to the T side. 6 rounds in a row. How many more will they post before Cloud9 can answer? Looked like Cloud9 were going to take this series the distance, but suddenly mousesports have something to say. 6 rounds in a row. Chris J feeling the heat.
Yeah, he's putting up the, he's unzipped, okay? He's fully unzipped. That's going to be the Chris J documentary, fully unzipped. The chains are out. He's pretending there's a crowd behind him. I love it.
He probably doesn't tie his shoelaces.
Yeah. You know, we know, like, and players on LAN. Remember
Actually,
yeah, they'd walk out, no shoes on, because everyone took their shoes off when they were playing.
Pretty sure Chris J doesn't have shoelaces. It's a style thing. It's a fact.
Well, see if they can lace up the next half. They did really good in the second portion of the first half. Okay, test here for Cloud9 on the T side. They really get a chance to show us a T side yet so far on this map, so we'll see what they can do here.
We're all here to learn. 3 players in position for mousesports on the second pistol. Grenades exchanged. Esatag looking for that entry. Who's going to fall first? Frozen at the hands of Floppy. Kerrigan just coming through that smoke to chip one back, but Mezzi, blinded through the smoke, finds Kerrigan. All of a sudden, it's BMAS with the one and done. Robs comes in from Banana. He's looking to combine with Chris J, but he gets shut down. mousesports looking like they're going to tie things up at 8. Chris, what can you deliver? They are showing him absolutely nothing. Very patient post plant from Cloud9, and the moment they know he's in the open, they're all going to sweep out for him, and Alex making sure it goes down easy. Cloud9, 2-round lead.
Nicely done from Alex with those kills, and Mezzi catching Frozen off. I feel like Frozen is brimming with confidence right now and just waiting for that moment to really explode. But, you know, catching a bullet like this, that is going to turn your plans around. Actually, it's Kerrigan to die in the smoke, excuse me. And then Alex to clean up the rest, Chris J out. Whoa! Didn't know they had earthquakes in London.
I have a running theory that Mezzi might be Maudie.
Chris J just absolutely destroyed that chicken.
Get him out of the way.
Yeah. I can see the Maudie.
Right?
He's got the Maudie stash a little bit.
Mezzi, Maudie, you change a couple letters.
Have you ever seen them in the same room at the same time?
Don't mean to be a
different times.
Conspiracy theorist, but Kerrigan builds his gun in time to try and lay down the damage. Woxic and Esatag, however, they're going to clear out this B site, and Cloud9 have done it yet again. Running into B early. Cost them a lot of damage, though. I'm curious to see whether or not they would find such a success story had their opponents been better equipped. Refurbishing the smoke and catching Rops on his walkout. BMAS just going to tuck tail and get out of dodge. That's Cloud9 to the double digits. Another strong start at the beginning of the half. How long can they run with this?
Yeah, it's kind of a for what it's worth moment. Nothing is known yet until we get to the first rifle. That is the only thing that is relevant right now.
Damn, that's a cool skin.
Yeah, it bangs. You gonna buy one?
Nope.
In between games, Connor's just sitting here on Steam buying guns off the market. The arms dealer.
Yeah, you don't have to tell everybody.
The other day he bought a stiletto and sold it back in 10 seconds. He said he had buyer's remorse.
It's a thing!
He's just trying to give Gaben as much money as possible. It's like a $20 rebate.
Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Frozen teleported.
Oh.
We have to get that up again. When there's time, please. I did say earlier that if anybody can teleport... I can't remember who I said it was. Damn.
I don't think it was Frozen. I don't remember who you said it was, actually.
Art.
God, it was a different... Oh, yeah, it was Art.
Oh, it was a different game.
Right.
I wish you had seen it. You'd really enjoy that. Just
Always
wait.
thought Frozen
Just
was
wait.
the Brazilian Art.
Get your expectations nice and high. 3 players here on Boiler's side. BMAS inside of it. Chris J on the other end, but it's B site, B site, B site. Cloud9 working it for 3 rounds in a row, and that should make the difference in the scoreline. Spray down from Floppy and Mezzi. Everybody's dying on the side of mousesports, but that's to be expected. It's now that they bounce back with guns that we have more questions.
Map 3 on the horizon.
Oh.
This will be the round that shows us. Not the Not the most well-rounded buy here for Cloud9 with the, UMP on Essa tag, but they've built up such an economy, they can take a small risk here. Looking to make a success out of it, what could be a bonus. But an absolutely imperative round for mousesports to win, to save their own economy. God, they're jealous. They want to siphon some of this cash out. Oh, they coming through that? Yes, they are.
Looking close.
Frozen, are you ready?
Smoke fades. Frozen, easy pickup. And the second kill is his as well. Just serving as an anchor behind these sandbags, but he gets double mollied into the open, and then all of a sudden, we've got Cloud9 back with 3 kills. Woxic taking down 2, but look at the HP left over. They've got a minute on the clock and 2 players from mousesports to try and take this away from them. B-site for the 4th round in a row.
Well, that should not have gone so well. Frozen with the opening 2 kills, bomb drop behind enemy lines, and not a team nearby to trade out. However, with the amount of HP remaining, wouldn't be half surprised if mousesports pulled this off, if there's anyone that could do it.
Incendiary goes deep. That one's on the money. Gonna push a player into the open. Flash was meant to save him. 2 kills from BMAS. Oh, it's all 3. They clear them out of the corners. Perfect Molotov. And that molly, it actually gives away the information because the flashbang comes from the dark corner. And well, the orange peak was one of the first players to die. So susses out the situation. Frozen, he was the guy that kicked it all off. An easy kill versus Essa tag.
This is a bit discombobulated with the way that they come out. Because, okay, they punish both, which is great, but they're so separated here. Coming into the top of Banana, you don't want to have your bomb be the first one out. When you could potentially change course in the round, like go back to mid control or something like that. It really forces your hand and calls for those rotations. But again, that residual damage that came after the fact also affected the retake spot for the 2 mousesports players, and they didn't even know, how much damage was dealt. So they're feeling really good about that 2v3 retake, brimming with confidence now. And again, I think Frozen is about to show us a pretty standout performance here on the CT side.
It's him and Chris J sitting in the B site. Molly. And a smoke. And a boost over top of it.
They're coming back.
Yeah. Ooh, and it doesn't even cost them. Chris J. Oh, not able to get away from it. Alex. Good continuation on the spray down.
Well, they'll go back. Arch is open. What do they know about the setup now that would... here's one thing. If they're scared of B, of course, then a rotator who's going to come through is the Arch player. So this might be a clue for them. The remaining 2 CTs, they could be anywhere. They could be in a double A setup on the site. They could be doubled up in pit like they are. This is the hard part to suss out. But at this moment, no site is that bad to take.
Flash towards the pit. Rops blinded. Not even going to stop him for a second. There is still a player, however, above. Another repeak's going to cost Rops his head. BMAS down beneath it. Man advantage for mousesports. Held onto with the bomb now on the corner. Poor Alex has nowhere to go but back to the depths of which he came. Time is the issue. That's the 9th round for mousesports, and their CT side already starting to solidify as they win 2 consecutive rounds after 3 in a row from the offense.
It's a big first kill. The tactic on the boost on the logs to take out Chris J. That's supposed to be one that Essa tag grabs, but Chris J punishes it. Some really good reactions here by him, and he forces their aim to be displaced, making them turn with the initial flash on the retake. And this is great cohesion in the pit between BMAS and Rops to lock it down for the first 2 kills. Everything after that is a bonus. They really set their team up to win that round with those first 2. 3 in a row. Mouse are looking for 3 in a row. Within 2 of tying this up. Things start to get a bit more difficult here for Cloud9.
Kerrigan standing in the open. If they all charge him right now, nope. He's going to get around the corner. He's got a bit more cover to play with, and not to mention Frozen to try and support him from Arch. Flash goes out. Frozen looks to go in. Little gentleman's agreement. Some shots exchanged, but everybody's still standing. Kerrigan, oh my goodness. He's going to go peeking into middle. 2 players tuck back around mid, and Floppy offers his back. Nobody there to trade this. Kerrigan scaring them away from the brackets.
What a punish.
And the bomb lingers a little longer because Alex, well, he's still by the apartments and he's thinking about maybe bursting out or even just selling this fake. He keeps 2 sets of eyes peeled towards him and leaves his 3 teammates to go challenge B, where Frozen and Chris J stand. 40 seconds.
Feels like he just waits for that moment when they're just going to start talking about things. Just to take what's like looks like a random peek after Frozen shows face and falls back from CT.
And then Kerrigan gets over in time before the commitment comes in. Frag grenade goes deep onto Coffin. That's good for half of Chris J's health. And he is only working with the MP7. Kerrigan's damage lines a couple up, but it's Frozen with a headshot. 15 seconds on the clock. A player jumping over. Frozen, labored spray. It's Alex to get a double. Kerrigan could challenge. He swings all the way out. Sprays for the bomb plant, but can't stop it. Alex is on a tear. Finally hits the dirt. It's BMAS back in with another B take. Can he close it? Esatag in the open. Looking for the distanced headshot, but now he's going to take to the top of the barrels, and that bomb is halfway gone. BMAS getting all the closer. Rops rounds the corner, first to fall, and BMAS does it all.
3 mass, all 3 inside of the B retake, once again, stopping them from overtaking construction with the double peak. Yes, they're low, partly because of Kerrigan's spray, but still, making sure to get both those kills, absolutely imperative. And this was the one. Frozen had that for free, it looked like. And then Alex turned it into another kill or 2. It looked like Alex was going to come into B again and be the reason they're able to win, but that's not the case. And you can see what's really tough. I mean, with the amount of things that go on in one single default, the amount of utility that needs to be thrown, there are all these moments for Cloud9 look a little bit uncomfortable. It feels like they're kind of learning as they go.
Big aggression, just trying to take down these upgraded pistols. Now the respect been thrown out the window, as have the first 3 corpses. Cloud9 down to Floppy and Esatag just as quickly as they can run up mid. 1 kill comes in for Cloud9, but that's it. Mousesports, they're tying this game at 11 rounds apiece.
Things get absolutely terrifying here for Cloud9. That one maneuver from Kerrigan to just mosey out back to mid from CT, delayed after Frozen peaks from CT spawn, and then gets a kill. It feels like that just rocks Cloud9. Like, that's the one moment of respite they had in the match where they cleared top bracket control, they chilled, they were going to go into something else, and then he just got into the middle of it. And that is the continued impact that Kerrigan has had across the series. Feels like his confidence to put himself out there has been rewarded time and time again. Well, they're going to hear that. That's going to result in a kill as well. Again, it activates the push from Rops. Absolutely clinical with the double spray down. He never overflicks this guy. You give him 1 second to turn around and he will destroy you.
Now it's going to fall into Frozen and Kerrigan to just lock down these last 2 kills. 1 smoke for Esatag, a triple set of flashbangs, but they're within a smoke from their opponents. This is going to be 5 rounds in a row for Mousesports if they can close the 5v2. Sure enough, Frozen finds one through it. Poor Esatag being hunted, trying to fight his way out despite being boxed in. Takes a second headshot, but Mousesports are on fire, and Mousesports are in the lead.
I don't know what the answer is for Cloud9. I think maybe to remedy the situation, instead of defaulting to too much map control, maybe trying one thing and moving into an execute, or doing something faster, like something to do with alls. I'm not sure if that's been part of the game plan in practice. I'm sure they went over all of the details of what it means to take top mid, take B, but right now it feels like that's too much work for them, and Mousesports are finding so many gaps all over the place. Chris J with such an easy one this last round. Kerrigan with many, and again, not just on Inferno, but their experience is starting to shine through. This doesn't feel like that situation with Complexity on Dust 2 where they're able to come back. That one you could kind of see it more. This one it feels like mousesports are just getting a depth grip on this half and not really letting loose.
It's a little delayed at each start. You know, Cloud9 really like to wiggle, fidget, and fight for it. mousesports just kind of stalking their prey before they start killing it round after round. BMAS double. Good flashbangs in mid, but Kerrigan dunks it onto Alex. Esatag's gonna challenge up Banana, but the poor guy gets quick scope by Chris J. And mousesports now 2 rounds in the lead, 3 rounds away from grabbing that spot at the finals.
How impressive would that be? After beating Heroic again, taking Nuke 3 out of 20 times, Heroic have lost Nuke. mousesports did it to them yesterday, and they came in off of EG's seed to replace them and were then immediately the favorites to win. mousesports beat them out. Now they're taking Cloud9, potentially 2-0 after Cloud9 come off a hot 2-1 victory over Complexity. And we'll see if that's actually going to be the case. But they're trying to keep the momentum going. BMAS pushing down mid, doing incredible damage, maybe invaluable damage here to Mezzy and Woxic, rocking the T-side default immediately. Yeah. And Rops will also, off of this information, go for a push.
Until Cloud9 can end this spree of round wins, it is absolutely mousesports who we need to talk about as this heavy hitter.
Oh man, the last guy you want clearing out halls and flanking you is Rops.
Yep.
If anybody is going to make a flank valuable, it's him. And Chris J, he's not shy either.
They're going to delay this commitment. This allows Rops to really get in position. And with Chris J killing the players on Banana, Rops just taps into the back of the head of Esatag. Another fight for him, but it's Mezzy to try and take this. 22 health and 3 more players lie ahead. The silver lining is there's only 1 on this A site. If he can somehow get out from balcony, best frozen and bomb plant, then maybe he hangs on here. But it's not the favorable duel he would hope for, and mousesports now 2 rounds away.
Again, another game where it was such a strong start to the half, but mousesports starting to outclass them. Chris J's turning up. He had a really bad first map. Definitely looking a lot more solid now, a lot more confident. And we've got enough energy on this one fan cam to fill an entire Discord.
Yo, for a second, I thought that was frozen. I was like, bro, you haven't won yet.
Wow.
All right, that makes more sense.
That's what you love to see. Well, all right, Robs is not being shy with these halls pushes. He's going in again.
Dude, they are so confident now. They're almost,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're boiling over. Even with a couple players lost, Kerrigan's here to pick up some pieces. It was damage done. Kerrigan is wounded, and they've offered the M4 over because of these aggressive plays into the apartments, but considering how easy it was back-to-back rounds, no reason for mousesports to really let off the gas pedal. They'll have plenty of time to try and squeeze that 16th if they can recover from their shenanigans here in the 26th.
I really love the idea of mousesports kind of constantly throwing out a Scourge, you know, like a Baneling, just to try to get a kill, right? Just go out there and explode, maybe get 1 kill, see everything, and then if the T's had any plan coming out of spawn, it immediately has to change.
Yep.
And what more would stress Cloud9 up than having to change strategies after they've barely had any practice on any of their maps?
Makes absolute sense. Start the fight with that straight jab.
Okay, Jake Paul.
Yo, I could take him.
Well, I'd pay to see that.
Kerrigan's inside of this A site. The only player for mousesports here. He's going to have to be a Claymore. Once they walk around this corner, he's going to have to take him down. Let's see if the T's are disjointed. It's perfect. Mezzy comes in right before Kerrigan was about to try and pop off. How about a 2v3 retake? It's been a little while. 4 rounds in a row by way of elimination for mousesports. We finally got Cloud9 looking to punish what was that wild aggression. Did they even take the chance? No, they're going to walk away from this. So Cloud9, they've got a 12th.
Yeah.
And it's for that reason that, yes, you know, we're trying to paint the picture of mousesports' victory moment, but this map is not over.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me feels like they're both so close, right, that there's, of course, hope for Cloud9. If they get a fortunate round here, a really strong round there. But the really strong round part is escaping me because it feels like mousesports have a lot of strong answers at the moment for the early round engagements. And even when they're throwing what looks like a Hail Mary with a random push, they're using the information so well to activate ROPS on a push through halls, and even sometimes that player who goes down gets one kill, does tons more damage. Like, the individuals are there, the game plan's there, Chris is popping off. It feels like it's a little bit too much to overcome, but who knows? 404 utility damage, standing far and above anyone else. Overall, utility damage not that high, I'd say, for this deep in the game on Inferno, but Kerrigan certainly doing his part. But let's see, they won that off of 2 really crazy Tech 9 kills up mid after a push. And the T's are starting to push up aggressively. And here, oh wow, okay. There's a game start point. Nice couple of nades there. 100-0. But they're not following up quite yet, which is interesting. Do we have a lane? Do we have a rooftop setup here? Or no, under balcony? Yeah, we've got the Virtus Pro setup on lane.
All right, let's see it. They're going to go ahead and pop out from the apartments. This could be good for Cloud9. Floppy, he's got one and he's done. Alex trades it, then the mid peak's perfect. BMAS alleviated from the rooftops.
Wow, okay.
A 13th round for Cloud9. Does this change your mind?
Yeah, it actually does. This was such a cool round. I did say earlier, like, maybe they should try to skip some of the map control part, do something a little bit more simple, like something to do with halls, and first of all, great tactic to get that first kill with the grenades. They don't even have to see anyone. They don't fight anyone in the top B area, which has not been going well for them. They don't mess with top mid control at all, and they have the hall split ready for when they put the pressure on B. So it looks like mousesports, they have a bad setup, but at the same time, that was such an unlikely situation that Cloud9 would come out with the halls pop right after they put so much pressure on B. So I don't blame them for being there. As full credit to Cloud9 on that one. That was a really, really nice call, I'd say.
So now we've seen it, right? We've seen ROPS get a little too aggressive in apartments 2 rounds prior. So we've seen maybe mousesports extend into it, give a gift to Cloud9, let them on the scoreboard, and then 1 round later, we get exactly what we needed. A convincing decision from Cloud9. A round win based on their moves and not the mistakes of their opponents. The thing is, there's such a little margin left in this second map. Round 28 coming at you in a moment. And what are we going to get this time? Because it didn't look like mousesports were going to take another one of those hyper-aggressive moves. But that's exactly what was taking rounds away from Cloud9. You offer them a bit of respect, and they come barreling out from those A-apps. Both teams with the full-fledged buy.
So what, I mean, Alex has been a clutch caller. What is he going to try this time around? Are they going to try to go for a more standard affair and see if they can win around that way? Well, hey, mousesports, they haven't pushed up B just yet. They're leaving top mid open. They're going for the late molly, and they might push behind it. Okay, here's the re-aggression. Here's the first test and the opening kill for Chris.
Starts putting bullets down through the half wall. No follow-up other than the first kill. Still a minute on the clock. Decent enough damage from that frag grenade off the skybox. What is their move?
Huge round.
Essetag looking to call out the Coffin's position, but there's nobody actually there. We've got Chris J and Frozen far closer to the front line of this bomb site. It's going to be the 4v2 with the potential 3-man retake. 35 seconds, and here it comes from Cloud9. Molotov to the back of the site. The Opper's on the CT cross, and C9 are going to have to push through what is a whirlwind of smoke grenades. This is an awkward position, and time continues to tick. This is going to be left down to the wire. Frozen just takes back to quad. He has support from Chris. Nice op shot to keep the edge in the hands of mousesports, and Frozen whips it back. Every kill coming in for the CT side. A flawless 15th round.
Yeah, that's it. It couldn't even be handled any better, really. That was just absolutely marvelous from mousesports. And Cloud9 make the mistake of not committing through. They say, oh, let's just chill for a second. Kerrigan, yeah, he turns around. But look what happens to mousesports setup. It evolves. Frozen says, oh, I don't have to stand out in the open anymore. You're giving me time. Goes back to quad. Chris J rotates around from CT instead of going for the Hail Mary peek because Kerrigan's coming in to refresh his spot. And here's the opening setup that punishes pushes them too. They do everything absolutely perfectly. Full credit once again to mousesports, and here's that late rotation, but at this point, the key's already been turned. Like, that is just a frag movie, basically. They had already won the round. And now it's a last-ditch effort. 13-15. Cloud9 need to get to OT just to get to a third map. mousesports could end it here and now. They lose the opening kill again to Chris.
He has been impactful. He now ties BMAS at the top of the scoreboard for mousesports, 21 kills to his name. And this op's gonna go hunting, but it's gonna get blinded, in fact. Esatag, that's the support they needed. So many bodies for Cloud9 trying to overwhelm this site. They've got 2 members in the back of it. BMAS standing tall. 3 kills for him. It's all on Mezzy, and he dies to the nade. mousesports make it to the Blast Fall Final.
What a win. Congratulations to mousesports. That is an enormous victory. They take down the Colossus when the Juggernaut couldn't. What else is there to say? It comes close in the end, but they were clearly outclassed. Yes, it was only a couple rounds different. Maybe they could have gotten a little bit more lucky, that is Cloud9, but mousesports, they deserved this win from every angle.
Yeah, that they absolutely did. And you could see it, right? Starting to brim with confidence on that CT side, getting super aggressive. Can't. Kerrigan absolutely earned, my friend. mousesports are here to play. Like you said, even before this game, which is one where we thought, okay, maybe they just straight up take it, the victory over Heroic is huge. Because that win, over top of what was expected to be one of the best teams on this side of the event, that last-minute stand-in that shook up the rest of the group. You know, when Heroic were added to this tournament, everybody's just like, damn.
Yeah.
And yet, look who's qualified for the fall finals.
I definitely doubted them, but I will no longer. They look amazing. Congratulations once again.
All of the pieces coming together for mousesports. Kerrigan stepping up in individual form. Rops looking like a top-tier player. Chris J's op, his confidence starting to shine. And we had Frozen and BMAS in this last map, proving that even though they're young and inexperienced, they have the firepower and they're willing to learn, willing to improve. And we'll see if they can actually compete with the top dogs once they get to that fall finals. We'll throw this one over to the desk to close out the event.
Godsend, Heroic, and now Cloud9. mousesports make their way through, and they do it in a very convincing style, 2-0 here. Certainly Cloud9 put a fight up on the board, but mousesports, they're one step ahead all the way.
It was a beautiful game. It was a beautiful series. mousesports coming back twice from deficit, 6-1 on the first map, 8-1 on that second map, proving that they had what it took to win that game. And the fact that Connor at the very end mentioned so many names is a testament to what mousesports was bringing to the table in this event. Bimus here being key at the end of the rounds. Chris J actually having a lot of impact at the very end, finding kills. Kerrigan, the man we had right here with some entries. It was a well-rounded performance from mousesports and a very deserved victory.
Just going to say, right, what Kerrigan was doing there as well. Don't try that at home. Maybe don't like the sparklers in the house. Yeah, fair enough. I'm all down for the fun, but no burning buildings, ideally.
No, why not? You know, he's allowed to celebrate. You know, I'm sure he got it under control just as he got this
Another
game.
date, of course. You know,
I've actually had the experience with burning down an apartment. But let's move on. Kerrigan, in this game, you know, I think calling wise, being down twice as they were, you know, being down 6-1, being down 8-1. As a caller, you have to redefine the game. I guess you have to reinvent the game and find out a way to come back into the game. We saw Kerrigan do it by himself, you know, by being aggressive on Vertigo. And here on Inferno, we saw him call a great T-side after being down 8-1. I think a lot of praise goes to Kerrigan in this one because he's showing himself, right? He can both do it as a player, but also as an in-game leader. Another player we have to talk about, and I think we have some B-roll with him as well, is called Frozen. He is absolutely fantastic in this matchup. He kickstarted that comeback, being down 8-1. The kills you see right here in this round, fantastic, aware, 2 good kills, and at that point, everything switched around for mousesports. Frozen and the rest of the boys, Maniac, they woke up.
I very much agree. To me, this is it's a reference. It's an event that is a reference for Frozen right now, because if you think about again the struggle he's had in the past few months, obviously in correlation to mousesports having issues and having struggles, but him as an individual right here, he made the difference. He was an X factor. He took the responsibility, and I agree with Jacob. I think he was one of the main reasons, at least individually, as to why mousesports were able to fight back.
And we've got to echo what Jacob was saying there, is the fact that Karrigan here is nurturing over and over again many up-and-coming talents, right, and being able to utilize them in ways and give them the tools necessary to take big wins like this.
And that's what he does the absolute best. I think we've seen time and time again with Karrigan that he is one of the best, if not the best, to build new lineups. You know, that when you look at the paper, they're not necessarily supposed to work. Mousesports, the first iteration, you look towards that lineup, they become the best team in the world at a certain point, winning tournaments, winning against the best teams out there. I remember the ESL 1 Owens, where they beat Astralis in a final. That was absolutely fantastic. Mousesports and Karrigan, they have that DNA, you know. They have that DNA where they can rebuild, they can re-innovate, I guess, their squads and go to the top. But he has a problem with his career. When you look at it, he never stays at the top. That's the one, you know, one thing you can pinpoint towards Karrigan's career and say, okay, you're good at rebuilding teams, you're good at getting them to the top. How about you build a team and stay at the top? I feel like that's the only critique you can point towards this man. Otherwise, he's one of the best in-game leaders Counter-Strike has ever had.
Well, let's grab the man across the series who managed to top the charts. It was Frozen here for mousesports. Now, Frozen, you had an incredible game yourself right here. But first question I wanted to ask you around this was, what was it like playing against Cloud9? Because many of the games, right, just there, they were getting ahead on rounds, but you guys were able to fight back into it. Was it hard? Was it a lot of adjustment needed from you guys?
I mean, they have a lot of good individual players, and we didn't have that much stuff to prepare since they didn't play that much maps. And yeah, I just came to us adjusting to the game, and just reading the game well. It also Karrigan hit some insane calls, and that's how we managed to do comebacks.
Now, one thing I noticed, I remember when you first joined mousesports, we did an interview a long time ago from that, mate, and you were finding your own form, you were getting your chance to play on a bigger roster. Then you went a bit quiet for a while, but recently, especially since Woxic's departure, you've been able to step back into that limelight, right, and deliver a bigger performance. Why do you think that is? Is it just Woxic leaving? Is there more space for you now?
I think it also was me. I mean, last month or last 2 months, I've been putting a lot of hours in the game, and also I've been trying to put more structure into my life, and I think it's just showing now that it's just helping me to perform better and more consistent, I would say.
Frozen, I want to take you back to the hard moments you had in this series. You were down 6-1 on the first map, and you were down 8-1 on the second. Can you tell me about what's the atmosphere in the team at that point? How do you feel? Is there still confidence?
I mean, to be honest, we're just chilling. Even though it was 6-1, as you said, we still kept playing as we played, and we're just adjusting, and and then we just managed to come back. I think it just took one round to break their momentum, and then we just came back. And it was same on the Inferno on the second map.
Frozen, you play with him on a daily basis, and the guy I want to talk about here is Robs. He's very humble when we talk to him. Can you try to describe what kind of player he is when you play with him?
I mean, Robs is he's a machine, and he's a machine, and that's just one word that can describe him the most.
Now, how is it for you to be his teammate then on the server? Is it a guy you can rely on? Is it a guy that you bounce off? How is it to play with Robs?
I mean, I would put it like this: even though the round might look lost, and he's alive, then you don't feel like he's gonna be lost because he can always kill like 3 or 2 people coming to side, and the round is suddenly winnable, right?
Now, Frozen, I want to bring a clip into the action of this, right, while you're live on the interview, because you made a very important call, not just in terms of fragging out, but what changed the game a bit here for the guys.
One long.
Follow me long.
I cannot go back.
That B, go B.
Go B.
To that B.
I'm coming with you, David. One step CT, I think.
One boiler close.
Oh, not hand, we need money. You can save CT, boys.
Can time and go left the
Sick, David.
Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, nice, David, man. Yes.
A good read on the game there as well, my friend. So that was a big turning point as well, right? You guys were down 8-1. You managed to pull that off, and this way you guys started to come back into it. Is it nice also just is this kind of the vibe and the way you guys communicate normally? Is it not just Karrigan the whole time?
I mean, I think it's for sure it's not only Karrigan doing the mid calls, since I would say we have players who can read the game quite well, and I think we can rely on everybody's mid round call, I would say.
David, you were part of the mousesports that at one point were the best team in the world, that at one point were winning titles. Do you believe you have what it takes to get back to that level with the current iteration of mousesports?
For sure. I mean, we are with Bimas for a short time yet so far. I mean, it's only one player change, but it can change a lot since we lost Star Opera. And I mean, Osgur is one of the best operas in the world. And of course, it's hard to replace him, but I think we are doing very good at the moment. And I think we didn't even reach our peak yet.
Well, I look forward to seeing what that peak can be. Frozen, a pleasure to talk to you, man. Thank you very much for coming on. And we look forward to seeing you at the full final.
Thank you very much as well. See ya.
It's nice to get a different voice out of the mousesports camp every while. Now, one thing here, right? These guys have made a huge performance here. First of all, the heroic game, but also this Cloud9 one was a good test of how they would do under the pressure, right, of being so far behind. And I loved what he was saying there about it's not just Carrigan, right? There's a lot of other players that got a good read in the game, because I think sometimes maybe in that team, because of how Carrigan is an in-game leader, because of how we know him, you can kind of forget about some of the other pieces that can chime in.
I agree with you. I think it's part of mousesports' DNA when they were at the top to always be able to put any comeback together, and there are multiple reasons for that. First of all, tactically speaking, we've already talked about Carrigan, but then you have to have players like in this very game. The double kill from Frozen is typically a turning point, and you need to have different players who can do that. Frozen will do it. We know Rops will do it when given the opportunity, but you also have the Chris Jays of the world that did it at the very end, being very aggressive with the AWP. So the answer can not only come from Carrigan, even though he's an amazing leader, right? But you need some individuals to change the course of the game, and they had it today.
Well, we have our 8 teams right here, right now, for the full final. This is what it is all coming down to. These are the teams that will be going head-to-head in just a couple of weeks' time. Vitality, Astralis, Na'Vi, G2 Big, OG, and the 2 that came from the Showdown, FURIA and mousesports.
If I'm Astralis right now, if I'm Na'Vi right now, even if I'm Vitality, despite them being the best team in the world, I would be shaking just a little bit after seeing the performance from FURIA and after seeing the performance from mousesports. I think they both fully deserve to get it. It was not a case of them, scrambling their way through a qualifier. It was not their way of coming back, not playing well. They played some solid Counter-Strike, and especially what we saw from FURIA today, if they can continue that level and replicate that performance coming into the finals, there's a chance that they could win the entire thing and qualify for the global finals. I would even go as far as saying, sure, mousesports, by the paper, they're not favorites coming into this one, but with the level they've showcased throughout this tournament, the way they took down Heroic 16-8, 16-7 on the 2 maps they won, nobody can feel safe against them either.
And what we're speaking of Frozen about there, right, is the structure. We've heard that now from him and Rops, in order that they've got a bit more focus just on the game particularly, right? Having focus not just in the game, but mixing things up and making it better outside of the game, which is hugely important here.
Yeah, at this point I feel like we have already broken through that barrier of thinking that, the frags that you have in Counter-Strike only relies on your headset, your keyboard and whatnot. That is not the case. It's a whole performance as an individual, how your life is feeling, how structured you are, how good you feel in and outside the server. So it's great to see Frozen talk about it, being aware of it. Just to touch on the fall finals as well, think about the amount of upsets we've had this tournament. Think about the complexities of the world didn't make it. Think about Heroic, second ranking, didn't make it. FaZe didn't make it. So sure, these are amazing teams waiting for FURIA, waiting for mousesports, but they're not safe at all.
And like Pimp touched on, all of this leads to the global finals, right? One of those teams will make it to the global final. Some of those teams, though, have already made it to the global final, right? They're already in a position where they don't matter so much if they win or lose. They're going to want to win. They're going to want to take extra prize money there. But we still have a slot for the full final winner, plus 3 coming from the leaderboard.
And I think it's very important to notice also for our viewer as well. Sure, they may already be qualified for the global finals, but trust me, these teams on your screen right here, they want to make a point and they want to finish the year of 2020 being the best team in the world. They're still playing for that title. Right now, it's Vitality. They are number 1 on the ranking, but there's nobody telling us, or nobody saying that Na'Vi, if they win the last couple of tournaments this year, can't be the number 1 team of 2020. So sure, you're not only playing for prize money, but the teams, they're playing for the pride and they're playing for being ranked as the number 1 team in the world. And nothing means more to the players. Trust me on that one.
And we've got an updated leaderboard now. Remember, FURIA and mousesports gained 1,500 points for their first place here.
Think about what it meant for FURIA to win that 16-14 versus Isurus on Inferno. Think about the implication and the consequences on that ranking right here. Now they make it to the fall finals. They can go and grab even more points, maybe even a direct qualification if they win. It is huge, and you have teams just waiting behind. G2, for example, good results could put them in a very good position, so it's wide open.
And think what it meant for Liquid not to win today. Think what it meant for them not to get more points today. They're right now sitting in a spot where they can qualify, potentially, right? But they're the fourth and last spot coming in there, so they could potentially go out of that and not even qualify for the global finals. So for Team Liquid, that was more or less a disaster.
And the global finals prize pool, $1 million, right? $600,000 for first place. Top heavy, and I love it. Let's give it all to those winners, because this is an entire year's worth of tournaments, a year's worth of hard work to try and get this far.
I cannot even imagine. It's more than I won in my entire career in like 10 years. So
what would you buy?
That's great.
Matthew, what would you buy with $1 million?
With $1 million?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I think I'd buy a house for my parents first, and then I'd buy something for myself. Like, I'm gonna hit you with the
going that way. Yeah.
I was gonna say I can buy 1 million cats, but that really doesn't make any sense, does it? Exactly.
We've done Jacob in already. It only took us to get this far.
And that's it. We've lost it. Jacob's gonna be all right. It's gonna be good.
What would you buy, Jacob?
Not 1 million cats. I'll buy 1 million dogs then.
All right,
He's gone completely on the opposite of it. Guys, this showdown, right, has been incredibly tough for all of these teams. We have seen some great matches as well, but I really did enjoy this single elimination moment, right? Because some of these teams, we've seen it over and over again. They can have amazing lower bracket runs, but just how much is on the line, the pressure, the stress of it all, I love it.
Let me make it very clear. I'm not the one making the decision. I have nothing to say when it comes to that decision making, but I would absolutely love if we could have this format more than just once a year. It's fantastic to watch. Every single game we analyze, every single game we watch, we know there's a nerve in the game, and we know that nerve is that loser will go out of the tournament. Loser will lose and risk everything if they don't show up on the day. So I would love if more tournaments, or if Blast would reintroduce this format for next season as well. It's absolutely fantastic to witness, absolutely fantastic to be part of, and every game, as I said, you know, there's a nerve to it, and it just makes it so much more fun.
And I want to add one point to what you're saying there, Jacob, right? Do you know, we go into some tournaments, and we know maybe some tournament has this prize money, another tournament's coming up around the week, and we say, oh, they might be holding back a little bit, or hiding some tax. With this, you know, no one is holding back. They are giving everything they have at this moment in time. They are giving the full force of their team.
There is no safety net. There is absolutely no safety net. You cannot hold back on what you can bring to the table. I also think that it teaches us a lot about teams and how they react once the back is against the wall and elimination is right around the corner. You see players stepping up, making names for themselves, writing legends. You see other players disappearing, unfortunately. So it teaches you a lot about the players, the teams, how they react with pressure. So I agree with Jacob. I think single elimination has a space in our universe, in our Counter-Strike, and we should cherish it when we have it.
Well, I've cherished all these moments with you guys, but we are done for another day. Another tournament is out the way here at Blast. The showdown is over. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for kicking it with us all week long. We'll be back in just over a week's time for the full finals. You know the teams that are going to be there. You know they are some of the best in the world. We're getting some NA teams showing they're facing it, but how far will they go this time against the Titans from Europe? You'll have to join us for all the action to make sure you don't miss any of it go down, because my oh my, it's going to give us a hell of a lot of excitement.